Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Happy motherfucking Saturday. Last day of January, baby. Going into February. I got some fun stuff coming up in February. I'm looking forward to it. Got a nice dinner that we're going to on Thursday, the 5th. Looking forward to that. Some other stuff. Yo, happy birthday again, Burnt Dorito. Ranolol, what's up, dude? Thank you very much for subbing for 23 months. Hello, chat and Pyromancer. What's up, dude? New trading post day tomorrow. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I never look at the preview, so it's always new to me. I'm looking forward to that. Thanks for being here, guys. Again, Chibi Gamer, thanks for watching on YouTube. Graham, thanks for watching on YouTube. What's up, guys? What's up, Fargaze? What's up, Skiz, Xeroxis, Ornelius, Ishikis, Barluchan, what's up? What's up, Burnt Dorito, of course. Sindari, hello. What's up, Lockdog? I gotta read your messages, bro. Sorry. They've been sitting there. I'm sorry. Genia, what's up? Welcome. Awesome. 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 I already say that. Thanks for being here. What's up, Zlint? What's up, Chris? Big Mighty Anna, good to see you. What's up, Scottrick? Good morning, Jack. Good to see you too, Prickle. You went live pretty much the moment I got done loading groceries. Good timing. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You had other stuff going? Dude, it's been busy. I've been too busy reviewing the Epstein files to review your messages on Discord. Holy fucking shit. Want to talk about some depraved, insane fucking shit? I hope all these people fucking burn, dude. It's fucking crazy. It is fucking insane. Like, dude. I'm not gonna get on like a big rant about it today, but like, man, it's bad, dude. It's bad. It's bad. Apparently Bobby Kotick was in the files. Fucking shocker, dude. Shocker. Yeah, over 3 million pages, 180,000 fucking images, like 2,000 videos, or however many fucking thousands of each. Like, it's just... This is what happens when you put psychopathic, sociopathic fucking billionaires in positions where they can do whatever the fuck they want. It's crazy, man. I feel it's just some of the things that you read. And I mean, Donald Trump is in so many of the accusations. He's in he's in so many photos. Like, eat the rich? Yeah, before they fucking eat you. Before they eat you, because they will. They'll sexually traffic you turn you into a fucking slave and then eat you. It's insane. It's insane. So, I just hope justice comes for all of them. Justice is come. To the maw. That's right. That's right. Vex looter. Fucking Vex on the field. Can't wait to hear more of your WoW speculation. Hell yeah. The maw is too kind, bro. It's some of the shit. I mean, people disappearing, people being threatened to be turned into fertilizer for the golf course, people having death threats to their family, babies being murdered, babies being dismembered. Like, dude, it is... it is truly depraved shit. It's not one... Yeah, it's not one person who reviews it, you know. Even the crown princess of my country's in those fucking files. Prince Andrew, who's fucking shocked there? Bill Clinton. Elon Musk, trying to figure out what's the best day, when's the craziest party? When do we come out for the craziest one? But, oh, I never went. The fuck out of here, dude. Bush Sr. Oh, God, dude, it's so bad. Melania. Ivanka. Obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell. It's bad, man. And I don't, honestly, dude, I don't give a fuck. This is a nonpartisan issue. I don't give a fuck if they're Democrat, if they're Republican. Irrelevant. Fucking get them all. Get them all, dude. So, I still see posts from fucking bot brain motherfuckers who are like, well, you know, Biden administration, they didn't release these files either. It's like, dude, it does not matter. It does not matter. Like, stop trying to make it into a left or right thing. Shut the fuck up. You wanna actually protect women and children? How about you stop standing for pedophiles? How about that? And sexual traffickers. Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. And there's most certainly people in this world that have some of this information and have had people like Donald Trump by the fucking balls. And I'm sure that that's what a lot of this shit that's been going on is the result of. Whether it be distractions with Ukraine, Venezuela, Israel-related stuff, which ultimately the Biden administration backed as well, so fuck them for that too. It's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy, man. But yeah, I mean, how am I supposed to stream today and not bring it up or talk about it at least for a minute? So, yeah. Yeah, it's disheartening to see the people just the people who still just like defend it somehow. It's fucking insane to me. But it is heartening to see how many people, even people that are like MAGA, who are like, dude, this is real bad. This cannot be overlooked. And it's good to see people kind of coming out of the partisan shell and being like, yeah, this cannot be tolerated, period. It doesn't matter who it is. Not vengeance, justice. Yeah, it's crazy. Take them all down. Yeah, dude, fucking get them all. All these fucking rich, sick fucks, man. I really hope something's done about it, but I have doubts. I mean, this is the kind of shit that, I mean, I can't even say what I think. Something, it will be done about it. I'm telling you that right now. Whether or not it will be done legally, I you know, who knows. But there's people in this world who are not gonna let this slide. There's no fucking way. As much as it breaks my heart, I cannot defend the sheeple when they refuse to tell the difference from the wolf and the lamb. Yeah, it's pretty gross, dude. It's bad. But yeah. Hopefully, you know, gotta try to keep a positive outlook that something will be done about it. So, Yoink, thanks for the 9-month resub, or 11-month resub, excuse me. Appreciate that. Is it okay to be a cultist of Xalatath? I hope so. I'd rather you be a cultist of Xalatath than a fucking organized fucking pedophilic fucking sexual trafficking crime ring. You know what I mean? At least Xalatath's not even real. Fucking video game. Be a cultist all you want. Makes me want to play Cyberpunk as Johnny. Yeah, fucking burn all that shit down. Unreleased music for patches and expansions count as spoiler territory, right? Absolutely. Yep. Zal just disintegrates you. She does not harm you before. In a weird positive swing, the individual who's charged with killing that CEO is having murder charges dropped. I did see that, but there is some... I don't think it's quite so simple. There's, I don't think he's, like, in the clear or whatever. Xalatath may want to eradicate all life on Azeroth, but at least she has standards. Thanks for letting me know. Lips shall be sealed. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for asking. Yeah, just federal. He's still going on trial. Yeah, we'll see. But ultimately, yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting situation. I heard they're adding Beyblade to WoW and Midnight. I haven't heard that. I know they're adding Prop Hunt. Oh Lord, sorry to spoil. I think you're joking. I think Kachubra's memeing. Trolling. I don't know. I can never tell. If you ever are being serious, I can't tell. Never. Yeah, okay. Let it rip! I must have misread the exact charge that got dropped. Ooh, even still. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Prop Hunt's mad fun. I've watched a lot of it. I've never actually played Prop Hunt with any friends or anything. Community Day Prop Hunt. That could be cool. I think it's only 5v5 though. Prop Hunt on WoW feels very unappealing to me, but then I thought the same about Plunderstorm, and that was actually a lot of fun. So I'm happy to be wrong. I mean, I don't see... I mean, yeah, it's just a mini game. WoW needs more mini games that bring players together, in my opinion. So I welcome anything like that. They did it pretty well when they put it in Overwatch, so I have hopes for it in high hopes for it in WoW. Good. I love watching those prop hunt videos Markiplier makes. This will be awesome to try. Oh yeah, dude, there's some fucking good ones. The Candy Crush World Quest and Najatar was Biss. Nico, thanks for the Prime sub for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's a time where I was thinking about a lot of this stuff, whether it be other content creators or whomever who I believed did fucked up shit. And I always kind of told myself, Pyro, the time will come when they will either expose themselves or they will get exposed. So you just gotta trust that that justice will come, right? You gotta. Sometimes you gotta sit back and watch it happen. And I feel like I've seen that happen with content creators over and over again. I'm seeing it with politicians, shit like that at this point now, so. Just gotta let the light of justice descend when it's ready. Since they're revamping Silvermoon and surrounding lands, do you think they will touch on Lordaeron Undercity during the course of Midnight? I hope so. More fun in my video game? What are you on about? We'll lose a raid tier in PvP because of some prop hunt. I concur. I concur. That Lakari stuff was nasty. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't even looked at the Lakari stuff. Stuff for me that comes to mind is like Tectone. People like that. Just stay away from that? Yeah. Worse, perhaps? Belliler was talking about Sargeras coming back and that Azeroth is hard to find for the Legion. Was wondering if perhaps the sword could be a beacon to guide the Legion back. I don't think that the Legion is hard. I don't think that Azeroth is hard to find for the Legion anymore. I think initially they had a hard time locating Azeroth, but I don't think that's really been the case for a long time. After their first invasion, like, they couldn't find... This is why you don't watch Bellular, dude, for lore stuff. Because it was only hard to find until the elves started fucking with magic to the point where it literally drew the attention of the Burning Legion by sending ripples of energy throughout the Twisting Nether like a beacon. So then they were drawn to it. It's not hard for them to find it now. And remember, Sargeras is sitting on a seat that has Azeroth directly in view. So that's probably relevant, I think, to that. I would also imagine that Bellular has not read Blood Ties, which directly talks about the Burning Legion and an invasion that literally begins occurring in the book. So I doubt he knows about that. Or Sorithar, or any of the details pertaining to that. But this is... I don't think that this is like a... I don't think it's being spoken about with all the context that it deserves, so... The book is partially about stopping a Burning Legion invasion. You may have to watch the video to see his explanation. Is that the new book? He was talking about that? Yeah. Maybe. I'm not going to watch the video, first of all, because I don't respect lore videos from that channel, really. But also, if he talks about the book, I highly doubt he actually read it. And also, he was using the new book as the basis for his lore breakdown. Well, if he said that the book has anything indicating that it's hard for the Legion to find Azeroth, that's incorrect. The book does not say that at all. There's no inclination at all about that. There isn't. There's no, it's not troublesome at all. We've been invaded by the Burning Legion like fucking 4 times. 3 or 4 times now. So I don't think it's particularly difficult for them to find us. The sword doesn't... I don't even know why I'm engaging with this. I don't respect the integrity of lore videos from that channel, so I don't really have any reason to watch it, nor am I interested in discussing it. So. Plus, I also talked about Sargeras coming back fucking 7 years ago. So. Big fucking whoop. Can everyone hear the Radiant song or only hear champions? It doesn't seem like everyone hears it. It's not like everyone hears it. Now, I do think the sword can serve as an anchor. I do think the sword can serve as a beacon of sorts. Of swords. Haha. But I don't think it's necessarily for the Burning Legion. So. And there are demons, Eredar lords and stuff like Serathar who are basically trying to reorganize the forces of the Legion for an additional invasion, which is what happens in the book. And it has nothing, as far as we understand, it has nothing to do with Sargeras directly. The Legion seems to be, there seems to be members of the Legion intent on fulfilling, you know, the mission even without him. So it makes me wonder how essential to it he actually even was. Archimon is canonically dead, right? Yes. Yeah. Archimon was killed in the Twisting Nether in the mythic version of the fight. Archimon's actually dead. Thought they said that Blizz knew where Azeroth was. That Blizz knew? You mean the Legion? Getting there was the actual problem? I mean, how is it a problem? The Legion has interdimensional ships that can directly warp into reality. I mean, yes, there are barriers around it, to be certain, right? It's why they mount their invasions through portals, right? For the most part. Whether it's the Tomb of Sargeras or the Well of Eternity or the Sunwell. Like, yes, they do use fonts of powers and gateways to get into the world. But ultimately, like, this is WoW. When has death ever been more than an inconvenience? When you kill demons in the Twisting Nether and they die permanently? Tell me you don't know anything about how death in the WoW universe works without telling me you don't know how anything in the WoW universe works with death. Like, come on. You kill things like that in their plane. What happens when you kill someone in the Shadowlands? They just come back, like, not a big deal. I'll just come back. Like, come on, man. Don't talk out of your ass. If Azeroth herself has a body or avatar that's more normal size to, like, walk around and stuff, I wonder what she'll look like. Yeah, it's a good question. I would hope she looks draconic. Look at Ragnaros. I mean, the same, it applies for almost literally any type of magical cosmic being. You kill elementals in the elemental plane, they're actually dead. You kill demons in the Twisting Nether, they're actually dead. You know? You kill things in the Shadowlands, in, you know, I guess mortals is kind of weird, right? We die in reality, we go to the Shadowlands, we get killed in the Shadowlands, what the fuck happens to us? So saying it's just an inconvenience is not really the case. It's only an inconvenience when you kill something outside of its home realm, if you will. So if you kill a demon in reality, yes, that's effectively just an inconvenience because it's going to go back and reconstitute itself in the Twisting Nether. But if you kill it in the Twisting Nether, it's actually going to die. But then the question is, like, what actually happens to its energy? Is its energy dispersed into a cosmic system again? Does it go to a lower energy realm that we don't realize is there? Like, how does it actually work at that point? Those are questions we don't have the answer to. So people act like now, because they seemingly know very little, that if you die, you're just going to go to the Shadowlands and then, no big deal. But people don't stop to think about what happens to the souls of people that are obliterated by Fel, because we don't have an answer to that. Like, Varian Rin is not in the Shadowlands, so where the fuck is he? What happened to him? There seems to be ways to subvert that mechanism, but also, even if you do go there, what happens when you die there? Like, what people don't seem to understand is that the Shadowlands is not like actual death, not in the way that we think it. Like, the Shadowlands is more like Purgatory or Life 2.0. It's not like literally ceasing to exist. So, I doubt that energy just disappears. I doubt that too. But ultimately, it doesn't mean that just because someone's energy moves on to a different plane, that they themselves are still existent. Like, that they are still a thing. Like, once you go to a certain energy level or plane, you might just be fucking gone. Like, the energy might exist, but you yourself and, you know, the makeup of a soul and whatnot might not hold on anymore. So, like, what happened to Arthas's soul when he faded away? Is that just an inconvenience? I don't really think so. Shadowlands is Order 2. Yes. It's not what death is supposed to be. No. No, certainly not. I don't believe so anyway. I think death existed in a much more primordial form that we know very, very little about. And that the Titans basically, you know, ordered the whole fucking thing. Fell death may be different than mortal death. I'm not really sure what that means, but fell is seemingly the complete obliteration of a soul. Rather than just killing you and your soul disconnects from your body and goes to another plane, fell is like destroying your soul, at least as far as we understand it right now. So, sorry to be like passive aggressive about this shit, but it's like, it's not so simple as like, you just go to the Shadowlands and death doesn't matter anymore. Like, to a degree that is true, but it's not really like the ultimate truth regarding the end of things. There's, you know, you go to the darker, the deeper darkness, and like what happens there, right? Wait, who knows? It could be the void. Who knows? If I had to throw out a guess, I would guess she's blue and gold. She could be, but I don't think that. I think that Azurite is only blue and gold because it's not completely melded together, right? I think it's still kind of separate, which is why it appears blue and gold. Thanks, Lorlick. Yeah, I don't know. I still got to be better about it because not everyone has that. Marty, thanks for the 1-year resub. I appreciate that. When do you think the decay element will come back into play in the future? I mean, it kind of already is in play, right? With things like the Old Gods, the Emerald Nightmare, more natural forms of decay, decay used as a magic to subjugate the elements, like what the Twilight's Hammer cult has historically done, at least as far as I understand it. More shadowy power is used for subjugation. So I don't really agree with the idea that decay is just like not a thing in WoW. I think that the power of decay has definitely been stifled in a lot of ways, but there's a lot of rot in WoW. I mean, Gahoon, there's a lot of like subsurface, like nature-based rot and decay. You have other magics potentially related to decay, like blight and stuff like that, and plagues and shit. So I don't really perceive that like there's just no decay in WoW. I think that's something that comes from Akalon, and I don't agree with his opinion on it. I don't care what anyone says. You're the only one on social media that covers WoW as direct and intellectual as you do. Please continue what you're doing and never give up. Thanks, Wolfrain. There are people like myself that are counting on you for your wisdom and insight. I could never enjoy WoW game to its fullest without someone like you being a part of it. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Not trying to suck up all the stream oxygen, and no need to react. Just wanted to put this where you can read it. Thank you for your content, bro. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thanks for... Akalon still makes lore videos? No, it's an old one. So in Sepulchre, when Varian and Varrock shows to help Anduin, that's just in Anduin's mind. So my speculation is that Charlemagne is a unique blade that, when wielded by valorous, strong-willed people, Varian, Rin, Sourfang, Anduin, you know how when you use Morn blades, they slowly consume the soul of the wielder? I think Charlemagne does that, but in a much more benevolent way. I think that basically, like a fragment, a little snapshot of that person is kind of like an imprint is a good word, is kind of stored in the blade. And I think that the blade shows its magical capacity based on the fact that it has ancient elven runes on it, and also the fact that when you wield it, it has a glowing orb in it, which seems to reflect your faith or the soul of the wielder, right? So when Varian Rin held it, it was more orange and almost red because he had more of the soul of a warrior. When Anduin holds it, it's pure golden. And I think that's, it's reflective of the bearer's soul. And so I think that that shows already that the blade has some kind of ability to read or connect with the soul of the person wielding it. I think that could be why it was a great base blade to use for Kingsmorn, and all they basically had to do was forge into it the fucked up soul fragment of Arthas, because the blade probably already had a lot of the technical capacity to be a Morn blade. I never even thought about that until now. I literally just came up with that, but that makes pretty good sense to me. Library, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. But I think Charlemagne has this capacity to hold that imprint, and I think that when Anduin was struggling to escape it, I do think that those memories or whatever kind of manifested out of the blade to support Anduin. Who forged that again? That was actually forged by the Kaldori. Yeah, ancient night elves. And that I think, you know, Anduin sees Varian when he picks up the sword at the Broken Shore too. Remember, Varian's in front of him and he says, "I'm not like you, Father. I don't know what to do." And Varian basically says, "You have to do what a king must do." Like basically a little bit of advice there from him. And we have instances of the things like the light preserving the souls of people as well. So you know, it's not, you know, it doesn't seem crazy to me to think that, like, in some way Varian's soul may have been preserved by something like the Hand of Valor. I mean, think about it. You got Vol'jin, who's touched by the Hand of Valor. I'm quite certain that the Hand of Valor is Sargeras. I think that's who it is, personally. And that he might have, you know, sought to basically preserve some of the most noble, pure-hearted warrior spirits that exist. But regardless, people like Tyrion, you know, protected by the light when the Death Lord tries to come and raise him as one of the horsemen, right? The light's like, nah, you can go fuck yourself. So I think we kind of have examples of that already. And yes, I do believe that when Varian Rin's was split in two, that the sword was also split in two. And it seems like someone with enough willpower, because Saurfang did the same thing, Anduin did the same thing. All three of those wielders have been able to split that blade in two, which is pretty fucking sick. And have you guys ever looked at the Hearthstone art of Saurfang? When he's wielding Charlemagne? See if I can get this. Why is this so hard to find? Here it is. Look at that. I feel like that's pretty direct hint at the nature of the blade. I mean, it's the two components of the soul. And it's interesting because when he's holding it here, one side's blue, one side's red, which is probably supposed to be a little symbolic of the Alliance as well. But I think that, like, soul blades and magical blades, there's such an important big theme in World of Warcraft. But the intricacies of them are a little bit overlooked. So yeah, I think Charlemagne absolutely has some soul interactive capabilities. Argus and Azeroth, perhaps the light and the dark, creation and destruction. I like the idea of those two symbols together, Horde plus Alliance, two sides of the same soul. Yep. I do remember Legion loading screen had a blue version at one point. The colors are swapped, though. I don't know what you mean the colors are swapped. Blue and gold, very symbolic. Yep. Can I join the group doing pre-patch content? I'm not in a group. I'm just in the zone. What are you gonna play after Cyberpunk and Warcraft? I mean, probably more World of Warcraft, to be honest. Very close to Azerite. What's up, Raven? The split, Onyxia attempts to separate Varian's strong will from his diplomatic self. The physically strong half escapes and becomes a gladiator in Orgrimmar named Logosh. Ghost Wolf. With the help of Anduin, Jaina Proudmoore, and Magni Bronzebeard, the two halves are reunited when a spell cast by Onyxia fails during a battle, merging their personalities and memories back together. Check Shalator. Whoops. I mean, they're the same here. I'm not sure why am I checking Shalator and Elamane? I don't really understand what you're saying that they're swapped. No, yeah, I don't know what you're saying. I thought I did for a second, but I don't. They're the same. Blue one with the handguard. The gold one without. Do we know how they got the knowledge of how to craft these blades? I don't think we know that much about Shalator and Elamane. Charlemagne together. Charlemagne is a legendary sword. I mean, remember what Varian and Varrock said. This blade does not belong to darkness. It was forged by valor. Literally valor. Come on, bro. And also by honor. Shalator is another elven enchanted blade, though. Shalator and Elamane are... When it's split, Charlemagne is when they come together. When Onyxia inadvertently combined the two variants back into one person, the two blades were merged into a single weapon as well. This sword became known as Charlemagne. So Charlemagne is a legendary sword, the result of two Night Elven blades, Shalator and Elamane, that were magically fused. I think this is a fractal, by the way, because if you're familiar with old, like, Titanic lore, this is meant to come off as a fractal for Gorabal and Tayshalak. Except in that case, Gorshalak, the Charlemagne, was one blade that got split into two. Formerly wielded by Varian Rin, King of Stormwind, it's now carried by his son and successor, Anduin Rin. During Anduin's captivity in the Maw, the jailer's blacksmiths reforged the sword into the Mournblade Kingsmourn, which also contained the soul of Arthas Menethil, the former Lich King. When Anduin freed himself from the jailer's grasp, he also restored Charlemagne. However, it no longer contains any light in its hilt. Which, I don't think this is the hilt. I don't think that's the correct... I mean, it might be, but... I thought the hilt was beneath where you held it. Sword hilt. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess if you count that. Anyway, I'm being pedantic, but the handguard one isn't supposed to be blue, I thought. I guess my bad. Well, I just showed Oh, I mean, I guess in this art, you're right. The handguard one is red. So compared to the comics, the handguard one is the red one. In the newer art, and the in-game models, it's the opposite, where the handguard one is blue. So yeah, that seems like an inconsistency. And we have other swords in the game that look a lot like Charlemagne. There's a sword, why am I on this? There's a sword that you can get from Sepulchre of the First Ones, which is called... I gotta go to my collections, that'd be better. It's called Replicated Relic Blade. And that looks really similar. So maybe there's a connection somehow between them. One's like a prototype for the other in some way, and we didn't know. But back to this. Shalator and Elemaine were a pair of magical blades forged during the War of the Ancients and wielded by the Night Elf twins Vorilian and Lovelian. In Darnassian, Shalator means Shadow Render, while Elemaine means Reaver. Now, if we look up Gorshalak, that's Wowpedia. Gorshalak. Can I get the WoW Wiki? Gorshalak, the Dark Render, so very similar to Shadow Render, is the most powerful weapon in the universe. This massive greatsword was originally wielded by Sargeras while he was the champion of the Titan Pantheon. When Sargeras fell to madness, Gorshalak, being semi-sentient, sundered itself into two shatter-bound pieces to prevent the fallen Titan from wielding it. One fragment was claimed by Sargeras and reforged into Gorabal, which, the thing is that this is RPG lore, so we're supposed to think like, oh, this isn't canon, but the sword that Sargeras plunged into the earth has been confirmed to actually be named Gorabal. We know that because in one of the fucking World Soul memory things that you do in The War Within, there's literally a shard of Gorabal. So we know that it's called that. And there's a trinket that drops from Agramar called Gorshalak's Legacy. Now, it's supposed to be retconned because Chronicle states that they both had their own swords, Agramar and Sargeras, and when they clashed, their swords broke. And that's why Agramar's sword is broken halfway up. One fragment was claimed by Sargeras and reforged into Gorabal, while the other was claimed by Agramar and reforged into Tayshalak. If both fragments are ever possessed by a non-evil being, they can be combined to reform Gorshalak. It says, now the wiki is wrong. In canon, the Sword of Sargeras is never given a name. That's incorrect. This is why you can't always rely on the wiki. It's not right. This has been named. There is proof of it. In fact, I'll fucking pull it up. Why not? Why not? Let's see if I can go. Let's see if I can find this. It is confirmed. It is called Gorabal. So the wiki page is wrong. So I should probably make an account and correct that because it is confirmed to be called Gorabal. The non-canonical RPG's origins are, however, contradicted. As in canon, Sargeras and Agramar's weapons were always different and unnamed separate blades. So it could just be a little Easter egg, if you will. But Gorshalak's Legacy, your melee attacks have a chance to grant an echo of Gorshalak. On reaching 15 applications, you lash out with a devastating combination of attacks. So, you know, it's a combo, you know, you swing a combo of it. But this, to me, especially the name, think about it. Gorshalak, known as Dark Render, I feel like that is an obvious and intentional comparison to Shalator, meaning Shadow Render, and Elator, meaning Reaver. While Elemaine had a red gem, Shalator had a blue one instead. They eventually came into the possession of Jaina Proudmoore. After Varian Rin was split into two people by Onyxia's magic, the two ultimately found each other again and resolved to slay the Black Dragon. They were granted the Night Elven blades by Jaina, who aided them in the assault on Onyxia's lair, but Upon Onyxia inadvertently combining the two variants back into one person, the two blades were merged as well. And I have to wonder if that's because the blades were already, in a sense, connected to the soul of the person holding them. So think about it like this. You have Varian holding one, Logosh holding the other. They're two parts of the same soul, and the swords are connected to them. So when Onyxia puts them back together, the swords combine too. Like, that's pretty fucking crazy. It's an inverted Mournblade. Well, Mournblades are specifically fueled by the tormented souls of the dead. So in the case of Arthas Menethil, that's why they were able to forge Charlemagne into a Mournblade, because they used that. This is such an important premise for when you look at Sargeras and you look at the blade that he wields. This certainly appears to be, as I have said many, many times, this appears to be a Mournblade. It looks just like one. It's got domination runes on it. It's got the blue runes on it. Now the gems are red, so that could mean something. Maybe Sargeras is strength gemmed because he's a warrior. Maybe it means something else. But ultimately, as I have said time and again, I don't think that Gorshalak, which that's what this sword is. This sword depicted as Gorshalak. I don't think that it is as literal as we think. I think Gorshalak in canon is Gorabal wielded by Sargeras, which is a soul vessel blade, and I think that the domination control mechanism is separate from it and exists as something that can be used remotely. And I've explained this in my videos, but I'll show you again. The way that they depict the Seat of the Pantheon expresses a Mournblade mechanism. They are channeling the power of the tormented soul of Arthas, through this remote control mechanism that is oriented and shaped the exact same way as Sargeras' sword. I cannot see this as a coincidence. I don't believe it's a coincidence. You have the large gem in the center, which is the focal point of the power being used. You have 7 red gems. You have 7 seats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I do not think it's a coincidence. And so what I believe is that the Seat of the Pantheon, using the power of domination, which is blue and white, by the way, they are attempting to use it to exert control over Sargeras. And that is why he's depicted as dominated. The runic symbol on Sargeras' hand that looks like a 3 is also on the Frost DK talent tree, and it's called Runic Command. I noticed that the other day when I was looking at my Death Knight talents. Yeah. And when we think about runic magics and command, there is one individual who should come to mind. Norgannon. He has the same runes on his disc as he does on the sword. And Norgannon's specialty, Norgannon's prowess, the trinket that drops from Argus, what is the proc on it called? Norgannon's command. He specializes in command. If you want to make a comparison, Norgannon looks like a fucking Knight of the Ebon Blade. He's just missing the sword. There's one particular piece of art that is a really good comparison. It might technically be fan art, but it's still accurate to how the Ebon Blade look. But instead of a sword, he has a disc, a rune disc. I think it's just Death Knight. Yeah, this one. And again, if I had to associate one particular Titan with this type of shit, it's Norgannon. He's got the blue spikes on him and shit, similar to the spikes on the pauldrons here. The pauldron shape is kind of similar. The hood, the big, long, dark robe. Some say that his musculature actually even looks bony, like a skeleton. Like he's meant to look like a fucking lich or something. But I just don't think it's a coincidence. This 3 rune on his hand, on Sargeras here, and on the other parts of his armor, these are domination runes. Period. So, when I think about Sargeras being ordered and being under the power of domination, I do think that the red glowing runes on Sargeras in the Argus cinematic are generally fire elemental runes of some type. Now, one thing that is important is that Azeroth has the ability to apparently grant free will and stop one from being dominated. So if Sargeras if the sword has a fragment of his soul in it, similar to what Charlemagne does, similar to what Frostmourne does, what I think Charlemagne does, then if he plunges the sword into Azeroth and it combines with her, it's possible that he has granted himself, even if he didn't mean to, a level of immunity to domination. When we pull the darkened energy of Argus out of the sword, you see this flaming red eye beneath it. That could be Sargeras or connected to Sargeras in some way. So it's possible that when in Soulbinds, they don't care about time and space. It's infinite. So even if he doesn't have the sword, if he gets pulled all the way to the seat of the Pantheon, he might still be soulbound to Azeroth, and that might stop the Titans from being able to exert influence upon him. But there is also another factor that needs to be understood. Wait a second. Bolvar has the same theme. Blue when dominated, red when he's on his own. Same with Sargeras. Generally speaking, yes. That is how it appears to be. When Bolvar turns blue at the top of Icecrown, as I understand it, it is him kind of giving in to the jailer's domination, and the fire is replaced with ice, and he's hoping that with this power, he will defeat Sylvanas to stop her from claiming the crown. Was it not just him just getting the ice powers? No. It is Bolvar literally giving in to the will of the jailer. That's one of the big themes of Bolvar in Shadowlands, is he's especially susceptible to the influence of the jailer. That's why he doesn't go into Torghast with us, because he knows that he is more susceptible to control. It's like one of the core things that it revolves around Bolvar in Shadowlands. Another thing that has to be understood, there's another layer to this concept. In Chronicle Volume 4, when it talks about Anduin Wrynn being dominated by the jailer and going after Carestia, part of the reason why this happens the way that it does is because Chronicle tells us that because Anduin has a close connection to the light, and because of his great heart, when he showed up in Bastion, you could not tell that he was dominated. His connection to the light and great heart was literally masking the fact that he was dominated. This is part of the reason why I think it's so important to convince people of the fact that Sargeras is connected to the light. But they refuse to see it because they think the light is only holy and good, and someone as bad as Sargeras couldn't possibly be connected with it. Well, look at fucking Arthas. Look at the Scarlet Crusade. There are examples to set the precedent that that assumption is not true. You can do bad things or be associated as the evil guy and still use the light. That's not a disqualifying factor. It doesn't matter. But ultimately, I think that they chose to tell us that about Anduin because they're trying to suggest something about Sargeras, because the rest of the hints are indicating the same thing. The domination, the Mournblade, the way that the seat of the Pantheon looks, the way that his sword is juiced with energy. Seeing Sargeras in that cinematic, he's not Fel. Why is he True Flame? Because I think that he's more like a burning, radiant flame, like a paladin, like Turalyon out of control, bent on wrath and hatred and vengeance. He's a Ret Paladin. I mean, guys, it is not a coincidence that one of the talents on the Ret Paladin tree is Burning Crusade. I mean, look at what he does when he summons his sword. It is literally summoned in a flash of light. Gul'dan last phase, Gul'dan Mythic, when he steps in the way and takes the power of Sargeras, what happens to him? His veins and eyes turn golden, and he starts casting flames of Sargeras. When Sargeras' power comes through the rift, there is a flash of rainbow that appears on the edges of the portal. When Sargeras gets pulled into the seat of the Pantheon, around the beam of light which he is in, you can see a prismatic spectrum of light. Sargeras is not fel. He's like holy fire. That looks like the star? That's because it is the star. Look in his chest. Sargeras looks nothing like the rest of the Burning Legion. Actually, I appreciate what you're trying to say. Let me go kill this rare. But actually untrue. There is one member of the Burning Legion who at one point looked very similar to Sargeras. Who is it? I'm gonna stand here and let everyone else do the work. Illidan? No. Kil'jaeden. When he came through the Sunwell. An old Kil'jaeden had a lot more light. Even had golden eyes. But after he failed, he was scarred across his eye and now only has fel magic. I made an argument a long time ago that for some reason Kil'jaeden was taken a step down in power. Something about the resurrection using Argus or something like that, because Kil'jaeden's first loss was at the Sunwell. First time he ever lost. And you know, the demons are terrified about returning to Sargeras in failure. My argument was that, especially because Kil'jaeden became rather insubordinate, frankly, that Sargeras' ultimate punishment for him would not be to give him more power, but take the power away. That if you truly wanted to punish someone like Kil'jaeden, you would take his power, because that's what he values more than anything. So I make the argument that the light and fire-infused version is more powerful, and the logic stands up because what happens in the Gul'dan fight? The strongest phase of Gul'dan is the final one, where he gets the power from Sargeras. Right? It's more powerful than the fel. And then you had people like Taliesin, which I can understand why. I just don't... Some people are so, like, resistant to different... looking at it in a different way. Like, instead of considering that Sargeras is connected with light, they said, oh, it's super fel. Like, what? Now we're just making shit up. Because we don't want to look at the truth. That Sargeras is not fel. He's light. Speaking of light. Lightforged Mecha Suit. And Thorn of Twilight, I just got as a title. Let's go. Because for whatever reason, people don't want to see that connection. I don't know why. Think about it. Ultimately, Sargeras' ultimate goal is to do what? Thwart the power of Shadow. Is it really so hard to believe that he's a warrior of light? Is that really so hard to believe? His ultimate enemy is the darkness. He's a fucking paladin. He's a fucking paladin. I like the sound of super de duper fell though. Shut up. Shut up. I think they don't want to see that connection. Well, Raynor had a good comment on it. He said, I think people connect raw power, light, dark, etc. to the mortal constructed organizations that surround them and attribute an inherent morality to them as a result, when in reality, anyone could wield any kind of power for any particular reason they would like to. They just have to understand how to utilize it. Correct. I agree with you. Then, when the Naru was trying to get Illidan to the light, do you think she saw Illidan with Sargeras' power and not fully light? I do, because I think the light only sees a dogmatic endpoint. It doesn't understand all the variables and ways that you can get to that point. Sargeras OG Paladin misunderstood Chad. Potentially. Potentially. And maybe that's what the Naru saw in the prophecy. Yes. What's the last thing that Velen says before he leaves the seat of the Pantheon? Light be with you, Illidan Stormrage. It's the last fucking thing he says. Light be with you. Even after all that stuff on Argus. All that stuff with Zira. Light be with you. Couldn't be closer to the light. So with that theory, the red orcs are light orcs? What? Not sure how you're coming to that conclusion. No, the red orcs are chaos orcs. And the green and the red color scheme of orcs absolutely connects to the powers of nature and life. I'll tell you that right now. Life and chaos. Absolutely. I think they don't want to see that connection, because to do that, you have to pay more attention to what has happened in WoW lore than what is immediately in front of your eyes. Perhaps? This is why, for me, looking at the Hand of Valor, you have been touched by the Hand of Valor. Such powers do not scheme for mortal thrones. Doesn't care about that. That's why this new mount, is it even, I think you have to look at it in the store, but this new mount that you see people riding around on, it's literally Sargeras themed. It's got black skin, or burnished bronze skin. It's got orange cracks of flame on it. It's got 2 feather plumes that look like demon horns coming off of its head. That's why it talks about greatness and those that will serve it. Because it's making a direct allusion to Sargeras. The 6-month mount right now, the one that's on the store. This right here. Some cannot be held back or restrained. It's a commentary on binding and domination. Scorching valor will seek greatness. Sargeras' title was literally the Great. And only serve those who share the pursuit of glory. This is so fucking Sargeras coded, I cannot explain it to you. In the armor set that was data mined that's coming up too, same thing. Same thing. No, it's not a coincidence. They have been giving hints through store items, through trading post items for months. What armor set? This one. This is literally an armor set whose description is a fractal for a greater story. The Thunder King and the Throne of Thunder raid is a big fractal for something that has happened at a Titanic level. The description of this armor set, which matches the mount that I was just showing you, which is clearly Sargeras themed, Reads, texts in the Seed of Knowledge speak of an ancient general with divine martial prowess. He served Ra-Den and the Thunder King, like your Amun-Thul, eventually joining the Pandaren Rebellion, only to fall in the final battle. This is giving us hints. It's suggestive. The divine general who served the Thunder King, Ra-Den, who is a keeper of Amun-Thul, it's a fractal. It's a smaller story trying to inform you of the bigger story, who ended up joining the rebellion, turning against Ra-Den. So this guy was probably a Mogu, and the Mogu are known as warlords. But it also tells you something about the future, because this general fell in the final battle. Sargeras is not going to make it to the end. He was never fated to make it to the end. Warriors are always sacrificed. Always. They always sacrifice themselves, especially when they recognize that they have done wrong. Gramash Hellscream makes mistakes bent on hatred and corruption, recognizes that he has become enslaved and has done horrible things and doomed his people, and has to find a way to set them and himself free. So in the end, he sacrifices himself. Varrock Saurfang, another orc warrior, someone who recognizes the deception and evil that's being architected by Sylvanas, and in the face of one of the outbreak of the most brutal war that will ever occur between the Horde and the Alliance, he steps up, and instead of hundreds or thousands of people dying, perhaps just one, and he sacrifices himself. Even paladins, Tyrion Forgering, rushing into the heat of battle to try to, protect us against Croesus at the Broken Shore, ends up basically sacrificing himself to save us. Varian Rin, up on the fucking ship, knowing that there's no way out of this. That if he doesn't do something, everyone will die. So the most noble thing he could do, an act of glorious, honorable self-sacrifice. How many times have we seen it? How many warriors, how many paladins will do this? It's one of the most core repeating cycles in WoW. Self-sacrifice. Broxagar jumps through the fucking portal, comes out on the other side, carving his way through fucking mountains of demons. So badass that Sargeras shows up to fight him himself, apparently. He will not make it through the final battle. And I do believe, personally, that the only way that someone like Sargeras can ever be depicted in a good light is if he sacrifices himself. It's the ultimate destiny of any honorable, valorous warrior. They all do it. They all do it. Don't be surprised if Turalyon does it. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. This shit inspires me, dude. I mean, you get people like Aragorn who fight amongst peasants and countrymen, and even though the others around him, like Legolas, see it as consigning themselves to destruction and doom, he just has that honorable mindset of, then I will die as one of them. And what this really shows too, I think, is that the fact that this general would turn away from Ra-Den and join the rebellion. Rebellions aren't just one person. They're not just one person. So there's other people that have gotten in on this rebellion too. I'm thinking Agramar. I'm thinking Khazgoroth. I'm thinking maybe even Eonar. People that have been oppressed by the Thunder King. By Ra-Den, he who uses order to bind powers which don't belong to him. Stolen power, usurped thrones. But rebellions aren't just one person. And I'm sure we're going to see it again in Midnight. And someone was asking earlier that... So Sargeras' wings are like Avenging Wrath Paladin, but more demonic? No, they don't even have to be. I mean, demons can be paladins. Demons can be paladins. There is no restriction. right? So his wings don't have to be his avenger. Sure, you might be able to look at it that way, but ultimately, demons can be paladins. Nathrazim can be paladins. He could also be draconic. So there could be that too. Someone is asking about Anshe. Where was that? So could the paladins walking out of the Sunwell be the coming of the true Burning Crusade? It's one of my fun kind of like headcanon theories that I don't have any evidence for, but I love the idea that Sargeras has actually been secretly building a legion of the most valorous, honorable warriors and paladins to ever walk the cosmos, to unite for one final battle. The true legion, if you will. And I, at this point, considering Sargeras isn't fell, I can't prove it, although I think that there are some hints at it. I'm not even sure that I believe that Sargeras is the true leader of the Burning Legion. I'm not sure that I even believe that. We will see. I have to operate on the basis that he is. But whether or not it was the true goal or the contingency or other people were in play, you know, working that, who knows? I swore I saw a message about Anshe. The whole vessel thing with Illidan makes so much sense when looking at the Nighthole raid. They try to infuse Illidan before with Sargeras' power. Yeah, yes. Yes. Check out the Screaming Torch Fiend set. Screaming Torch Fiend. Oh yeah, this is the Demon Hunter set from last season of Dragonflight. Look at the elite version of it. So the regular version is blue, the dominated version, and the elite set is actually orange. But what's interesting is that it's not a warlock set. It's a demon hunter set. I don't know. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this looks like a horrible website. The orange set is literally Sargeras' armor, pauldrons and everything. And you can't get this anymore because it was a limited time PvP set. It's the belt, it's the chains on the shoulders, it's the dragon on the side or whatever that is. It's the other. This is literally a Sargeras themed fucking Demon Hunter set. It's sick. I wish you could still get it. Sacrifice written in a good and proper way is the one thing that makes me tear up in fantasy universes. Yep, it's the most selfless act that you could ever do. Anshe will live through Illidan. And that's what I would say, is that whether Sargeras is Anshe or Anshe lives through Sargeras, they are connected in some way. Divine sacrifice. 30% of all damage taken by party members within 30 yards is redirected to the paladin for 10 seconds. We literally have spells. Divine sacrifice. And all of this stems off of the idea that Charlemagne and Gorshalak are somehow fractals for each other. You guys want to know an interesting fact about Anshe? He wielded dual swords. Twin blades. Wouldn't that mean Sargeras and Elune have a relationship? Yes. Based on the Torn mythology, they would be brother and sister. I have a video on this, for those that don't know. Anshe, wow. The identity, Anshe, the true identity of WoW's forgotten sun god. Who's the daddy, though? Maybe Argus. This video only got 14,000 views. I think it deserved a lot more, personally, but hey. It is what it is. I read a short story, and, yeah, Jay did a lot of editing for this one. I thought this was a pretty darn good video. Remember a Paladins had back in the day divine intervention? That fits what you're saying so hard. That would suggest that the sister was put back into the planet? Not sure where you're... I think you're conflating the actions of the Earth Mother with Musha. The Earth Mother is the one who sacrifices all that she is to give herself unto the planet, to root herself and try to stave back the darkness. But there's also other fractal stories that are trying to inform us more about this narrative too, like the Troll Heritage armor, the Troll Heritage questline with Lukao and Kevo Yasiti. Very important. It would make sense. What's up, Mike? It makes sense that the Titans pulled out avatars from all the worlds that were directly connected to Azeroth. Elune, Sargeras, Argus, Eonar, and imprisoned them all to use them to control Azeroth. And they're probably all connected to Azeroth in some way. But what you have, especially in the Greek mythology, is you have stories of the gods overthrowing the Titans. Like, there's literally a war between them where they usurp them and take their throne and become the most supreme at that point. So, I mean, shit. I think the whole Kronos thing. I mean, that's. And Zeus. Interesting you mentioned Roots with the Haranir stuff coming up. Yeah, I'm also not sure that I believe that the Earth Mother is Azeroth. It could very well be, but I can't help but realize, unless she's just very connected to her, I can't help but look at the way that the Earth Mother is depicted, and here's a picture of her eyes from Hearthstone. So, you know, kind of looks like Azerite, but blue, you know, the blue and gold. This is the way she's depicted. And I just can't help but see this and think, oh. That looks kind of familiar. Maybe Eonar before she was ordered. Gold skin, green lips. Brambles and branches in the hair. And I think these bindings on her could help us understand what's going on here. Because at least according to the legends, Eonar planted things to try to preserve Elune's legacy, which means something happened to Elune that we don't know about yet. And Abenthul did not like that. She did not like that she infected the world with uncontrolled chaos. He did not like the planting of Eluna here. It's kind of interesting that a Tauran myth would depict their mother goddess with a human face. The whole thing is strange. To me, and what we're led to believe is that the Yongal predate the Tauran. And it sounds to me like the Yongal and the trolls were on Azeroth before the Titans showed up. That's what I think anyway. And if this is the case, because there's records of them sending watchers down to study the Yongal. It doesn't sound like they created the Yongal, like they were there before. This is why I think that Elune created the trolls and Anshe created the Yongal. And the Yongal, especially characters like Ordos, are pretty strong reflections of their creator. And considering that elves are literally arcane-ordered fucking trolls, and that there are trolls that were worshipping Elune before the elves ever existed, that leads me to believe that, like, Elune is potentially the creator of the trolls. The Haranir were there before as well, no? No. We have to learn more, so let's please not get too much into this, but it says that during the ordering of Azeroth, Eonar planted Eluna here, and it wasn't until a later age that mysterious guardians emerged to look over the roots. So the Haranir, seemingly, if the trolls were there before the Titans showed up, then the Haranir do not predate the trolls, unless they come from the Emerald Dream and existed before. But I like the idea that the Haranir are what would happen if trolls were more nature-ordered, and elves are what would happen if they were more arcane-ordered. You know what I mean? One more natural and like of the wilds and more primal, and the other one a lot more controlled and like magic use in the arcane. What was the previous song called, Pyro? Longing, from Sessions Diana. And so what I was gonna say is that since I think the Yongal predate the arrival of the Titans, or at least were not created by them, I don't believe they were. What I think is that the creation of the Tauren could very well have been Eonar to a degree, like ordering the Yongal. And that's why they think they're created by this Earth Mother, that they relate to Azeroth, even though they might not be the same person. They believe that the Earth Mother's Azeroth, but it might not be true that where they came from is actually Azeroth. It could be that it's the influence of Eonar. Eonar could also be a daughter to Azeroth and look very similar, right? But I just can't help but notice the similarities in their appearance, even if this is a mythological representation. But it's the things that make me think the Yongal are made by Anshe is that there's thematic similarities I find with Sargeras, right? They do fire camps. They're a lot more brutal. They're like warlords, right? And that is I think thematically that fits pretty well. They're warriors. Maybe they use some lore from the Wood Elves from Warhammer Fantasy. They can teleport between the trees. Well, that's absolutely a thing for Haranir. Yeah. Same race adapting to different magic sources. Very likely. Divergent evolution as a result. Oh, Terralins, by the way. Sorry I missed it. Thank you very much for subbing as a tier 3. That is so generous of you. Thanks for supporting the stream in that way. For 51 months. That is a long time. Thank you. The Haranir look like they have troll ancestors. I agree. I mean, I think that the Haranir... See, what people are... And again, there's thoughts that the Haranir could be a midpoint between the trolls and the elves, but I don't think that that's the case as it's looking right now. It looks like the Haranir are a divergent species. There's something affected by a different power. Elves went this way, Haranir went this way. And there is I don't think they're a missing link. I think the link is relatively clear. And I do have a theory that trolls may have actually been derived from Akir. That trolls might actually have been derived from the Black Empire. And if they existed here predating the arrival of the Titans, I don't think that's that crazy, especially considering that a lot of the old ways of the Zandalari are blood magic and sacrificial shit. Very primal. Elaborate? I can give you a video that you can watch. I don't know if I don't actually remember what it's called. I don't remember what it's called. Origin of the Trolls? The Dark Origin of the Trolls, and is Gahun a true old god? From 7 years ago. I'm pretty sure this is it. I don't imagine I'd label it the Dark Origin of the Trolls.
I must, because I see images of Uldum and shit. I just think that there are some bodily similarities between some of the creatures of the Black Empire and the trolls. Like the fact that trolls have the tusks and the 2-digit feet and 3-digit hands. That type of shit reminds me a lot of like honestly some of the Akir, some of the Karaji, even the Naraki. I mean, is it really so hard to believe that something like primal and like tribal and all that could have connections to the Black Empire? Like, come on. I don't really think it's that much of a stretch of the imagination personally, but maybe the Karaji is the best example. More humanoid features, 2-digit toes, mandibles, tusks. I think you could make a correlation between tusks and mandibles. Maybe a vestigial or something like that as a holdover. But ultimately, like, I don't think that we really I think they try to claim in Chronicle that trolls came from the Well of Eternity. I don't really think that's true. They try to claim a lot of shit came from the Well of Eternity. They claim the Mantid are the result of the Well of Eternity, which is literal horseshit. There's in-game like history that disproves that. That's not true at all. They also try to say that Yasharaj was the reason for the Well of Eternity. Also not true. Also not true. There's evidence in the game that also contradicts that. Yasharaj was in Pandaria, and he was slain by Ra-Den and the Mogu. He was not pulled out by Aman'Thul. Both the Mogu and the Mantid have records of this. So, like, their records literally corroborate each other's claim. So, it can't be true. It can't be true that Aman'Thul ripping out Yasharaj created the Well of Eternity. That's not true. I don't know, man. Trolls don't seem very insectoid to me. I'll watch the video because this got me super curious. Brother, we're talking about a universe with flesh-shaping magical influences where the beautiful elves of the world literally magically evolved from trolls. Like, would you look at an elf and be like, well, it doesn't look very troll to me, so it must not be true? It doesn't matter. Like, they may not look insectoid now, but it doesn't mean that there's not vestigial holdovers from when they were perhaps once insectoid. And by the way, if you can't tell me where the trolls came from, I don't really see the reason to like entertain, right? At least I'm proposing an idea. But if you're like, well, trolls just kind of existed, like, okay. And again, if you're gonna try to just say that what Chronicle says is true, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that, because especially things pertaining to the Well of Eternity and its influence, a lot of that in Chronicle is propaganda. Wait, Aman'Thul didn't rip Yasharaj out of Azeroth? No. No, he didn't. Some of y'all need to read shit in the game. Like, you really need to read shit in the game. That's all I can say to you. You really need to read shit in the game. Listen to this. Everyone shut the fuck up and listen. You're about to learn something, all right? Shadow, Storm, and Stone. Across Mogu art and literature, one legend is found. Repeated and embellished, admittedly, again and again. It is the legend of Shadow, Storm, and Stone. Here is a rough translation of the earliest known transcript of the story. The beast of 7 heads, Yasharaj, fumed 7 breaths. The land wept shadow, and the swarm blackened the sky, the Mantid. Supreme was the Ancient One, Yasharaj. None dared waken its wrath, until the coming of the storm, Ra-Den. First came thunder, then came stone, the Mogu. The thunder storms voice, the stone his weapon. Lightning seared the sky. The swarm fled from its light. Stone struck at the heads of the beast. The shadow bled into land and sky. Fear and rage that would not die. Storm's will was done. Stone's purpose fulfilled. This is literally a Mogu legend recounting the slaying of Yasharaj at the hand of the Mogu and Ra. So forgive me if when I read Chronicle and it says that, oh, Aman'Thul reached down and ripped him out, I don't fucking believe that. I don't believe that. This is also the Mantid and Yasharaj. The focal point of this conflict is in Pandaria, which means that Yasharaj was not at the center of Kalimdor. It's not true. It's literally not true. We have a story about, oh, Aman'Thul ripped him out, but in his last terrible breath, he cursed the land, but only Pandaria, by the way, not around the Well of Eternity, where he's in the center of the fucking continent. No Shah corruption whatsoever. Like, come on. We Mantid worship the seven heads of Yasharaj. Great was the old one and terrible was his wrath. They slew Yasharaj and it bled corruption into the land. These idiots were going around popping infectious, like, boils, and it was corrupting the land. And again, this is it might be embellished a little bit, but this is the only Mogu legend that has survived. And then when you look at the account of the Mantid, it corroborates this claim. But you know what Chronicle says? Oh, well, technically, after the fall of the old gods, the empire of Ajakir, which people know virtually fucking nothing about, which also had a Tolviran emperor leading it at one point. Tolvir, by the way, something alleged to have been Titan forged, but come on, man. If something can go from flesh to stone to flesh, which we literally see happen in Cataclysm with the Tolvir, how do we know that it wasn't flesh in the first place? They're a bestial race that probably predates the influence of the Titans on Azeroth, but I digress. It says that the splintered Ajakir Empire, as the result of warring with the trolls, a group of them went south and some went north, and that's how you got the Azul Nurub and how you got the Mantid, except that's not fucking true, because the Mantid already existed and predated the slaying of the old gods, which means that the story about them going south, getting near the energies of the Well of Eternity that had coalesced, or it wasn't even the energies of the Well of Eternity, it was the influence of Yasharaj, which they didn't know was there. It's such fucking horseshit that they then transformed into the Mantid. Like, no. The Akir did not move south and turn into the Mantid after Yasharaj had already been slain. That's not true. The Mantid already existed and predated the Empire of Ajakir. It's a fucking lie. Like, Chronicle is full of lies. Especially the early days of Azeroth, the ordering of Azeroth. It's fucking literally riddled with lies. It is riddled with lies. It's such bullshit. I think troll healing also kind of points to old god organic manipulation. Or can anybody else heal severed arms themselves? Trolls are ultra adaptable compared to other races. Sand, ice, jungle trolls. Maybe trolls are just old god shaped Heronir. I wouldn't say they're old god shaped Heronir because they would predate the Heronir. Unless the Heronir came from the Emerald Dream and the trolls were then warped from it. The Heronir could be the beginning point, right? Instead of a divergence from trolls to elves and Heronir. And the thing that reverts the Tolvir into stone is a fucking wind elemental lord aligned with Deathwing and N'Zoth. Yes. And Talus is quoting again, writings from Odin himself. All historical records documenting the advancements of the Black Empire are to be purged. Paint that age as one of chaos and misery, a pernicious blight that we keepers eradicated. With the old gods locked in confinement, there should be no evidence available to contradict our assertions. But I have literally built my YouTube career off of the premise of contradicting their assertions with evidence that they could not control. Fuck Odin. Fuck this fascist motherfucker. Fuck these Keeper Titanforge who want to rewrite the history with fucking lies to try to get people to believe shit that's not fucking true. It's horse shit. I guess I had tied up in my mind Aman'Thul tearing Yasharaj out of Azeroth with him tearing out a world tree. And there is probably a reason why those two events are so similar. There probably is a reason. Right? Did Aman'Thul actually pull out a world tree at one point? Perhaps. I think it's more likely that he struck it with lightning and set it on fire, personally, but, you know. Also, didn't Blizz themselves say that Chronicles told from the Titans' perspective? Kind of. Chronicle is and has been continuously confirmed to have perspectives of the Titan Forge followers, those who serve the Titans, and all perspectives are basically going to be biased and omit certain things from history, right? So it's not that the Titans literally wrote Chronicle, it's that the history and record keeping of the Titan Forge that served them, this is what they believed. This is what they were told. This is the propaganda that they themselves were fed and forced to perpetuate. They were like, it was literally to the point where Odin was like, if you don't fucking listen to me, I'm gonna have to question how, like, whether or not you have the curse of flesh. And if you do, well, we're gonna have a problem. Odin was literally to the point where, like, any more dissension, any more arguing, and I will effectively have you, like, tried for sedition, and you will be punished. He was literally, Odin had become a dictator over the information that was allowed to be given. And even though other keepers would vehemently argue against him of what he would say about things like the mortal races, he would not fucking listen to them. He didn't, he resisted it. The will of the Titans is absolute. Using supposed illnesses to quell dissent, that's not an authoritarian thing to do at all. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And we also have discovered they can delete your fucking memories. They can delete your memories. They can reset you to a fucking machine. They can repair you. And Dagrin rightfully questions what that means. What do you suppose they meant by repair? Well, if the corruption is free will, they were taking it away. They were repairing the problem. Makes me laugh when they call us mortal. Men in Black type shit. Yeah, look right here. So anyway, this is why I always say you have to cross-compare. Always. Because this shit is from Mists of Pandaria, which came out like a year before Chronicle Volume 1 did. Chronicle Volume 1 was already written by this time. It might have been going through the editing stage, but it was already written. So people that are cynical about Blizzard will go, well, it's just inconsistency. They didn't know their own lore. No, they definitely did. They knew their own lore, and they were looking for people. They were looking for people to compare what you can learn by the actual fucking histories and records in the game and comparing that to what we were being told. And I hate to say this, but it appears that for the better part of 5 years, no one did that. Everyone just read Chronicle and was like, this is all true. All of it. Even things that we can't actually confirm are true because we haven't experienced them. The way that the cosmos allegedly came to be, we don't know that that's true. We have no evidence of that. We don't know that. It's what we're told apparently happened. The conflict between Sargeras and the Titans and the events that involved. We don't know that that is all correct. If they were willing to write propaganda and lie about what happened with the Black Empire, why wouldn't they do it about Sargeras? History is written by the victors, but it doesn't mean that what they write is true. So think about it like this. When you have one perspective that is telling you one thing, and you think about it like this. The Titans stand to gain from deception. The Mantid don't. So when I look at the Titan or Titan Forged data, and then I look at what the Mantids say, I have to compare those things and look at the evidence surrounding it. And there's a couple things that can't be ignored. The heart of Yasharaj fell in Pandaria. Any Shah corruption is in Pandaria. The Mantid are in Pandaria. The Mantid and their relationship with Yasharaj predates the war with the Titanforged. Where do the 7 heads go? And what... I mean, I try to bring this to people's attention over and over and over again as well. How is Yasharaj related to Cloud Serpents? Because he fucking looks like one. You ever read the fight description for Megara in Throne of Thunder? This whole raid is a fractal. The whole fucking thing. Megara, a fucking hydra with a bunch of different heads. Even the most callous among the Mogu quaver at the thought of the dark experiments performed at the Thunder King's behest. Long ago, a young cloud serpent was twisted into a multi-headed hydra and left to languish beneath Lei Shen's throne. I almost said Kunlai's summit. Now the twisted creature lurks deep in the forgotten depths, awaiting the moment it may finally inflict its terrible agony upon others. Elemental blood of Megara. This thing, I'm quite certain, and the situation surrounding it, is a fractal for Yasharaj. Probably experimented on or fucked up by someone like Aman'Thul, or even Ra-Den. Dark Animus, fractal. Twin Empyreans, fractal. Lei Shen, fractal. Stolen Power. The big general, Iron Khan, who we fight, who serves Lei Shen. Primordius, and what they were doing with with blood experiments, flesh shaping, all sorts of crazy shit. So again, when I read the Wowhead post, about the armor, to come back to this, texts in the Seed of Knowledge speak of an ancient general with divine martial prowess. He served Ra-Den and the Thunder King, just like Sargeras served Aman'Thul in the Pantheon, eventually joining the rebellion, only to fall in the final battle. No coincidence. History is written by historians and suppressed by those in power. Well, if we were to pick a Titanic historian, who is it? Oh, also, read the fucking polearm description. I think this is supposed to be a fractal for Sargeras' sword. It even has the fucking old god eye in it. Look at that. Once lost with the fallen warlord, it rose anew, its blades burning with undying fire, destined to cleave the fated foe. The sword will be used. It will rise anew with undying fire, and it will be used to cleave the fated foe. And that fated foe, I mean, you have Norganon, who would be writing history, but then you have Aman'Thul, who has cards like Strike from History. And that sure looks to be a green, maybe nature-aligned old god-style tentacle. Is this connected to us thinking Xal'atath was part of Yasharaj? Do we think that? I don't think that. I think Illyria makes it pretty clear that Xal'atath is not an old god. She's something very ancient, a survivor from the depths of time. I don't think Xal'atath is part of an old god, nor do I think she is an old god. Is that time magic? Probably. More like Aman'Thul, am I right? That was a theory that was derived from the book about the Blade of the Black Empire. But what another thing people have to understand, and I feel like I've had to say this a lot of times over the years, when you're reading that artifact weapon lore, that's not just some objective fact. Like when it says that Sargeras fell through and saw Azeroth's eye, that is not an objective, like proven event in history. Like this is a lot of colorful interpretation, rumors, legends, hearsay. Like when you're reading that stuff, don't just take it as like it's just true, because it probably is not. Are there hints of truth in there? Is there aspects that are probably real? Yes. But it's who could actually tell you that that happened to Sargeras? There's only one person who could tell you that. That would have to come from who? Sargeras. So it's like, unless Sargeras told someone that, and it was like written down or whatever, like how do people come to that conclusion? So people operate with it in their mind as though that is some canonically proven event. It isn't. It isn't. We don't know it's true. It seems like Sargeras is having an out-of-body experience if it is meant to be real. Yes. And he's ejected. People also can, and I did this too, they conflate two events that are linked as one single event. They think that when the Well of Eternity like collapsed and he was ejected into the Twisting Nether, he fell through Azeroth and saw her. That's not the case. It was after he was ejected. I'm sure, and I can double check this, but I'm quite certain it says he had a vision in which he saw the eye and he was enraptured. And from that moment, Azeroth has not stayed far from his mind. Now, do I think that there is a connection between Sargeras and Azeroth? Yes. But do I think that account of events is literal and true? No, I don't. I don't think that. And again, this is easily discernible because it's in-game perspective, right? So when you're reading the thing about, oh, Xal'atath could be a Claw of Yasharaj or connected to N'Zoth because her hidden artifact appearance is Claw of N'Zoth, it doesn't mean that that's just the truth. How are the chances that TLT is all about Sargeras? It won't be all about him. It'll be about him. It'll be about Anshe, Musha, and the rest of the Titans. It's not just going to be just about Sargeras, but is there going to be a heavy focus on Sargeras? Yeah, I would wager that there is. There has to be. I mean, this is thematically, we have things screaming Sargeras right now. The Sacred Flame, the fucking mounts and transmogs that are coming into the game, like certain trading post items. Like there is so much thematic hinting at this. The Burning Legion being active again, even if it's just in a book. From what I remember, dragons are one of the original Azerothian races, right? Before being Titan ordered, that is. It's unknown. Khadgar states that most dragons evolve from wild elementals, maybe afflicted with the curse of flesh or something. However, he says evidence shows that a reverse progression may have also occurred. I don't like when people try to push Zal herself being the Claw of N'Zoth. The point was that the dagger is completely separate from her, even if she was in it. Right, and that dagger was seemingly crafted by the Black Empire and used by the... I mean, we literally saw them seal her inside of it. These are obviously separate things that people still conflate as one thing. Again, there's a quest where we talk with Illyria. I think she has like a stay a while and listen. Over here, I don't know if you guys remember this. And I think our character says something along the lines of like, so is Xal'atath an old god? Or someone says it, and Illyria says, no, not an old god. Something ancient. A survivor from the depths of time. And I think that there's moments where you have characters giving their opinion, and then there's moments where it's really the storyteller trying to fucking tell you through the character, like, no. Illyria's not even like, maybe. She's like, no. It was in Merildar. I don't believe that's correct. I believe it was right fucking here. But regardless, it doesn't really matter where it happened. It's more the fact that like I felt like that was a moment where the storytellers were like, stop with the old god thing. Like, stop with the old god thing. Let it go. These are older interpretations, theories that like they're not true. Xalatath is not an old god. And the difference and contrast between the cosmic void and pure void energy beings and old gods is pretty obvious. Is Zal a victim of the Titans too? Maybe. Maybe. I can't think of that many people who aren't, in some way. Could she be a Titan? I very much doubt that. I think she could be a servant of another being, like Elune, but I very much doubt that she is a Titan. Imagine Zal being a mortal seeking power ending up this strong. It's possible. I mean, it's possible. A full-blown integration with a Naru, a transmutation of a mortal being into a being of darkness. We've seen that. We've seen the flesh to energy transmutation happen with the Koreshi. We know ascension is a thing. Like, it's not even a question. One of Xalatath's mythic plus affix modifiers is ascension. Like, it's not even a question. And then you look at Pandaria world bosses, excuse me, and you have this one. Ordos was once a shaman of the Yongal who sacrificed himself to the flame, following the promises of the Fire Lords in order to become a demigod. His flesh is eternally seared with fire, putting him in endless agony. Yongal firekeepers ritualistically set themselves ablaze to emulate the ascension of Ordos, and cast enchantments and prayers to ease his pain. Ascension is a real thing. Ordos has done it. I'm sure Xalatath has done it. That's what the whole Queen Ansurek thing, them becoming they were literally called Ascended Nerubians. Ascension is for sure a thing. But with everything that's happening right now on Azeroth, why did the Titans leave after Legion? Why not park their throne right next to the planet? Their throne didn't go anywhere. I mean, I'm not under the impression that they fucking went off somewhere. They didn't go anywhere. I'm sure they've probably been up to their own things up there, and we don't know the difference in the passage of time, if there's any like difference in like dilation or anything. But I would also say it's probably because they're watching their plans unfold. Like the whole jailer thing, that's a Titan conspiracy. In my opinion, that is a Titan conspiracy. The cinematic suggested they zoomed off. No. The cinematic does not suggest that. There's nothing suggesting that they left. We did get away with the plague of undeath. Ooh, that's bad. It's all over the place, bro. People will see when the truth finally is revealed. They will see. They will see. I mean, remember what Rygalon, the penultimate boss of the Sepulchre of the First One, says. Through death will come order. It's their plan. Domination is just another form of order. If you look at it from a narrow-eyed angle, you could see it that way, but examining it further, it makes sense that they just shifted into a different level of energy, just a different plane of reality. I don't think that's the case either. There's just a fucking barrier in the way. Like, there's just a barrier in the way. They're just very far, but they're just on the other side of the veil. They're there. I'm sure they're watching. I'm sure they're watching. We're in a fucking snow globe. We are literally inside of a fucking inside of a container. Sylvanas wasn't entirely wrong when she says this world is a prison. It's fucking we are Truman. Yes, we are inside the fucking set that they built. We're in Plato's cave, looking at the fucking wall, looking at the shadow puppets on the wall. And realistically, that's what my channel has been about forever. Trying to, like, get people to crawl out of the cave. to stop looking at the shadow puppets and leave the cave. They've shown the beyond the veil so many times. Do you think the veil will be ripped open at the end of midnight? I do. And it has happened before. I remember you being highlighted at BlizzCon when they showed her breaking the veil. And what did I say? The veil has been broken. I knew. I knew it was coming. I knew that I didn't know how. But when I saw her break it, I knew what it was. When we gave Zal the Night Elf body, she said, "How long has it been since I took a mortal form?" So she was once the mortal. Well, we don't know that. It's possible that there's just a different time that she did take a mortal form. Maybe the wielder of Khaz'goroth's hammer? I think Xal'atath came from another planet. Xal'atath has been planning the thing on Azeroth for over 100,000 years. You know that the Night Elves aren't 100,000 years old, right? Like, she's been in the dagger since the days of the Black Empire, at least 25,000 years ago. At least 25,000 years BDP, 35,000 years ago, minimum. Maybe even longer, considering that the carbon dating analysis of the Black Empire dates back to like 150,000 years ago. So if that's accurate, then she wasn't no fucking Night Elf. She wasn't no Night Elf. She's from a different world. She looks good for being that old. She doesn't look like anything. Xal'atath is an amalgamation of darkness. She's inside of the corpse of a dead woman. It's not Xal'atath. Wasn't she around for Koresh? Yes, which was minimum 100,000 years ago. Some of the Koreshi say hundreds of thousands of years ago. She is old. Here's what I think. I think that she is from the world that we are going to called Voidstorm. I think that is probably her original world where she came from. I think that the reason why she wants to get the power of the World Soul is because she wants to use the energy of it to revitalize her home world. Her world fell to darkness and was corrupted and ruined eons ago. And I think that Xal'atath has been bent on hatred and a desire to get revenge by any means necessary to merely survive long enough to get the power to restore the world that she once knew. And I talked about this yesterday. If you're familiar with Final Fantasy XIV, that should sound rather familiar. From whom I think is the most compelling villain I've ever seen. So she ain't evil? Evil is always subjective. The way you have to look at it is what's at stake. If she takes the World Soul from our world, she may well destroy the integrity of our world. Right? So even though her intention is perhaps good in her eyes, and maybe her actions and her perspective are just, it's not about good or evil. It's about the fact that she is going to try to kill all of us in order to accomplish her goal. Is she collecting all the powers to craft the hinted at power from Xerath? No. She's not collecting all the powers. This is easily disprovable, and in the most recent cinematic, she literally drains the Dark Heart of energy and tosses it on the ground. It's not that. I'm gonna explain this for all y'all. The Dark Heart is a void. Was Emmett really that well written? Yes. The Dark Heart is a void transmutation device. It takes energy and transmutes it to void. Once it's transmuted, it's fucking transmuted, right? What people started to say is, oh, she's trying to get all of the cosmic forces. Well, that's incorrect because she absorbed perhaps necrotic or void energy from Galakron, and that wasn't even technically her that did that. It was Iridikron that did that to basically juice the dark heart initially. I think that the energy inside of Galakron was actually light that faded to void, and we were told that it was necrotic and the source of corruption from Yogg-Saron. I think that's horse shit. I don't believe that, but I digress. Anyway, she gets that power. Let's say it's death, right? Let's just say it is. She goes to Dalaran, gets the arcane power, but again, it's being transmuted, so it doesn't really matter. She goes to Beledar. People for some reason think that she was absorbing light from Beledar. No, she's pretty explicitly absorbing void from Beledar in the cinematic. It's literally in a void state, right? And then she is absorbing more void energy from Dimensius. So she's not collecting infinity stones. That's not the case. All she was doing was looking for palpable sources of power that she could convert to void energy, that she could unleash for this massive ritual, because a fuckload of energy is required to move something from a void state and connect it to a higher plane, a higher energy state plane, to bridge those two worlds. That is what Xal'atath was doing. As soon as she was able to expend that energy, the Dark Heart got thrown on the fucking ground, and now it exists for us as a housing decor item. So no, she's not collecting a bunch of different energy for some Zereth Mortis cosmic fucking soup theory. No, she's already collected the energy and she's used it for what she needed it for. Yo, Lanatasian, thank you very much for the 21-month resubs. I appreciate that. Thank you. It was a means to an end. Hear me out. Zal's Dark Heart is the same as Sargeras' sword, collecting energy and transmuting it into something. Perhaps, because there is a theory, really not a theory, more of just a kind of offhand speculative idea from one of the denizens of Ardenweald. When you do the Ardenweald plays, there's plays on a stage, and one of them is the defeat of Argus. And part of the thing that gets brought up is Sargeras' sword, and someone says, how do you even get a sword that big? And offhandedly, one of the other people present goes, I don't know, transmute a world? And ever since that, I'm sitting here thinking like, is that how it was made? Is Gorobal crafted by transmuting a world? Maybe Argus? His blade is a planet. And if the planet is the world soul in it, then the sword is the world soul. That's why I think that the sword is Argus. It's Argus. That's why it's full of his power. The black and red Argus power that we see in the fucking fight with Argus. There's a reason. The power of Argus in Chronicle Volume... Well, what the fuck? Mythic power. Mythic Argus. Wow. There's a reason that the colors align. Because it's him. Pyro's channeling Accolon hard. Bro, I predate Accolon. Come on now, dog. Come on now, dog. If anything, Accolon channeled Pyro. Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? I've been talking about the sword, the transmutation, and the fucking soul for fucking years. Nah. Let's not go there. Let's not compare me to someone who turned into a right-wing grifter. I'd prefer to not go there personally, but... Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this energy, this black and red energy, it's pure chaos. Pure chaos. Unbound chaos. And when you fight Argus in this mode, the mythic mode, which is canon, the power is referred to as apocalypses modules. So apocalypse, pure destruction. Oh, chameleon a day. Oh, that's exactly right. Return the blade. Complete the circle. It's just like Ner'zhul. Yup. Return the blade. Set me. What does he say? Free me. It's the same thing. Thematically, there might be some differences, but it's the same concept. Return the blade. Release me from this prison. Yup. This world is a prison. So Argus is his blade, and that's the reason he can kill worlds by cleaving them? Maybe. But ultimately, Azurite manifests, and they bind together when Sargeras does what? Stabs the heart. And the heart contains and pumps the blood. And the blood is the blood of Azeroth. So what did Sargeras do? He took what I think, again, that which was sundered shall be made whole. He took a fragment of Azeroth that had been pulled apart of her, broken off, like a soul fragment, Argus, and he stabbed it into the place that would allow it to spread in the way that it did. How can Argus be in the blade of his soul into the Shadowlands after we beat him at the seat? Well, what we see in the Shadowlands is just an echo. Souls can be divided and broken into fragments, exactly. And when you read Argus the Unmaker's fight description, what does it say? Bound, broken. Eons of existence knowing only pain. A shattered soul. Fueling infinite evil. Right? So he's already broken into pieces. Shattered. Just like Lukao in the Troll Heritage questline. Souls can be broken into multiple pieces. And they can be bound back together. Do the Troll Heritage questline and think of Lukao as Argus or even Elune, because it's a female character, but Argus is a really good one. And think of Kevel-Yasiti as Sargeras. Kevel-Yasiti left angry. He came back and the ogres had broken Lukao into a bunch of pieces. The ogre magi. So how much sentience does Argus even have if he is Sargeras' blade? How much sentience did Remornia have? Remornia could fucking talk. But I think what happens when you start to fragment a soul and break it apart is different aspects of it that are capable of certain things can be removed. So I think that in a way, if you broke off the right part of Argus, you could maybe take away his ability to speak. But it's funny because when you look at it this way, you can frame it as like the forces of chaos that look outwardly like a bad thing are actually doing the good thing. But it depends on how you look at it. And then you can get to the point where it's like, depending on the motives and actions of all involved parties, is there any good or bad people here? Or is that a way that we try to simplify something that's very complicated? It depends on why the Titans did what they did. It depends on why Sargeras has done what he has done. But far too often, I think we look at the actions, we look at the what people do, and not enough do we analyze why they did it. And that is, I think, what makes compelling villains. Villains that become very relatable. When you can look at what they do and say, that's not okay. We can't do that. But you can look at why and think, fuck, I get it. We have to stop you because ultimately you will destroy us. But I can see why you did this. Even if it was because they were driven to madness. There's always a reason. They very well may have just reasons for what they're doing, and that reason's still fully not compatible with our survival. And that's ultimately the case, right? When you break it down and get to the point of our survival depends on thwarting their plan, regardless of the reason behind it, who can ever blame you to put your survival above that desire? So eventually with Azeroth and Argus combined, her blood will be green? Maybe, but we have been shown, at least in the case of mortals, that the soul, when it's split into two pieces by a Mournblade, it's not green when they come together. It's white, maybe with hints of some darker purple or something in there. maybe even black. It's white. And if you go to places where azurite is coming together, let's take a little trip. Let's go take a look. Let's go to Mount Mugumbala. Actually, let's go to fucking Silithus first of all, because that's probably the most obvious example of what I'm going to show you. Now, people have proposed that Sargeras' sword is not putting the energy back together, but it is rather splitting it. Yo, Anonymous, thank you so much for the $50 tip. You're cooking very good for your followers today. I approve, Mancer of the Pyro. Thanks, dude. Thank you very much, whomever you are, for the $50 tip. That is very generous of you. Thank you. Let's go to Zulazar, and then we'll take a little trip to Silithus. The argument that I saw before was, well, what if it's splitting the soul into blue and gold, not putting it back together? Well, the reason why I can't agree with that is because when you read the book Before the Storm, it's revealed that when the goblins found azurite during their digging beneath Kizan, around the Cataclysm, they found a pure golden liquid. And when it was exposed to the air, it turned, I went to Zul'Dazar. No, this is where I want to go. It turned red like amber and kind of crystallized, like almost like amber like blood or whatever. But when the sword of Sargeras was stabbed into the world, that's when azurite manifested as this blue and gold. And in the book, when Sylvanas holds azurite for the first time, it says that she felt not like a banshee or a queen or anything like that. She felt like a goddess of creation and destruction. And she had never realized how deeply these two powers were intertwined. So she learned something then about azurite and the nature of it. But again, Sylvanas is a fractal for Azeroth. Sylvanas, what happens with her soul was split by a Mournblade, and then it gets violently put back together by the jailer, right? But what happens? These two conflicting aspects, the Argus and the Azeroth, they're fighting, the Banshee and the Ranger General, and so she falls into a coma, and she can't wake up. I just said that. Well, I'm glad you did, because this is about the fucking 50th time I've said it. She can't wake up. I'm glad that you see that. It's a great thing. She can't wake up because she's conflicted. She is fighting the war within. And as Uther says, until these two sides can reconcile with one another, she cannot wake up. The same thing is with Azeroth. She's healing, she's stirring, but why hasn't she awakened? Because we're still fighting the war within. Until this conflict is resolved, which is much more than just the Horde and the Alliance. It's the light and the void. It's order, it's life and death, which have found recent harmony. It's order and chaos. Until these things reconcile with one another, the soul of our world will never awaken. And so what I believe that you see here is the blending of the energy, or even the energy being taken out of stasis with the power of chaos and mixing and intermingling, right? Imagine that the Titans were doing some kind of blood transfusion on Azeroth, or separating one part from the other. Alduin Drum, thank you very much for the 13-month sub at the Prime. And what this sword is doing, why you see the white, is it's putting the soul back together. It's not taking it apart. And I would absolutely go against this if we didn't have literary evidence to the contrary, thanks to Before the Storm. The information provided in that book contradicts the idea of this splitting it into different pieces. And if we go to Zul'Dazar, where the fuck? I flew too far and now I'm all fucking lost. Where the fuck? Isn't it supposed to be right here? Is it over here? I'm so confused. Maybe it's over here. I swear it was more in the middle. Where the fuck is the entrance to the heart chamber? Isn't it supposed to be like right here? Where are you? It was here a second ago, wasn't it? Check your map. There's a symbol. Dude, Norganon is actively fucking editing the reality as we speak, dude. Aman'Thul just fucking wiped that shit from history. Further south? West of the sword? Oh, over there. Oh, God, bro. Is it really that far west? Oh, it is. It's right there, bro. Okay, dude. Perspective is reality, chat. There you go. I thought it was closer to the center. Perspective is reality. That's pretty crazy. Anyway, let's go back to Zuldazar. Yeah, I thought there would be an actual map. Reverse soul fragmentation. If something can be broken apart by a magical sword, an orderly sword, then perhaps what is necessary to put it back together is a sword imbued with chaos. The sword looks like it has Argus's blood in it. Again, Chronicle Volume 4 says that the fell power, they call it fell in the sword, is the same as the fell power of Argus. It is Argus's power in the sword, there's no question. Let's go over here. This is where things get a little weird. A little curious. Because I understand the logic of, well, if blue and yellow mix, it should make green. Totally get it. But when we see the instance of Mortal Souls, it doesn't make blue and it doesn't make green. It makes white. The interesting thing is that in areas where Azurite is surfacing, you can see hints of green, can't you? But you also see white. Try to make sense of that. Azeroth may not be the Titan of like Fel, or even creation or destruction necessarily. She might be life. The binding of life itself. Imprisoned, to be controlled. Who knows? Khajiit is turquoise, blue, and green, right? Khajiit is green. Khajiit's pretty fucking green. And I would say even more yellow-green than like a forest green, for sure. The thing around your head is the same as the Thragar in the Archives quest? Well, yeah, it's because it's the power of Azurite. And Azeroth is given the power to the Earthen, and what do the Earthen get as a result? They get free will. She's not the first, but the last? Well, she is not the last, but the first. Then what about Eonar? Didn't you say before you thought she took her power? I'm not sure about Eonar. Eonar could have taken her power. Eonar could have taken Argus's power. I don't know. She could have taken Elun's power. She could have taken Elun's station. A replacement for Elun. Something along those lines. I don't know. The soul of Argus on the seat is green or emerald. It's blue and greenish. And it's significantly larger and more powerful than the other Titans. But I also believe that's what it looks like when it's ordered. Because again, when Argus, in the fight, he has black and blue abilities that look quite a lot like domination. Argus is being dominated, I'm quite certain. And then when Aman'Thul uses his Time Blast on him, he ends up turning black and red. Why would Azeroth's soul need to be put together? Because why should anyone's soul be split in half? I'm not sure what, like, I don't get it. Because she's been fragmented, and it's possible that this fragmentation is the reason for the war between the Titans and Sargeras, or the Light and the Void, or whatever. Basically a conflict that's been made to exist that shouldn't have to. Bad things happen when souls are broken into pieces. Sylvanas, for instance. Yeah. Yeah, here's Khajiit. It's definitely yellow-green. But the interesting thing is Khajiit has the capacity to neutralize and to stabilize black blood. It's one of the things we learned in the War Within. So if black blood, let's say black blood is corrupted with the power of decay or chaos or something, it's possible that Khajiit is infused with the power of spirit or nature. Maybe hence why it's green. And if that's true, then spirit and decay neutralizing each other or stabilizing each other could make a lot of sense. It also, as I understand it, is the reason why they're green. I mean, look at the spells that this thing is casting at me. Fel can bind after all? Well, perhaps, but nature is also particularly good at binding the powers of darkness. It's something that Eonar herself employed during the Ordering of Azeroth, and it's something that the Druids have done as well, using branches of Gungnir or Nordrassil to try to neutralize the Black Blood with Yogg-Saron's power, which appears they did. But it's kind of interesting to me that the Khajiit fists, it's a bunch of leaves. It almost looks like nature magic. Look at it. They do a lot of visual storytelling in WoW. A lot of it. It gave goblins the intellect and free will to confront the Zandalari. Sure did. And here it is. Surfacing out from beneath a mountain. A volcano, specifically. Mount Magumbala. Not very far from where Azerite is surfacing. So then it begs the question. Is Khajiit what you get if the two parts of Azerite blend properly? And if it is, does that make it the true essence of Azeroth? And if it is, what does that say about Azeroth's alignment? It might be that Azeroth is not the goddess of creation and destruction, but that her soul, like all other things, is made out of creation and destruction. Creation and destruction may be best represented through two cosmic powers, which we call light and void, which are just so happen to be the colors of gold and blue. That could mean something. I might have misjudged and thought that if the soul, as she was wielding it, gave her the feelings of creation and destruction, that Azeroth must be creation and destruction, which could still be true. But it could just be that the powers of creation and destruction are the components that make up the soul. It doesn't mean that the soul as a whole thing is dictated, that it can't have its own special alignment. So if it turned out that Azeroth was chaos or life, which are two very closely related things, especially according to people like Odin, who literally says life is chaos, it must be controlled, then what it could turn out to be is that Azeroth is a goddess, or the goddess of life, and that order has effectively bound life itself, and that Eonar is not life, but a binder of it. Life creates and destroys, that is true. A fragmented Azeroth soul would make all cosmic forces? Maybe. Maybe, like a prism of light. See, this is why I like the soul fragments coming together to create something that is white. I like that a lot because that is how prisms work. You take white sunlight, you push it through a glass prism, and it comes out in a spectrum of colors. Alexstrasza as Eonar's champion is literally called Lifebinder. Well, Eonar's title is Lifebinder. And when you look at the world soul of Azeroth, at the core, it's pretty fucking bright. White is mostly Elune color. I mean, she's the white lady, but I wouldn't, I mean, it's more silver, I think, really, for Elune. Silver moonlight and stuff like that. Also, Elune has some different times where she's like blood moon red, black moon during the eclipses and stuff like that. So, and if they pull some shit where Elune is Azeroth, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be pretty fucking disappointed at that. This seems to be radiant fire, imbued with, you know, you see some blue in there, some gold in there. If it turns out that Elune is just Azeroth, I'm gonna be pretty fucking irritated. I think it's more interesting if they remain separate. Do you think the concept art of Azeroth lying in the earth will come to fruition? No. I think it's just that concept art. I don't think that there's literally a body in there like that. I think it's more like metaphorical. It's more symbolic. That like she is within the earth is her, there's a connection, but ultimately I don't think there's a giant woman underneath the ground. You know? What if some of this is very primordial gods, like from Greek myth, like Chaos and Nyx and Gaia? Very possible. And I do think that some of the Titans and things like that are more chaotic and primordially aligned, perhaps even than others. I see the Vanir Titans as being a lot more of the earth, fire, earth, life, chaos, things like that. Where I see the Aesir Titans being a lot more orderly. The arcane, time, space, potentially lightning, water. I don't know. Depends on how you want to interpret that, but it is possible also that that's where you get into the realm of the first ones. But if I'm gonna keep it real with you, I think that if the first ones are real, I think it's Azeroth, and one thing probably became two, and two things probably became six, or some shit like that, right? A kind of expanding pattern. But again, I think the first ones as they're depicted in you know, the Shadowlands is basically the Titans masquerading with some fucking fake ass belief system to keep the Shadowlands subservient and orderly and unchanging and kind of blind to the truth. Nyx feels very Elune. Elune also feels very nut, if you know what I'm saying. Yo, TBTNH, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. According to ancient Egyptian mythology, Nut is the goddess of the sky and heavens. She was the daughter of Shu, god of vital breath, and his wife Tefnut, goddess of heat. She was usually depicted as a woman bent over earth with her head in the west and her feet in the east. She was sometimes depicted as a celestial cow, similar to Io. She was part of the cosmogony, a theory of the origin of the universe of Heliopolis. The ancient Egyptians believed that she protected the earth deity Geb, her husband, from the night sky. Myths also state that the sun deity Ra traveled through her. She swallowed him at night and then gave birth to him every morning. Ra was then replaced by Thoth at night. She was often associated with coffins and sarcophagi because she protected the dead until they were reborn in the afterlife. Nut became pregnant with 5 children, and Ra forbade her from giving birth during the official calendar year. That's how they come up with some of the shit to justify, you know, calendar stuff. You could also connect her to Silun, Io, Nyx. And this is the thing when it comes to like mythological inspirations for WoW. I think what a lot of people get lost on is that mythologies and religious beliefs inspired each other. So they look at something like the Roman structure, for instance, and they don't recognize that it's derived from Greek structure. They don't see the connections between them. So some people look at like mythologies and stuff as completely unique and separate from one another, but they're not. And so what you'll find is that deities and entities in WoW that have one or more particular seemingly obvious mythological inspirations, they have connections to other ones. It's almost never just one. It's never just one. There's always connections to other stuff. I don't know if I misunderstood Titan lore, but isn't Azeroth an unborn Titan? We don't really know with certainty what that means. This is something that I've kind of highlighted in my speculation channel recently, as like we need to ask more questions about this. Some things to consider. What does the word Titan mean? Is it an actual classification of being or some kind of title? Do Titans have to be orderly, or could disorderly Titans exist like Sargeras or Azeroth? When Chronicle says that the Titans came to realize order was crucial to finding more of their kind, what does that actually mean? Was this a means by which Aman'Thul could other the Titans who didn't succumb to order? If they woke up without order, would they still technically be a Titan? What about the Titans who are implied to not have awakened? Can you disorder the Titans and have them still be considered Titans? Is Azeroth even truly a Titan? And if she is, would she be one that isn't ordered? And wouldn't this prove that Titans are not constituted by the factor of order? They are important questions to ask when talking about how we define a being. Simply saying Titans are world souls corrupted by order may not be entirely accurate. I imagine it would be possible for Titans to exist with a multitude of different cosmic influences and powers. I don't think this means that they would turn out to be Naru or old gods or whatever else because of a heavy presence of one specific power. I personally think that what exactly defines a Titan is still unclear. Like, is she truly the Titan and they say they are? Are they the Titans and she's not really one of them? Can they actually make her into one of them? Is that the goal? Like, these are things that we have things like Chronicle kind of telling us, but I'm still I am suspicious of the nomenclature and classification of beings in this way. Dark Titan, so there's already plurality, yeah? I suppose, yeah. And having Titanforge named for gods from those pantheons makes it easy for people to ignore their other influences. Are the Titans we know Titans at all? Or just turn themselves into Titans? What is actually a Titan? No doubt they order themselves at some point, or one of them ordered themselves and the rest coughed Norganon. I mean, just look at the way they appear. They appear to be very ordered to me. Blue constellation, like, things. I mean, when I compare that to Azeroth, she doesn't look anything similar. And neither does Sargeras, frankly. So, like, why would I think, why would I believe that they are actually the same thing? We could have, it could be, again, a situation of primordials versus the gods. So Azeroth and Sargeras might be more primordial, and things like the Titans might be more like the Olympian gods, who are seeking to overthrow the primordials. Titans are the vessels of the world souls, maybe like the eternal ones? Maybe, but it's hard to say because the Titans themselves, their energy and vessel seem to be one. And we also don't really know how the eternal ones function. I mean, I guess we kind of do with how we see the Arbiter handled. But we don't understand the nature or true origin of the Eternal One's souls either. We don't know how that works, and they are not robots. Maybe Titans are more a faction than a race, maybe. I think Aman'Thul ordered the others by splitting up parts of their souls to remove part of their power that wasn't arcane. Or at least orderly, and I think that's very possible, so what happened to the other parts of their souls? Did Sargeras have any runes on him in his appearance in the ending to Legion? Well, he had fire runes and stuff, maybe elemental or light-related runes. But again, Anduin Wrynn is dominated by the Jailer, and thanks to his strong connection to the light and great heart, you can't tell that he's dominated until the Jailer goes to, like, get the power from Carestia. So maybe what it's really trying to tell us is that if Sargeras was dominated in that moment, that they would have, it would have been revealed. So maybe he just really was able to resist it due to the fire that he is on, maybe the pain that he's in, Berserker Rage or something, allowing him to resist incapacitate effects and stuff like that, so. I feel Eonar's became Elune. Oh, you mean Eonar and Elune are like fragments of the same being? I mean, I can fuck with that. Soul sisters or something. And who's to say that it only has to be split in two? Maybe it's possible to split someone into three. Think about the Winter Queen. She's fucking blue. So maybe we're talking like multiple fragments of the same thing. So like sisters that are not literally sisters, but fragments of the same soul or something. Yeah, you guys are fucking singing Soul Sister now. Or even 6 fragments. I mean, you have those Zereth Mortis prophetic things. The 6 were one and the 7th the other. Both were, but only one could be. The 6 Titans could be one fragment, the Pantheon, and Sargeras could be the other. I think this universe in a lot of ways is built out of fractured souls. Broken souls and broken souls. It's literal fractals and fragments all the way down. So we know that Iluna's influence over many moons, not just Azeroth's. Right. What if her soul was split up in many pieces and each locked in a separate moon? Possible. It could also be that Iluna exists in one place, and the moons are used as kind of interdimensional conduits that allow her to, you know, like she's in a control station, maybe even in a prison, and she can, you know, project through these things in a multitude of different places. It doesn't necessarily have to be that she literally physically traveled somewhere. It could be that she, you know, is connecting to these moons or kind of cosmic things. Yeah, Horcruxes, you might call it, sure. I think that I like the idea that Elune was imprisoned. And again, I think that you have to take context clues and with a grain of salt, but you have the journal talking about how Eonar seeking to bring hope and healing, our patron titan Eonar carried a gift given to her by Elune, a branch of Ganir, the mother world tree. The titan believed the influence of life would drive the darkness away. The branch swiftly grew into a tree, its roots extending deep, deep below the surface. Eonar smiled, for everywhere the roots stretched, new life emerged. She called the tree Iluna here, in honor of her great love. Aman'Thul gets mad. You have infected this world with uncontrolled chaos. He grabs it and tears it from the earth. Eonar wept bitter tears that rained down upon the resulting crater, but as she peered down, she realized a truth she did not share with Aman'Thul. Though he had destroyed the tree, its winding roots still held firm beneath the soil, hidden from Aman'Thul's gaze. Eonar was pleased, knowing Ilune's legacy would endure. In my opinion, and then it says after, it is said that much later, because this is during the Ordering of Azeroth, the war against the Black Empire. Well, technically the Ordering happened after, but the War of the Titanforged, the Wrath of the Titanforged. It said that much later, as the world entered a new age, mysterious guardians arrived who dedicated their lives to protecting the roots. This would be the Herenir, right? But the thing about this that I took from this is this right here. Knowing Ilune's legacy would endure. If you just look definitionally, what does legacy mean? The long-lasting impact of particular events, actions that took place in the past or of a person's life. When people think of their legacy, they often think about the mark that they will leave on the world after they're gone. My question is, why was this given to her by Eonar, and why was she concerned about the enduring legacy of Ilune? It gives me the impression that something happened to Ilune. Otherwise, why wouldn't Ilune just plant it herself? Also, what is the relationship between Ilune and Eonar? How do they know each other? Is Ilune a Titan? What is that connection? Where is Ilune? And think about the way that she interacts with the Winter Queen. The Winter Queen basically says, like, I cried out for you, and you didn't hear me. And Ilune says, I heard your cries, felt your suffering, which makes me feel like maybe to some degree they're soul-bound. And in the wake of terrible tragedy, I sent the cascade of souls, you know, but they went into the maw apparently, which sucks. And that was not Ilune's intention. But why can't Ilune just, why does she have to be invoked through a vessel like Tyrande? Why can't she just come see her sister? It feels very much like the Winter Queen is like in prison, and Ilune has limited visitation rights or no visitation rights. She can't come see her and look at her through the glass. They're not allowed. That'd be really fucked up. I like the Witch Coven interpretation for Elune, Winter Queen, and Eonar. So do I. And it would be a nice fractal for the Windrunner sisters. I do like the idea that Elune, the Winter Queen, and Eonar are all witches. At the core, that's what they are. They might be different interpretations of life. Or Elune is imprisoned, potentially, or maybe even fucking both of them. But the Winter Queen is life in death. Eonar is life in light. And Elune is life in shadow. Different interpretations, all connected to life, but with their own things. And kind of like in Waycrest Manor, the 3 witch sisters. Yes, the coven. There's also just happens to be a coven of 3 Shivara interrogating the Titans, with a 4th one that gets introduced in Mythic, but I'm not going to get into that. But yes, Waycrest Manor. Heartsbane Triad. Among the first to give themselves over to the Heartsbane, these siblings have each mastered their own specialized form of magic. Now they seek to obtain greater power through wielding their focusing iris, which one might associate with the moon. Sister Briar, Malady, and Solina. Sol like sun. Malady, you could say mal, malicious, malevolent, malintent. You can even look at it as like a disease. She gives an unstable runic mark. And then Briar, like thorns, jagged nettles. This would be Eonar. I mean, depending on how you want to interpret this, you could go like Winter Queen or Elune, or Winter Queen or Elune. Interchangeable, perhaps. They don't have to be witches. I don't see why they can't just be witches. They may be something like 3 Zorias from Slavic mythology, where each sister has its role in times of day, one for dawn, one for day, one for dusk. Maybe. I think we should also be associating them, obviously, with seasons. Probably spring, summer, winter, something like that. Or spring, fall, winter, something. The Windrunner sisters are also Lady Sun, Lady Moon, Little Moon, and they have a brother. Maiden, Mother, Crone type shit, sure. But I also just like the fantasy. I mean, this is all witch stuff, so like, why the fuck not? I think it'd be sick as fuck if they were witches. Why not? Lord and Lady Waycrest, stricken with grief due to her ailing husband. Lady Waycrest called out to any power that could save him. Gorak Tul answered her cry and promised that death would never part the couple, for a price. This could be like an Azeroth Argus fractal here, and then Gorak Tul would be like your Primus or even your Norganon. I don't know. When you start thinking in fractals and patterns, it changes the way you look at it. Druss could be the magic perfectly balanced of all 3 nature specs? I highly doubt that, considering Druss magic appears to be domination magic. Nature, maybe nature infused, but I don't know about perfectly balanced of all 3. I don't think so. I think Druss magic inherently has a level of order in it, so. Yeah, no, I get it. New day, new dawn type thing. Right, and I think it's pretty obvious that Azeroth is supposed to be looked at as like the new dawn. Or even like the dawn goddess. I mean, think about it. The entity, the earthen that rises out of the machine that gets to pick her own name, what does she call herself? Fucking Dawn. So, yeah, kind of like, come on. New beginnings, right? The light that comes after the darkness. So, called Trivia in Latin. Trivia means 3-way or triple path. Hecate, the Greek titan goddess of witchcraft, of 3 faces. And it's interesting because the 3 different faces could technically be the 3 different sisters, but they make it out to be that Elune has like multiple faces. At least I would assume like 3. Because you have the White Lady, you have the Blood Moon, and you have the Black Moon. I know those 3 at least. So Purified Ashbringer, now fishable from that one bridge in the Plaguelands. Norg, the Keeper of Lore, and Primus, the Keeper of Masks. Yeah, the Druss masks are crazy. There's also the 3 sisters of Greek mythology who share a single eye. like the Fates or whatever they're called. Three Sisters of the Looms or of Fate and Death or not. Yeah, you're talking about the ones that like cut the string or whatever, right? They like sever the strands of fate and shit. One of my favorite comparisons that I used to make a lot was that Argus was meant to be the Hades and kind of Lord of the Underworld. And I liked it because Hades in Hercules is blue and has blue fire, and when he gets super pissed, he turns red. And I just thought that was funny because like you kind of see that with Argus, whose head is also kind of like the top of it almost looks like fire, and he goes from blue to red. I just thought that was pretty funny. There's also 3 Norns in Norse mythology who fulfill a similar role as the Fates, right? And here's Lockdog here, yeah. All of that has a connection to Hindu goddess of Ushas. She has both stuff that embodies Azeroth and even Earth Mother stuff. She is also goddess of dawn. She is also mother of sun god Surya that has a story about a wounded heart like Anshe as well. Is that what you've DM'd me about? Oh no, this is all Mesoamerican stuff. Man, there's a lot. Holy fuck. You DM me something epic, Aztec stuff. You'll love it? Okay. I believe you. There are a lot of triune goddesses in nearly every Earth pantheon. Yeah. 3 is a number that shows up everywhere in human lore and legend. It's like a primordial representation of balance. Doesn't Sargeras' sword have a giant eye on the hilt, or am I misremembering? It could, I mean, not that it could, it does. If you look at all of the artwork, this is where you have to like read between the lines, right? So if you look at all the artwork of Sargeras' sword, literally all of it, it always has this eye in it, right? Even when it's green, even the avatar has it. It's always got this eye. But then when we actually see the sword, this is what we get. Now, Ogmot from the BFA pre-patch says, that blade has shiny eye, always watching us. Why you no see? People assume this is talking about Xalatath. I highly disagree because he has different remarks that talk about the dagger speaking true. He's talking about Xalatath then. The blade with the shiny eye, he's talking about the sword. Now, the shiny eye is probably the fire underneath the shadow. That blade has shiny eye. Why you no see it? When we look at the blade, we can't see it. We only see it briefly when we pull the energy out of it. You understand? But when I look at the eye in there the whole time, and then I see this energy, it leads me to think like maybe the eye, which is easily correlated to the appearance of the old gods and things like N'Zoth, especially considering Corrupted Deathwing calls himself the Unmaker of Worlds. It makes me think that the eye and the energy and the sentience within the blade is Argus. And it gave me fuel for thought that the old gods are connected to Argus somehow. Maybe fragments of him that were maybe imprisoned in the world. They tried to maybe take, you know, how crazy would it be if there was like certain parts of him that they tried to put back in and they ended up getting like flesh and free will and becoming their own individual entities, hecatoncheires or some crazy shit like that. You know, multi-eyed horrific giant things. And that these are basically like aberrations and fragments of the god of chaos and you know, whatever the fuck Argus is, death or decay or something. So again, it's not proven, but when you look at the visual language that's being used, it sure seems to be trying to tell us something. And I don't know if my interpretation is the correct one. The old god appearances are sure interesting. Eye, mouths, heads. And I used to try to relate that to the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. But even out of the Christian Holy Trinity, Maiden, Mother, and Crone, 3 fates, Triforce, 3 wishes granted by genies, mind, body, spirit, Isis, Osiris, Horus. Yep. There's a ton of that. I was thinking about the hints of the sword being resolved soon could tie into that as well. I mean, soon, but yeah, I mean, it's the last Titan stuff. What if the old gods are parts of Argus that the Titans took out because they were representations of things that could cause rebellion against their plans? It's possible. They could also just be manifestations of Nightmare given form by the forced separation of Argus and Azeroth or something. They break her soul and it starts leading to fucking nightmares. This is part of why I'm so excited about Herondar, because it sounds like it's tackling the concept of removing something from its natural place and that place being corrupted as a result. I'm very interested to learn more about that. I'm stoked for Herondar, because it tackles that very issue. So we'll see. Send you a link in Discord about the Ushas if you want to present it to other people here. Oh yeah, I do remember reading about this. I read that before. Doesn't Plato's Timaeus go into a Trinity too? I'm not sure. Herondar's the zone I'm most excited for? Yeah, oh yeah. The power of a Titan or a world soul may be too much for a mortal body. They transformed, malformed, became the old gods. Medivh became kind of crazy too, and he probably only got a little of Sargeras' power to make him controllable. Yeah, maybe Vessel's gone wrong. Maybe. It's interesting the first boss in Herondar is the Dream Rift. The second on plays a song to those spores. Who knows what the third will be? It kind of lost me there. You're talking about the spore raid? What are y'all talking about? Ravenclaw's diadem? Diadem is the crown of wills? We return the Ashbringer after its power was depleted in Legion's Aftermath, and then empower it with... Empower it with flames from the sword, TM, to be able to destroy... Nogcruxes? Is that supposed to say Horcruxes? Just speculating on the Norg Cruxes. That's Harry Potter lore? I know. I'm trying to read it to see what the similarity they're discussing is referring to. The Death Strider boss we saw in the State of Azeroth played musical notes. Oh, I did not catch that. I didn't catch that. Interesting. Norgadon Horcrux. Yeah, I think we're talking about it in terms of things like the Crown of Wills, the Helm of Domination, the Discs of Norgadon, stuff like that. Things that Norgadon has probably infused part of him. I mean, shit, maybe even Constellars. Part of me feels like it's weird that we aren't going more into the Heronir until after the Worthin. I mean, it shouldn't. But at the same time, it's also cool they're continuing with this story of 3-act structure for World Soul Saga. I mean, that's the entire point. They said Spore Raid, not really related to the story. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be related to the main story that they're telling, but it might still give, like, thematic hints and stuff, you know? I mean, we've already seen this concept of Horcruxes with Kel'Thuzad, haven't we? Like, that's the whole... This is such an overlooked part of the War Within storyline. People thought it was just irrelevant. That whole section about the Dalaran with Kalecgos and Pocket Dimensions and Kel'Thuzad, insanely important. Insanely important. We learned that even though we destroyed the physical phylactery of Kel'Thuzad, the pocket dimension which it was linked to still exists. It still exists. We pick up a fucking necklace that's connected to it and we go through it, and we end up inside Kel'Thuzad's phylactery. So even though we destroyed the urn, it's still just another fucking Horcrux. This could actually unironically mean that Kel'Thuzad is not actually gone. That he's not dead. And I think the person who Kel'Thuzad really serves, I mean, who would that be? Did Kel'Thuzad really serve the jailer? I don't think so. I think Kel'Thuzad was always pretty intent on serving the Primus. And I think ultimately the Primus is actually the original Lich. I think he's like the OG Lich. That's what I think. He even has chains hanging up on him and shit. Gearing up for this UFC in 40 minutes? Dude, I would love to watch that. Dude, he has 9 lives as his cat. It's not my original theory, but have you guys seen my video on the 9 lives of Kel'Thuzad? Have you seen that video? I think it's one of the most fun videos that I've made. It's about 13 minutes long. Do you guys mind if we watch it real quick? You can probably tell from the thumbnail. So you have his actual phylactery urn. You have the medallion that we interact with in The War Within. And then you have his cat. I think it's a pretty good, this is like a fun one, but it came out right around the same time as my video about like, is Gallywix actually dead? And for all intents and purposes, it appears Gallywix is actually fucking dead.
Hey, what's going on YouTube? It's Pyromancer here and welcome back to my channel. Hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world.
So fucked up in this
today,
video.
I've got a crazy theory for you.
I must have been excited to record.
Theory that I've seen kind of floated around by others over the years, but something that I think recently has had even a little more weight given to it. But it wouldn't be a crazy theory without a little bit of tinfoil. Let's go ahead, buckle up, and get into this theory. World of Warcraft is home to some of the most iconic villains in gaming. From bad guys turned good, like Illidan, to good guys turned bad, like Arthas. WoW has no shortage of memorable villains and anti-heroes, some of which just won't stay dead. Whether you're a vanilla, Wrath, or Shadowlands player, there is one villain who stands out as one of the most recognizable and downright diabolical characters in this universe. That's right, I'm talking about the one, the only, seemingly unkillable mage-turned-evil necromancer, Kel'Thuzad. A common thread uniting several generations of players, Kel'Thuzad is the most recognizable lich, or perhaps villain, in Warcraft's universe.
Besides maybe
Once an astute follower of Archmage Antonidas, a member of the Council of Six, Kel'Thuzad was ambitious, ruthless, and efficient. From betraying the Council with necromantic studies, alignment with the Lich King himself, and servitude to death in the name of the Jailer, Kel'Thuzad has left a rift of betrayal and destruction in his wake. We've killed him not once, not twice, but 3 times. But how can we know that he's gone for good? Well, we don't. See, liches in fantasy are sustained not only by their intellect, but by their ability to craft and anchor themselves to something called a phylactery. In a fantasy universe, a phylactery is often a magical vessel that houses a being's soul, preventing their permanent death and enabling them to return even after their physical form is destroyed. This concept is most commonly associated with liches, undead sorcerers, those who achieve immortality by
have to kill them in their throne world. Yeah, to tie some fucking destiny into it. Effectively, yeah, I mean, the Witch Queen, the Lich Queen, I mean, absolutely.
Binding their essence to an object. The most famous example stem from D&D, where a lich stores its soul in a phylactery, usually a box, a gem, or another magical artifact. Destroying the lich without first destroying its phylactery just allows it to regenerate, kind of like killing a demon and it going back to the twisting nether.
But to be clear, I think that other beings can do this, even if they're not a lich. Like, I kind of think that the Titans did this. And I personally think it's possible that they used Argus to do it. That they turned Argus the Unmaker into their own phylactery. An ordered thing that could bring them back. But especially if it was suffused with the power of death, it's possible that they succumbed to the power of domination as a result, if they didn't do it to themselves. So it's like, did the Primus architect that through the Dreadlords? Did Norganon architect that? Is that intentional? Like, because in my opinion, the Titan souls, the black and kind of white and blue, I mean, they kind of fucking look dominated to me. Something you may not know, however, is that phylacteries are not restricted to just objects. They can be living things, minions, lost dimensions, or even words of power. Through studying other fantasy, I've learned that DMs and setting creators get very obscure and creative when it comes to phylacteries. Some choosing to make icons of worship or even entire family bloodlines bound to the Lich, serving as a permanent mode of regeneration. But we destroyed Kel'Thuzad's phylactery, didn't we? In the original Vanilla Naxxramas raid, Kel'Thuzad escapes because we simply kill him and do not canonically gain access to his phylactery. Again, in Wrath of the Lich King, we slay him, but no phylactery.
Look at the pattern of those bones behind him too, and it's probably unrelated. That reminds me of the Primus a little bit. The Menethil line?
The third time, however, we confront Kel'Thuzad deep in the Annals of Torghast in the Sanctum of Domination raid from Shadowlands, where we finally destroy his urn-like phylactery, and subsequently, the evil mastermind Necrolord himself. Right? Right? Well, what if I told you this was not the case? In the War Within expansion, we experienced a questline in which Kalecgos and Aethys Sunreaver are seeking to reunite and rebuild the Kirin Tor after the destruction of Dalaran. For those who don't know, Dalaran blew the fuck up. Anyways, part of the quest involves the discovery of a brilliant gold and green necklace. However, when we hold this necklace, we're sucked through a portal and find ourselves standing inside none other than Kel'Thuzad's phylactery.
Sorry, it's very distracting that happens right there, but listen to this. This part's very important.
Necklace. However, when we hold this necklace, we're sucked through a portal and find ourselves standing inside none other than Kel'Thuzad's phylactery. Whilst inside, an echo of Kel'Thuzad appears to us, explaining how the space we're in is of his own creation. A pocket.
Wow, the rendering quality of this video is dog shit, bro. Why does it look so fucking bad? Jesus Christ.
Dimension in which all reality bends to his will. It's a place of private contemplation, of research and memory.
Look at these fucking nerds in the chat, dude. Barrels, Shinzai, Grub Review. Who the fuck, dude? What a bunch of weirdos.
A place where an ambitious mage, or necromancer, can perform his magics undisturbed or unfettered by the haughty Kirin Tor. The room is identical to the inside of Kel'Thuzad's phylactery in the Sanctum of Domination raid, but didn't we destroy this place? Simply put, no, we did not. A cleverly constructed series of hints has led me to another conclusion. The true phylactery of Kel'Thuzad yet exists, and his urn that we believed would, when destroyed, bring an end to Kel'Thuzad, did not. You see, the necklace that we retrieve in the questline with Kalecgos acts as a Horcrux. It's a magically attuned item that allows for the wielder to gain access to the pocket dimension that is the phylactery from seemingly anywhere. This connection may even transcend time and space itself. When we destroyed Kel'Thuzad's phylactery in Sanctum of Domination, we weren't destroying the pocket dimension, but rather another Horcrux linked to it.
Now, to be fair, we did destroy the remnant of him, but when we go into it in the War Within again, there's another remnant of him in there.
It was seemingly just a larger version of the necklace that we encounter in the War Within. But doesn't that mean something, or someone else exists as the true phylactery? I believe it does. So, what might that be? Well, if you're familiar with Kel'Thuzad, some of the theories throughout the years, I think you know where I'm going with this. In the movie Men in Black, there's a cat named Orion, who wears a cute little collar with an orb on it. Turns out, inside that orb exists an entire universe, boundless and magnificent. I believe Kel'Thuzad has something similar. Mr. Bigglesworth. This seemingly ordinary cat is one of the few personal attachments the undead sorcerer has retained from his mortal life. Before Kel'Thuzad became a Lich, he was a high-ranking sorcerer of the Kirin Tor in Dalaran. While little is known about Mr. Bigglesworth's origins, it's likely that the cat was already in his possession during his time as a mortal. Despite becoming a master of necromancy and losing most of his human emotions, Kel'Thuzad still adores his cat, treating it with an eerie sense of affection. Mr. Bigglesworth resides in Naxxramas, often wandering its halls completely unharmed by the horrors of the undead fortress. The cat is not undead, which is unusual, given Kel'Thuzad's affinity for raising minions. This suggests deep sentimental value, as he's chosen not to transform or resurrect the feline. Bigglesworth's soul accompanied his master to the Shadowlands and appears in the Sanctum of Domination with Kel'Thuzad, but he's a little slime cat. It's really cute. He's involved in the raid achievement Together Forever. And to complete the achievement, players must first find and pet him in both of his hiding spots throughout the raid, after which he'll run off deeper into the raid and we find him later in the Kel'Thuzad room, the Throne of the Damned, where the player can use an extra action button, carrying Mr. Bigglesworth, to place him on their head. In the second stage of the Kel'Thuzad encounter, the phylactery opens. The player carrying Bigglesworth needs to enter the phylactery and use the extra action button to put Mr. Bigglesworth on the ground next to the remnant of Kel'Thuzad, very similar to what we see in the Kirin Tor questline in The War Within. This will give the remnant of Kel'Thuzad a buff, thawed heart, which is kind of showing that without his cat, his heart is frozen, right? So he has this bond. Here's some fun trivia, just while we're at it, regarding the iconic cat. The Lil Kel'Thuzad or Lil KT vanity pet that you can get will actually kill the Naxxramas version of Mr. Bigglesworth, despite the irony of the situation there. Mr. Bigglesworth is also the name of Dr. Evil's cat in the Austin Powers film series. And lastly, Mr. Bigglesworth appears in Heroes of the Storm as part of Kel'Thuzad's dance animation. His meowing can be heard in the background of one of Kel'Thuzad's poke quotes, in which the Lich tells him, "Oh no, don't you worry, Mr. Bigglesworth. I won't let anyone harm you this time."
You heroes were so busy looting your precious Tier 7, you completely forgot to look for my phylactery.
So, what if Kel'Thuzad's phylactery was no mere urn or necklace, but linked to his cat instead? Think about it. I mean, what kind of sicko marches into Naxxramas and just kills this guy's cat? Like, nobody would do that, right? Nobody would do that, right? Okay, fine. Maybe some people would do that, but you get my point, okay? Whether the theory about Mr. Bigglesworth is true or not, what we do know is this: the dimensional space that makes up the inside of the phylactery is indeed intact. And Kel'Thuzad's echo even allows us to exit it.
Who is that? Let me look at that again. Archmage Kel'Thuzad. So it's like the actual Archmage himself.
Space that makes up the inside of the phylactery is indeed intact. And Kel'Thuzad
even says, "I will not be hindered by the short-sightedness of those who cling to the illusion of right and wrong." He literally just uses cold logic for everything. It reminds me so much of Norganon.
Echo even allows us to exit it, with no shortage of condescending remarks, of course. So, is Kel'Thuzad really gone then? I guess only time will tell. After all, some villains just never seem to stay dead. Others feel as though they have 9 lives to work through. Perhaps it was merely a setback, as most other things in this game tend to be. Or perhaps we'll never know, and we speculate merely on a remnant of something that once was. But I'd like to know what you think. If you enjoyed...
Shut the fuck up. Anyway. Topical, which is why I wanted to show you that. So hopefully you enjoyed that, if you haven't seen it before. Thanks for letting me show you that. But yeah, when it comes to phylacteries, pocket dimensions, shit like that, I feel that that's pretty pertinent to the actions of people like Norganon, the Primus. Kel'Thuzad is, I'm pretty sure, not gone. So, I mean, it's this type of stuff that makes me think like KT is gonna, or the Primus is gonna come back. I feel like this necklace would be one of the first phylacteries he made. Sure, I don't see why not. Straight up Voldemort and what's her name? I want to call her Nagiri, but I don't think that's right. Nagini. Nagiri. How many Norgabytes of cat pictures does Norganon have? Each picture a phylactery. That's funny. The moment we have knowledge of Norganon's pet, we have to kill them.
Onigiri. Have you ever thought about doing Hearthstone set reviews, but in a lore context, not gameplay? You mean like the cards? I mean, I kind of have before. I actually do have some of that on my YouTube channel. If you go to my YouTube channel and just search for Hearthstone, you'll actually find a couple of those. Like there was like a set of Elune themed cards and stuff that came up at one point. Some Ungoro stuff that I looked into. So what if there's different versions of one race? Kael'thas, Kil'jaeden, Kel'Thuzad? I think they're all different. Isn't there a huge ass snake in Northrend? Could be Norg's pet. I don't know. It's got Hakar colors. I think they wanted to do something related to Hakar and Zuldrak, and then they changed their mind. They say that they don't remember, but you know, it was like they forgot it was there, didn't know it was there. Just popping in because I want to let you know that you've inspired me to do what I've termed a lore playthrough. Wow. Reading every quest, every letter/book, and taking time to contextualize all the goings on as I go through each expansion in order. Fuck yeah, dude. That's gonna be a fucking huge time investment, but that's awesome. For those that want to kind of collect things in the game, and you know, especially if you use the Lore Keeper add-on to catalog these, look up the well-read achievement and collect all these books. This is stuff, you know, a lot of people think that World of Warcraft lore doesn't exist in the game. There's a lot. And there's a lot that exists here. From the Horde to the Old Gods and the Ordering of Azeroth. Sargeras the Betrayal, I believe, is here. Yep, Sargeras the Betrayal. Rise of the Horde, the Blood Elves. There's a lot of lore in the game. You just gotta find the books and read them. I have the Lore Keeper add-on? Fuck yeah. You got to. I should get this field photographer. I should do this. I only have fucking 2 of those. Yeah, there's a lot of books to collect in this game. I'd recommend it. How about, I don't know, Lore Master? Bro, Lore Master is such a fucking chore. Lore Keeper now has text-to-speech? Yeah, I can just read it. Doesn't seem like it works. Not having Lore Master title in TLT will be a letdown. You gotta have it. Yeah. I have it for every expansion that I played when it was current. Yeah. I was supposed to continue my Lore Master journey in Cataclysm. Vashj'ir is the only thing I need for Cataclysm, actually. And I'm at Nespira on my monk. I mean, I could go work on that today a little bit. They should have given the title Librarian for that, and there's so many more books. Yeah, so these things are like Loa, or like Wild Gods. And we know this because you guys, who here played patch 10.2, Guardians of the Dream? You guys know about, what's that event that happens in the dream where everything gets like crazy and you go around with the tree and the Dream Surge? Is that what that was called? During that, Super Bloom. That's right. During that, you know how there's those green pillars that can spawn and you click on them and they give you power-ups? One of the power-ups that you can get is, I think it's Memory of Lagorek. And what that to me, I think, is implying is that Lagorek is like a wild god. I don't know if there will be any comments on it. Fruit of the Bloom. Memory of Lagorek. Memory of Ursoc, right? So it's like another wild god. So this is one of those big things that we see in Vashir. So it's ancient, but it seems like it's some kind of wild god. That's pretty cool. Considering they haven't talked about these things since fucking Cataclysm. They're both classified as wild gods on the wiki. That makes sense. I don't know if they ever said that before, but so it was new. It's news to me. They were considered a demigod in Kata, which frankly, that's kind of like what a wild god is. Lagorek is the dead one in Bashir, which would make sense. Nespira lives. Well, it turns out that my quest progress in Bashir is at these. And they have eyes like Cthulhu. So, in some way, perhaps related to the old gods, maybe giving some hints as to like what the old gods are. And also, there seems to be some corruption that has come out of the wound that it has sustained. And this corruption has seemingly bled out as magical energy into the Glimmerdeep Gorge here. And again, when we see red, we are typically supposed to associate that with rage, torment, chaos, shit like that. So, pretty fucked up. It's definitely wounded. That's like part of the quest line here. They're doing fucked up shit inside of it. Black blood of a sort even, perhaps. Still all in on the Nazoth equals Poseidon concept. I mean, same. It's like that whole bit of the Emerald Dream Zone where it has the sea lapping at the edge of there are just dead animals in it. I think the quest is up here. Yeah.
The winds.
This creature, she is quite old and very wise. Look, there's its brain. We stand to learn a great deal about Vashir and the Naga if we can only speak with Nespira. Slave labor and stick it to them. It will take me some time to break through this barrier and communicate with Nespira. In the meantime, you can save some of those men that the Naga have enslaved in the pits below. Duarn produces a length of rope from within his robe. This should come in handy. Rope them.
Sun shine upon
I may be unable to communicate directly with the beast Nespira, but I can still feel some things indirectly. For example, I can clearly sense that Nespira is not happy about the Naga's presence here. When we first encountered Nespira's body, I saw dozens of sentinels and enchantresses patrolling the central chamber floor. Perhaps some of the Ancient One's pain will be alleviated if you remove them. So this thing is, according to this guy, fucking ancient. And it looks like electrical signals moving through the brain, kind of like how it actually works. We have the Krakens and these giant creatures. It really makes me wonder how much existed before the Black Empire. Yep, before the Void corruption or anything. Kill me some Naga. Naga! Horrible creatures! We have the Krakens. Yeah. These were also called Ancients, which makes me wonder the cradle of the Ancients in Uldun towards the ocean. You know, they say life came from the ocean. Life originated from the ocean. That which was sunken shall rise. Yeah, Arc Zero, I think that's a pretty fair thing to say. Everyone is limited by perspective to some degree. No one is omnipotent nor omniscient. Right? So there's always going to be gaps. That's where you have to compare and contrast different perspectives to find out what's really true. When you have multiple different perspectives that align with one another, saying things, we can have, you know, more certainty that there's truth in that. But obviously, if just one perspective says something and the others do not corroborate that, it's, I feel like, more likely to be untrue. That's what I, that's how I would look at it. As I journey through WoW, I praise the light for its constant guidance and absolute truth. Nespira fluid, which is like alive, by the way. So this thing makes pearls inside of it, which I assume are magical to some degree. And the fucking Naga are here claiming these pearls. That's a big heart, by the way. And they're suppressing it. Love the Naga, one of the most interesting races in WoW. And seemingly, like, fundamentally different than elves. Like, people are like, yeah, the uniting the elven tribes, that means Naga, right? No. No. Naga are not elves. Not anymore. They seem to be changed, like, on a genetic level. Like, they fucking lay eggs and shit. Like, they're not elves anymore. They were once elves, but not anymore. Oh. Lay eggs, you say? Like a Kier, perchance? That is hot. Were trolls once elves too, or am I making things up? Elves were once trolls. So, yeah, almost, but the other way around. Affected by the energies of the Well of Eternity, which turned them into elves. All right, what do we got here? Excellent work, although I'm afraid I haven't been nearly as productive as you have. Each old god appearance of sea creature. Cthulhu is like a sea urchin, Yogg is like a clam, N'Zoth an octopus squid, Y'Shaarj could be a sea serpent. All of them change due to darkness of depth, linking them to void that way, maybe. Same way how N'Zoth gave chance to Azshara, turning her to Naga. Maybe similar thing happened to them in some way. Sure, some type of corruption by darkness. Thinking about it, Lagoric would fit the archetype of Argus more. Oh, you mean for a fractal? Suppressed and difficult to communicate with, wounded. Being enslaved for its power. I always think of Maya of calling Naga and Blood Elves bastard races when you fight her in Outland and Warcraft 3.
Ancestors watch over you. Greetings.
Can you sense it? If you have an ounce of shaman's blood in you, you must feel the sense of relief in the air. Nespera is pleased. Perhaps she will finally speak with us.
Peace.
Everything in my body tells me that Nespera is trying to speak with me, but I cannot hear her. I mean, it kind of reminds me of Azeroth, to be honest. Perhaps the Naga have done something to her voice. Like, the Naga are the Titans. Nespera is Azeroth. She's trying to talk to me, but she can't. Maybe the Naga did something to her voice. Nespera's voice may be suppressed. That means we need to find a voice for her. I've got it. The Idrakes have been known to train deep seeker crabs as battle companions. Use this net to capture a crab and bring it to me. You'll likely find them prowling the chamber's outer edges.
We shall meet.
The world is your Yogg-Saron. Deep seeker crab. You little crabby boy. Come here. Maybe I have to get in combat with it, kill the Naga, and then use... What the fuck, dude? Soft foam sword time? I don't... I don't think it's a matter of HP. Do you have an interact key binding? Maybe try that. I mean, you guys are watching me get the interaction. You have to click it? Shut the fuck up, Achibra. Have you tried using the 5-point palm exploding heart technique? I haven't, but I could. That's a good idea. That's a thought. Ah, okay, I got it. That was very strange. Are you sure the keyboard is plugged in? Not entirely.
What brings you here?
I hope this works. My skills as a shaman are limited, and I fear that this task may be too much for us.
Peace, friend.
Duarn looks at the crab and disguises a frown. It doesn't look very impressive, does it?
Greetings.
A trained shaman has the ability to communicate with the 4 elements of earth, air, fire, and water. This is known. What is not widely known, however, is the presence of a 5th element. This element is not clearly described as the other 4, but it has to do with the shared commonality between all living creatures. This is something that's in Chronicle. Spirit is the thing that binds together all living things. My theory is that the crab, as a creature of the sea, is close enough to Nespera that, with the elements coaxing, we can convince it to act as Nespera's mouthpiece. Crabs can talk.
Go in peace.
This is super similar to N'Zoth fish. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Walk with the earth, mother.
What's happening? Can you hear me? I can't see you, but I can sense your presence. I'll explain what I can. The Naga are suppressing my will. I can feel what they're doing, but I am powerless to act. They mine my pearls, they carve my body, and they distort my mind. I can feel my will breaking, strangers. They mean to use me for war. I will not be a tool of the Naga. I will resist as long as I can, but I can't last forever. Please, someone stop them. Bro. Dude. Pyro, have you tried Dialogue UI? The King of Clams has been made a pawn. Voice of Azeroth says, the Titans are suppressing my mind, or my will. I can feel what they're doing, but I'm powerless to act. They mine my azurite. They carve my body and they distort my mind. I can feel my will breaking, strangers. They mean to use me for war. I will not be a tool of the Titans. I will resist as long as I can, but I can't last forever. Please, someone, stop them. Huh.
The winds guide you. I've been expecting.
I had assumed that the Naga were only here for those pearls. No, this makes much more sense. If they had Nespera's power under their control, the amount of damage the Naga could do would be catastrophic.
The winds guide you.
Duarn closes his eyes and pauses and nods. Nespera has just informed me that we are not the only people fighting inside of this shell. A small group of Horde slaves has escaped and is currently fighting off the Naga on the other side of the shell, up on the ledge that overlooks Nespera's heart. Go find them and see what help they can lend us. With their aid, we may be able to rouse Nespera from her torpor. And I'm helping a Tauren. But we're not the only ones fighting. There's some slaves in a place that overlooks the heart. You know, fucking break.
We are not alone.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Pyro, do you think Nazoth is dead? Let me give you a video, brother. That's from a couple months ago. You will like that one. I recommend watching that. I knew you'd like this quest. Yeah, you're right. This happens to me a lot. Maybe it's just a coincidence. But it's pretty funny to me how this is where I left off on my monk years ago. And I pick up here on this quest from the beginning of the quest line. And given the circumstances of things in WoW now, and the discussions we were having earlier, it just feels a bit serendipitous to me. Like, what are the fucking chances? What are the fucking chances? It's crazy. To me, it's fucking crazy. Made for this moment. It's weird. Captain Vilethorn and Legionnaire Nazgrim. Oh shit, what's up? Wave Speaker Tulra and Bloodguard Toldrek. What's up, guys?
What do you need?
If you have Naga blood on your hands, then you're an ally of mine. A long time ago, I swore I'd never be anyone's slave again. And I kept that bargain until Idrikes captured us. Now I can barely contain my fury. All I want is blood. Not food, not sleep, not even victory. Only blood.
Go forth to victory.
I don't like the feel of this place. Naga sorceresses and slave drivers aside, all I can sense in this cavern is pain. The Ancient One is trying to call out, but it cannot speak.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
My wounds are not healing, Pandaren, and I fear I may die inside this creature's gut if we do not act soon.
With honor. Sub-sub.
We need your help, Monk. We fought tooth and nail to get here, but the Naga keep coming.
Strength and honor.
Is that you? Nazgrim listens intently to your account of Duarn and Nespera's conversation. I see. So the creature wants our help waking it up. Is that it? With hundreds of slaves already picking away at her pearls, the beast seems to be a pretty heavy sleeper. You might have better luck, though. My suggestion? Look around the creature's flesh for signs of weakness. Maybe that weapon of yours will find a ticklish spot and force the beast to come to its senses. What the fuck am I playing right now?
Stronghold.
Hopeless,
Blood
gearless.
and thunder.
I honestly don't know how we've survived this long. The Naga took my armor and weapons and left me with rags and a mining pick. And that snapped in half long ago. Snapped in half long ago. I don't know why the fuck that was so hard for me to read. If we're to stand any hope of turning the tide, I'm gonna need something to fight with. As will my companions, though they may be too proud to admit it. I've seen weapon racks in the Naga storage areas nearby. I'm not accustomed to fighting with a trident, but it'll sure be better than fighting with my fists.
For the Horde.
How may I aid you?
My time in the Pearl Pits, however short, has made me curious about the Naga's goals. Yes, I know that the Naga want to use Nespera as an engine of war. But if that's the case, then why are they enslaving men to mine her pearls? Assuming we escape this creature's hull, I would very much like to study these objects. The pearls we found in the pits were much too large to carry, but I've seen the warlords and prophets occasionally carrying around smaller ones.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
The slaves is a fractal for the earthen? Mining the pearls. Their engine of war. This is either severe cognitive dissonance or this is fucking crazy. The whole, she's a heavy sleeper. Maybe that weapon of yours will find a soft spot and wake her up. Mysterious pearl. It glows softly. And they're pearls that grow inside their body. I can't wait to learn about these pearls. Given the Naga make heavy use of mana pearls to both fuel their magic and sustain themselves with greater power, would make sense as a fractal for Azeroth's essence too. Yeah, or even things like Belladar, as people in chat are saying. A sword to the heart is one possible meaning of ticklish. Gotta wake her up somehow, she's a heavy sleeper. Is a pearl calcified by the oyster? That's a good question. I don't know how that works chemically. I'm finally messing around with my house in the guild neighborhood, and it doesn't look like there's a limit to how high they will let you lift your house. Send it to the sky, brother. But she has abscesses. So things in her that have gone wrong. Infections. Maybe old gods? Pearls are 90% calcium. Quote from Lagorek, I am almost dead. You must help. Stop the Twilight's hammer. They drain my energy to create their ascendants. They are a grave threat. The imminent war versus Neptulon. This is like Argus and the Burning Legion. Perhaps, I mean, Argus couldn't really speak when Illyria was trying to commune with him. He just screamed. He literally just screamed in pain and like sent memories in uncontrolled bursts. Argus is not very good at speaking. But there can be a difference between calcium and calcification. I don't know, you know, I'm not, just because it sounds similar doesn't mean it's the fucking same, right? So I don't, are pearl, how, like, is technically the formation of a pearl calcification? I don't know what calcification actually means. What does that mean? Calcification. It's the accumulation of calcium in body tissues, causing them to harden. Calcified. Californication. Calcified. Hardened by deposition of or conversion into calcium carbonate or other insoluble calcium compound. So is this fractal suggesting that they were trying to harvest those crystals? The balls harden. You're such a sick fuck. You know that shit?
What brings you here? The winds.
The Naga must have some ulterior motive with these pearls. If I had time to study them, I'm certain I could figure it out. It glows softly. Well, what is the ulterior motive?
You wish to speak?
Now I just need you and Legionnaire Nazgûl to get me safely out of here. I can handle the studies from there on.
Winds be
I hope she tells me more.
Loktar, blood and
Yo, what that
thunder.
mean? Thanks for the 27-month resub, bro. Appreciate it. Azerite or things like Beladar. Wait until you see inside Lagorek. There's a literal block built around where his heart should be. Almost like the World Core or the Cradle in Herondar. Get the fuck out of here. You guys are fucking with me.
Dabu, what do you need? Loktar.
In my youth, I was given some training on spear fighting. Stick them with the pointy end, I think it was. I'm sorry, I was just imagining what these would look like with tiny bits of naga stuck to the ends of them. Thank you, Shenzhou. We'll put these to good use.
For the Horde. Brawl up.
Overseer Idrikes. My men are flagging, Shenzhou. We won't last much longer against these naga, I'm afraid. With the Idrikes' weapons, the Nespira's pearls. Oh wait, I'm inside Nespira. The quote you gave from Lagorek, he literally is speaking to you. So, but he's speaking in like broken, tormented sentences. So you're saying Lagorek is Argus and Nespira is Azeroth. At this rate, I am inclined to agree with you. At this rate, I am absolutely inclined to agree with you. This is actually kind of like I try not to look for things where they don't exist. I do, but when I do shit like this, I have a hard time not. I mean, you guys, and that's what's reassuring to me is it's not just me. You're seeing it too. I am so fucking thankful for that, dude. Like, I'm so thankful that it's not just me. And you guys are sitting there like, I don't know, Pyro, seems kind of fucking crazy. Like, the fact that you're even open to the idea is fucking sick. That's awesome. My men are flagging. We won't last much longer against these naga, I'm afraid. With the Idrikes' weapons and Nespira's pearls, we should be ready to burst out of here. Follow the wall northeast and look for the ramp to the upper chamber. I assume their leader is in there, or perhaps the key to Nespira's awakening. Hopefully both. If you feel strong enough, head up to the top of the shell and look for some answers. Hellscream's eyes are upon you. Maybe from beyond the veil somewhere.
With honor.
Lagorek's voice booms inside your mind. That's the literal quote. Like exactly what happened with Illyria. Also, Lagorek and Nespira are supposed to be mates. So Argus and Azeroth being mates, Skyfather to her Earth Mother figure, like an IRL myth regarding Earth Mother figures. Fucking why not? Why not? Maybe even overthrown by their children, like what happens in the Greek mythology, like we talked about earlier. Zeus overthrowing Kronos. I have to go up to the top. How do I get up there? Head up to the top of the shell. Do I have to go out? Oh, can I fly in here? Nope. I thought I was gonna for a second. I think I have to enter from the outside. I have to go out of the shell to gain access to the upper portion of the shell. It's on one of the sides. It's all inside. Argus and Azeroth pairing is not something I thought I would think of tonight. I don't see why not. Sorry for nitpicking, but Zeus is interested because is the second regicide. Right, I know that there's one before. And so Kronos ends up paranoid that Zeus will do the same, which he does. But I just make the comparison because I guess to me, Aman'Thul gives some pretty strong Zeus vibes, but I think you could make an argument for maybe even more Kronos vibes instead. Go farther from where Nazgrim is, right? So it's over there. I went around for no reason. I understand that Zeus is not the first to do it. So yeah, you could absolutely liken Aman'Thul, especially as a god presiding over the power of time, allegedly, to them instead. And this is the Alliance side. I wonder what they would say. Wave speaker Valoran.
Blessings upon you.
Why are they doing this? For pearls? For war? This ancient Nespera is far more powerful than the Naga understand. If they're able to turn her towards their will, the damage they cause would be tremendous. I think that's basically the same dialogue. So I really just needed to go, like, over here. Annoying. If you really want to nitpick Greek myth, including regicide, was from Hittite mythology, since we like Greek myth, we say inspired by instead of plagiarized. Also, that wound of Nespera that you see outside with red changing environment, this is also fractal to Emerald Nightmare, right? Nightmare being created from a wound, right? And Nightmare being representative of tormented life, according to Muffinus. Huh. Overseer Idrikes. You are too late, you fools. The Ancient One's will is broken. The process is nearly complete. Now you will watch as I complete the ritual and turn the beast against you. My sphere. So who's Idrikes? Norganon or Aman'Thul? You took his ball. I'm a little late to this usage of fractal as a term. Is it meant to indicate some kind of branching reflection of other story moments? Yes. It's basically a repeated pattern in story where, think of it this way. Think about it this way. There's underlying themes and events that recur and recur again. Hope, betrayal, sacrifice. As an example, the faces change, the story does not. Right, so it's this idea that, like, there is a naturally reoccurring pattern of things that are happening. The story thus refers to itself. Yeah, Talos puts it well. Essentially, the story referring to itself, a self-referencing allegory. So what you can do in World of Warcraft is you can look at stories that seem minor and unrelated to grander ones, but by identifying the underlying narrative, you can make connections and correlations at different levels. So what we're doing here is we're looking at this quest and relating it to the Titan Pantheon and what they've done to Azeroth and what they have done to Argus, and thinking, like, how is this story, although it seems completely unrelated, it is what I would refer to as a fractal for something else. So one of the awesome things about WoW is that stories, they inform each other. And so by learning how one story ends, like, for instance, I'm really excited to hopefully learn what that shaman says about the pearls, because that might give me an idea of why the Titans have done what they've done. Yeah, also related to character archetypes and story tropes. Yes. Classical retellings of stories and whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. You'll notice, like, you take a character like Odin, learn about his story, take a character like Sargeras, learn about his story, compare them, and you'll see that there's a fuckload of similarities for whatever reason, right? I don't think that these similarities are accidental. I think they're done intentionally. And I've had interviews with former narrative designers like Dave Kosak, who led the narrative for Mists of Pandaria, and although they didn't call it fractals at the time, that was something introduced as a term by Steve Denuser, and during the Shadowlands era. WoW is definitely still built in patterns and stuff like this. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for it everywhere. It won't let me use... it's because it's an elite. He's not of trivial difficulty. Which is fucking stupid. He has lines near death. I might have to look them up. Yeah, because he didn't say them. That's fucking super lame. That's one of the things that annoys me. You lose lore and interactions because of it. What's his name? Overseer. He says, ah, my sphere. No, my bubble is weakening. Nespera, why do you turn against me? Nespera's waking up. Use the Nespera fluid to kill Idrikes. It is done. Nespera is mine. No, Nespera belongs to the Naga. Waking the beast. There was a wood sword toy that puts low-level NPCs to 1 HP. I have the soft foam sword. But it doesn't count him as a trivial difficulty because he's an elite. You can use a toy called soft foam sword to get low mobs to low health. I know, guys. It's right here on my bar. You can't use it on elites. When he's near death, the blood of Nespera comes out and you can kill it for a stat boost. Interesting. Very reminiscent of Azerite. That's what I think. Is that an Azoth dying to re-origination fractal? Dying to her power he was trying to harness? Maybe, especially since this correlates to the Naga. The red globulars you saw before, right? Can always do the old-fashioned pre-foam sword strat, strip naked, die, take res sickness, and maybe you won't one-shot. It's fine. It's fine. I don't feel like I'm missing a ton by not getting all the interactions there. The quest line to me is more interesting. And I have to move on to Lagorek as well. Whole body shrinka will work? I don't think I have that. I don't have a lot of toys. I don't think I have that. D-Man Hunter. D-Man Hunter.
I've been expecting you.
No need to bring me up to speed. Nespera has been narrating your adventures as they happened. And Legionnaire Nazgrim filled me in on the rest. Nespera says she's quite grateful and that she has a small surprise ready for the Naga. She's been narrating your adventures as they happened.
Peace.
Thanks to you and the Legionnaire. I love how they shortened it to Legionnaire instead of Nazgrim. Thanks to you and the Legionnaire, Nespera has full control of her body. But most of the Naga don't know this yet. Once we make our escape, she will activate her biological defenses and destroy the Naga from within. Make yourself ready. I will now tell Nespera to begin the countdown. Speak with Earthmender Duarn inside of Nespera to activate her bio defenses.
Go.
I am freed from the Naga servitude and my will is once again my own. My blood is already starting to fight the Naga infection. Please, I ask that you get to safety before I unleash my wrath. You may leave now, friend. The Tauren's friend, Eranak, should be waiting outside with seahorses. In fact, it looks like he's here now. I have secured escapes for us, Shenzhou. You are to come with me. Duarn, excellent work. Do not dally long in Nespera's shell. You know as well as I do the dangers posed by an angry demigod. Worry not, Eranak. The Tauren will be safe.
Now, follow me. So if this is a fractal for the Titans, and maybe it's a fractal for the old gods, who knows? This does not bode well for them, and they are otherwise unaware of the threat. Dude, she's gonna fucking wield that sword, man. They're gonna pull some shit, dude. She's gonna wake up and she's gonna wield that fucking sword. And she might completely fucking unmake them from existence with it. Like, dude, I'm looking forward to it. What's up, Beto? Taking Draenei spaceships to somewhere else. This might be a full fractal, all new planet hype. You never know. Swift seahorse. Oh damn, it's dooming. Yeah. You don't think Illidan will? If I had to pick who I would prefer to wield the sword, it's Azeroth. I think that'd be way fucking cooler. Illidan is possible, but I think Azeroth would be way cooler. Oh yeah, Ray Sherrod, I'm familiar with that.
And thunder.
It appears that I owe you my life. Yet again. Thank Hellscream that you found me before you and your shaman activated those bio defenses.
Strength and honor.
I've been able to help some of the survivors make it to the cave, but it's starting to get hairy out there. If we didn't have enough problems, some glowing murlocs started creeping up from the nearby crevice to attack the stranded survivors. The men up there are warriors, but they won't go down without a fight. But they're much worse for the wear after that damned shell. If you have any breath left in your lungs, get up there and take out some of those murlocs. Hellscream's eyes are upon you. Kill 10 red gill scavengers. Oh, there's quite a few quests here.
Strength.
If I want to start Lore Master, would it be better to do it on a speed set druid? As it will take a lot of running back and forth. I mean, speed definitely would not hurt. Even if you want to read the quest text.
Can I lighten that?
I would probably
for
do it on yeah, I think it's better advice to do it on something that you enjoy more because it's gonna take you a long time no matter what.
Loktar.
Vilethorn spits on the ground in disgust. Naga. It was foolish of them to think they could make an orc labor camp It was foolish of them to think they could make an orc labor at their whip. We will make every last one of them regret not killing us when they had the chance. A lot of the men haven't made it to the cave yet. It's a safe bet that they're stranded at the vents on the ridge above us. We found some spiral lung shells on the way here. They don't produce much air, but it was enough to for us to make the cave. I need to stay here to count heads and get them back on their feet as they arrive. Do me a favor, go collect those spiral lung shells. Get them to any of my men that are still up on the ridge and give them a swift kick in the ass so that they get moving.
Go forth to victory.
I think I have to do... Oh, here's Tulra.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
In my youth, my family did not approve of my interest in shamanism. Brash and foolish as I was, I ran away from them and practiced on my own. Upon returning to my home one day, I found my parents gone. My home destroyed. I never found who did it. I've spent my life striving to extend my shamanistic visions to see into the past, to find out what happened to my family and who is responsible. I've come a long way. I've learned to focus in on impactful events in the recent past, but I have much further to go if I ever hope to glimpse something that occurred so long ago. The earthen ring. Something edible.
What brings you here?
Were they trying to starve us to death? Not giving prisoners food is just despicable. We need to get these soldiers fed. The best prospect I spotted on the way here were those giant groupers. Several of those, and we shouldn't want for meat for a while. If you can bring me back some, I'll see to it that it gets cooked and passed out fairly. Yo, grouper are horrifying. Is that Nazgûl before he became general? Yes.
Druid really is the best class. If I wasn't Evoker, I'd be Druid. I main a Priest, but Priest is slow as hell. And my speed set, Druid can run with 240% move speed, which I assume would be very useful in some cases. There's an artifact there that looks like Elvin and the Naga use it to commune, to summon help from the old gods, the Crucible of Nasharin. What is the enjoyment of speedrunning it? It started with the idea of finishing it as fast as possible. I just burn out, I think. You do you, friend. You know it's best. You know what brings you enjoyment, sure. It's nice that Tauren is the one that communicated with Nespera. If we go with Fractal, Earth Mother, and Shuhalo, it's pretty on the nose knowing what we know from all expansions that came after and books.
What?
Can't complain about the materials down here. Substitutes for everything. Substitutes for substitutes. Give me a few days and I'll build an aquatic hot rod out of kelp and shells.
Don't waste my time.
Crafty crabs. It was that darn crab. Here I thought that all the exercise from walking here was making me super buff. My pack just kept getting lighter and lighter, but no, that crab snipped a hole in my bag, and all my parts were falling out the whole way here. Help a good-looking goblin out, will ya? Go back and help me pick up all the stray parts. I'm sure those conniving, vicious little crabs ran off with some of them too.
On your way.
Okay.
A new Belore Delinar.
This is one of the royal cities of the elves in the days when Ashara was queen. In this city lie the keys to lore long lost and artifacts of unimaginable historical value.
Salama Ashalanore.
Those fucking crabs. Why do I do that? Yasko's stray parts. Oh, I haul ass on the seafloor, that's right. I hate grouper. They're so fucking gross, dude. They just freak me out, dude. They're just fucking huge. What is this mount, Pyro? I think it's like the 500 mount collection or whatever. It can swim, it can fly, and it can run on the ground. We hunting the pearl? I mean, I'm just doing quests. I don't know if there's a hunting of a pearl, but... Grouper, the musical artist, is great, though. Well, Lore Master is one of those things, Chris, where I would recommend this add-on. I have an add-on called By the Way Quests, and that tracks you can log into all your characters, and it'll track which character has the most quest progress. BTW quests, and that helped me a lot because I found out that in certain zones, characters like my monk had a lot more progress than my other characters. So. Do you have the Vashir Seahorse? Yeah, I have and I have Poseidon and all that stuff as well, so. Yeah. Secret Society hunters found a pearl in Bash that teleports you to another location. The pearl was inert before pre-patch. Oh, so it's new. I miss Vashir did an RP here recently and it's great hanging around this place. There was a new secret finding Discord discovery here. Oh, I didn't know that. Where does it teleport you? Did you see Mind Secret achievement? I didn't. Believe it or not, though Secrets of Azeroth has definitely some lore value and maybe some fractal stuff as well, but it's more of literal puzzles than narrative puzzles. So it's something that I find interesting, but not something that I stay on top of.
It ports you to an alternate version of the lore room in Vale of Eternal Blossoms, where Cho is. Oh, that's how you get there. And where is it? In the middle of the sea, south someplace? Like, under the water? Shell survivors rescued. Oh, they're up above me. Around Fatigue area and Vashir, actually. Fatigue zone, even. You sort of need to know the path or you drown. Far outside. Oh, great. So I have to put myself in unbelievably deep water where there's a high likeliness that I'm going to die. My favorite thing. Might as well just fucking start playing Subnautica again. How people figure this shit out is beyond me. I would assume some of it is data mining. You need 17 secrets found as well. Yeah, I don't think I've done that. Quite sure that I don't have that many. Actually, there's a really neat thing in it that you might find interesting. Don't want to spoil, though. Well, I don't think that I have... I don't think that I have enough secrets for it anyway. Not true. You can get there without any secrets found, but you get an achievement.
Zug zug.
Zug zug. You get the achievement, I believe, if you have all the secret shit.
Well met.
Well, I mean, it's fitting that my questing takes me here today, then. Maybe I can go do that. I don't know. Interesting. So it has, like... These are almost like Kraken tentacles. These look very similar to what you get on Kraken, no? Same color and everything.
Makes sense.
Never underestimate the appeal of something shiny.
Go!
Glad you know a quick buck when you see one. Pleasure doing business with you,
Move
buddy.
it.
What do you need?
I'm gonna name my firstborn Shenzhou. That's gonna be awkward. And this secret started with little Una having a new dialogue. Tulip's sister, pure and humble, seeks to something. They gave Una new dialogue? What the fuck, dude? I'm glad, Ivash. I like it too. It's nice. All right. Now I go back. Are the seahorses faster here than other water mounts? Yes. It sure feels like it, yeah. Is this one even the fast one? Is that the same speed? I think it is. No, this seems faster. Maybe I'm tripping. The one you get at the start of the zone is faster?
It's kind of fucking dumb because Poseidon's like a fucking rare thing, you know? Why don't like the hell?
Honor.
Could I interject with your thoughts on the main or co-main tonight for UFC 325? I wish I could be watching that right now, to be honest, man. So, I mean, I think the main is kind of a toss-up. I think that either one of those guys could win. As much as I'd like to see Dan Hooker win, I bet Benoit Saint Denis wins. Rafael Fiziev is kind of terrifying. I think he probably beats Rufi. Taliesin Teixeira and Taito Ivasa is kind of a toss-up. I'd probably say Taliesin wins. Jamie Malarkey's a tough son of a bitch, but Quillen Salkild's probably going to beat him. That's what I'd say for the main. Prelims, Junior Tafa, Billy Elikana. I'd probably go Junior Tafa. I would like to see Cody Brundage beat Cam Roston. Jacob Malkoon and Torres Finney. Probably Torres. He's undefeated still as well. McAuliffe and Elliott. Kind of a toss-up. And then, yeah, I don't really have any thoughts on early prelims. Yo, Corn Doggy lol. Thanks for the 2-month resub with the Prime. It's just mechanics of games 16 years ago. Quality of life came a long way. I went away for a minute. What are those names? I'm talking about, I was just answering someone on YouTube's request for me to give my thoughts on the UFC card that's happening right now.
Dabu.
You know what it is to carry yourself with honor, Monk. You do Hellscream proud. Those were new raid bosses at midnight, exactly.
How may I aid you? You wish to speak?
With all the rumbling bellies, it sounds like there's a monster in this cave. It's putting my nerves on edge.
I've been
Now to hold up my
expecting
end of the bargain. I'll get this cooked and passed out immediately. You and I will have to talk later. I'm gonna need help that these soldiers just can't offer.
May the eternal sun shine upon
Okay.
thee.
What's up, Vadran? Welcome.
I ain't got it. You don't want it. Hey, can I introduce?
As much as I'd like to see Volkanovski win, I imagine Lopez is probably going to win that fight. I mean, Volkanovski needs a bounce back. I'm pretty sure he's lost a couple in a row. Dan Hooker's my boy, so I hope he wins badly. Appreciate I have similar thoughts down the card as well. Torres is so damn boring, though. Yeah. Yup. Not necessarily fun to watch, but...
Loktar.
I've taken the liberty of performing some preliminary scouting. The Naga may not be aware of our position, but they are not entirely unprepared for intruders. Beyond their patrols, they have set up magical sentry devices that will warn them of unwelcome guests. Fortunately, they seem to have sacrificed quality for quantity. I've seen that before. And there's definitely a window in which the devices can be destroyed before their alarms are answered. I trust that you can see to this before other soldiers arrive.
Go with honor. Blood and thunder.
This cave's our only refuge. No help is on the way. Go scout. Got it. Caught off guard.
What do you need?
Our escape from the shell can't have gone unnoticed. But either the Naga at these ruins weren't informed, or they don't consider us a threat. I don't intend to take the opportunity for granted. We strike now. Okay, take out some patrols.
Dabu.
What is eye level of the war thin gear right now? Well, my paladin that was like 710 before is now like 150. Volk beat Diego in his last fight, and Diego didn't cut the cage at all for 25 minutes of the first fight, so we'll have to see. Right, okay.
Yes.
150 to 170-ish, yeah, for the item levels.
The dark
An
tide
occupation of
will
time.
pass.
Shenzhou, is it? I need your help. I know most everyone in this cave thinks that we're not in a position to be worrying about anything but our own hides right now, but I cannot dismiss my ancestors so readily. This was one of the royal cities of the elves in the days when Ashara was queen. In this city lie the keys to lore long lost and artifacts of unimaginable historical value. All I want from you, while you're out in the city proper, is to keep a watchful eye out for objects of significance. Bring
Farewell.
back intact statues. The Rishi wraps are 170 now, down from 730, if that helps. Yeah. Something with a fixed item level like that is probably a better example. You know, back when I started the game in MoP,
People talked so much shit about Vashir. I don't think it's so bad. I don't know. Oh yeah, people hated the underwater. Maybe they were like afraid of it. Uncomfortable. Like just didn't want to admit it or something. I chose Vashir, I liked it. The Seamount made it fine. A lot of it was that, yeah. I remember the underwater expansion in the YouTube show, The Guild. That's probably a lie, chat. Ignore him. No one says bad things about WoW. The game is universally beloved. It's a lie. It's fake news. Stop talking about Epstein. As a person who doesn't usually like underwater levels in games, I love Vashir. Yeah, it's grown on me. It's funny you say that. First time leveling in Vash for me was in MOP because my buddy who got me into the game refused to go there. He has a phobia of deep water, so I never pushed. Understandable. I tried to get to the Pearl so I could get the coordinates for it and died to fatigue, and ended up back in Undercity Graveyard. Oof. Release the Norganon discs! Opinions change over time, though. Yeah, of course. Of course. There's probably people that would go back. I mean, I didn't like Vashir when I first tried it. But that's also... That's before I played, like, things like, honestly, Subnautica was straight up was like some exposure therapy. Straight up. Like, this used to bother me so much. This doesn't bother me at all now. Like, the whale shark used to freak me out. But when I played Subnautica, like, I swear I just, like, kind of pushed through it, and eventually I just kind of got used to it. Let this statue stand in testament to our unending devotion to our venerable Queen Ashara. Right. Devotion and veneration. Yeah. Northern Quell Dormir Gardens scouted. Interesting. What you doing? Getting some quests for Lore Master. No Reaper levies to jump scare down here? Yeah, fucking Reaper levies. Or the big one. That, maybe I think that's what you're talking about. Or ghost leviathans. That you see the baby ghost leviathan first and you're like, that's a baby? Oh my god. Crown Princess and Ori revealed some not so flattering emails between her and Epstein. It blew up yesterday. Yeah, dude. The Epstein shit is fucking crazy. We don't have to talk about it too much. I talked about it a decent bit at the start of stream, but like, man, it's fucking crazy. It's horrific, dude. There's some absolutely fucking insane things, man. Fuck Leviathan still. Multiple Leviathan-class entities in your perimeter. Let me tell you, Norganon releasing his discs in World of Warcraft. Tremendous discs, the best discs. People are saying they've never seen lore drop like this hard. Believe me. They've never seen lore this hard. Anyway, in memory of the hallowed hero High Ranger Valerian of Vashir, by his life he granted us beauty and tranquility to the streets of our exquisite city. By his death he banished our fears and created long-lasting peace for our people. May his sacrifice never be forgotten. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know who Valerian is. It sounds familiar. What's up, Jellyfish Dude? Jellyfish Dude? High Priestess Cirlalen. Let this statue stand as an everlasting testament to High Priestess Cirlalen in the name of all she has done to nurture Quell Dormir Temple into a glowing beacon of faith. May her newfound service under Queen Ashara herself shine as a testament to the potential of the noble birth nurtured in our beloved Vashir. It's a shame the company in charge of developing Sub 2 have been firm on being AI first and laid off hella devs. Yeah, that game is gonna get fucking review bombed, and it's not gonna be very good. I think these were minor characters in Wrath of the Lich... War of the Ancients? Yeah. Chad, I have a goal of getting Taven. Am I cooked? There's worse things. That's just doing the Dragonflight meta, right? Can I see your playthrough of Subnautica somewhere? No, unfortunately you can't. I used to have it highlighted on my Twitch channel, but at some point somehow my one of the days got deleted, and so I just deleted the whole thing. Unfortunately. It was good too. I thought it was a pretty good playthrough. Hey Pyro, let me run something by you real quick. I'm curious of your opinion. Hot dog parm. I think if it was a good quality dog or a sausage, that's viable. Especially if it's like a chicken sausage. I do think that's viable. I mean, especially if you could bread it and like even maybe like fry it like a fucking schnitzel or something. Nah, dirty water dog parm. I mean, look, if you're doing like a struggle meal and that's what you have available, I would eat it. I would still eat it. Eat it. Is there some way you can restore it? No, it's gone. Just use minced meat, bro. Nice. Eat dirty dog water parm. It wouldn't be horrible. No. I'd rather have that than like a peanut butter and jelly dog. This monument stands testament to the benevolent leadership of our beloved matron, Lestharia Vash. Her daughter is Lady Vash. For 100 years, she has ushered the people of her gleaming city, Vashir, into an age of endless prosperity. May she and her daughter, the radiant Lady Vash, continue to light the way of our people in our darkest nights for 100 years to come. Don't knock it till you try that peanut butter dog. Okay. You know, I'm probably gonna knock it. My struggle meal right now is a portion of instant noodles for 13 cents, if converted from rubles. Do you like live in Tarkov? You're like Tarkov's real life to you. You like spend rubles and shit, that's crazy. You gotta save up a lot if you want to escape. What the fuck am I here for? Scouting? Pyro. Imagine this city without being underwater? Yeah, imagine it in all of its grandeur. That's up until Suramar. That is how we basically had to treat pretty much anything old and elven. And I know that it's because the game is old and stuff, but look at the white, it's like white stonework. Everything is white stonework in the ancient Kaldorei architecture. It's so much more, it's so much more like, there's so much more color and like flavor to the newer stuff, you know? You have a lot more purples, and with certain Kaldorei stuff, a lot more woodwork and stuff, you know? This is very much one white stone, and the pillar stuff, I mean, God, I can't help but think it just kind of like reminds me of Titan stuff, of course. And this looks like fucking Dragonblight Temple, you know? It never occurred to me that Vashir was named after Lady Vash. What the fuck? Tunnel west of Queldermere, structure south of Queldermere Gardens. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? To be fair, ancient marble statues were painted, but the paint eroded away after only 2,000 years. Now imagine 10,000. That's a good point, especially if it's underwater. And it's not like they wouldn't have kept up with Suramar. It's also probably magically sustained, I would imagine. It's a little disappointing, but the Alliance texts are literally the same. Well, it's kind of a good thing that they are, though. It's interesting how varied the Naga actually are. We constantly think of them as practically unified force under Ashara, but then we have an entire group that allied with Illidan and essentially abandoned her. Yeah, and I guess to me what that shows is a certain degree, a degree of, with certainty, free will. Right? Like, there are those that are definitely still devout to her and whatnot, but not everybody. Interesting skeletons. What are these, Vrykul? broken prong. All around you lie remnants of a fierce battle. The Naga skeletons are no surprise, but the weapons and remains of their apparent opponents are somewhat more unexpected. Amidst the bones, you spot a strangely prominent piece of metal jutting out from one of the skulls. It's difficult to tell what sort of weapon it might have once been part of, but it stands out sufficiently to prompt you to retrieve it as evidence. Surely someone back at the cave would be interested in this revelation. Kavaldir? Well, formerly Vrykul then. What's interesting is sea serpents on maps always appear west. Doesn't matter if it's Pandaria, Northrend, Kalimdor. Sure. Turtle, Kraken, sea serpent to the west, which looks a lot like a cloud serpent. Sea serpent to the west. Turtle, Kraken. Nothing for Dragon Isles. Kulturas. Broken Isles. Nothing for Zandalar. Nothing for Kazalgar. Nothing for the Maelstrom. Northrend with an older map? Okay. The Bloodwatch seem to insinuate that there's some alternate way they are swayed to Ashara. You mean some kind of like charm or coercion or domination of some kind or something? Corruption or something? Why is it 2 AM already? Fuck, because you live in Tarkov. To be fair, ancient marble... Yeah, I read that earlier. I read the same message all the time. They're devout to her of free will. Don't think that's anything ever indicated they're controlled. Well, I just think about in the cutscene where they first get corrupted with the one with N'Zoth, their eyes all turn red and shit. So I thought maybe, maybe there was something there. But I wouldn't say that the Naga are dominated by her or anything like that. But Queen Ashara is absolutely, to me, a siren and an enchantress. So the idea that she would like charm them, that's kind of more what I'm thinking. Not necessarily literally controlled against their will, but also operating under an influence that they might not realize is there. That's more what I was thinking. This is good intel. You have a sharp eye, Monk. It sounds like the building north of the gardens will make a suitable forward post. I'll send some men immediately to start defensive preparations, and we'll reposition there as soon as possible.
Go forth to victory.
Excellent work, Monk. I'll get some patrols out of our way. Okay.
Dabu.
Upon the scene of battle. Broken shard. This looks like it was once part of some kind of ornate Naga weapon. A shard of metal. The remains you describe sound much like the sea Vrykul we encountered in Northrend. We'll not be striking any alliances with their sort, no matter the cause. Still, this information may prove useful in the future. I will think on it further if time permits. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. There you go.
To victory.
Let me have a look at that shard, would you, Captain? I feel its power radiating from the other side of the cave. Of course, it's all yours. Thank you. The Naga view Ashara akin to a god. Yeah, they worship her and venerate her, right?
What do you need?
Well done, Shenzhou, and just in time, too. The captain just started sending more men out, strong axe arms, but I doubt they possess quite the same awareness and finesse that you do. Okay?
For the Horde.
Suck me off a little bit more, huh, Nazgrim? Elindri Goldenbrow.
Baladash Malinore.
Elendri.
Glory to the
Thank you
Sindorai.
so much for taking this seriously. This is some of the first definitive proof of other members of the Vash family. Very interesting. And I never even heard of either of the two figures you mentioned until now. So much of our history was lost during the Sundering. It's exciting to have a chance at reclaiming some of it.
Remember the sun.
I always thought that's because she literally saved their life. They would have drowned otherwise. No, I mean the Kaldori, especially the Highborn, literally like worshipped Ashara. Like it's not that it's really not that complicated. It's very simple. She is the most beautiful elf, the closest to divine radiance. She's like their all-powerful queen who they revere and venerate. Her title is Light of Lights. Like there are people that would simply lay down their lives for her for any reason if she asked them to. Like, it's... I mean, sure, but she was kind of a bitch, but she was a hot bitch. And that's the thing. And when you're a hot bitch, you can get away with a lot more. So... There's a quest.
The winds guide you.
Visions of the past. The invasion of Vashir.
What brings you?
The shard you recovered looks to be of Naga origin. I had hoped to find a strong focal object like this for a spell I've been working on that would allow us to glimpse into the recent past. Memory magic, huh? I've enchanted the blade, but you'll have to take it to a place where we know its owner was. I want you to travel back to the site where you found it and use it. Perhaps we can uncover more behind what the Naga are doing here. Or even better, maybe we'll uncover a weakness that will give us a better chance. Okay, cool.
Ancestors watch over you.
And she got tentacles now, too. She was a bitch with good PR. The vast majority of Night Elves never even met her. How would they know she was the worst? Right. She's almost like a fucking... I mean, it's kind of like being, frankly, kind of like a peasant and, like, seeing your queen. Your king or whatever. Like, it's just like, there's some things... Some people are of such high stature that they're kind of out of your reach. Asharo's one of those people. That's why you gotta watch out for the crazy ones, and especially the hot ones. Yo, the hot crazy scale is fucking hilarious. What a hilarious video. She was so worshipped that they renamed the capital after her. Yeah, so for those that don't know, Zinashari, that's not the original name. Zinashari was originally named Elun Driss, Eye of Elun. So they literally renamed from the goddess that they worshipped to something that was in veneration of Queen Ashara. How fucking crazy is that? She was so... Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some or a lot of citizens believed her to be Elun incarnate. Well, this is something I covered in actually my first lore speculation video ever, was that so many of the Highborn, when people heard about what Queen Ashara had done in her deal with the Burning Legion, they didn't believe it. Because they had this image in their mind of this, like, perfect queen. She couldn't possibly have done that. It's not real. It's not real. And even some of them that found out, they were just like, okay, well, that's what we're gonna do. Because the queen decrees it. Like, whatever she says goes. Zina Ashari translates to Glory of Ashara in the Night Song lyrics. Don't know where people got that from. I'm sure there's some kind of in-game translation that helps with that. I voted for her. She'd never do something like that. Copium of the highest level. It is... Sounds familiar. Let's not get political now, Chad. Let's not get political. Don't be political. Come on. I didn't rape those kids. I just sold them to rapists. It's totally different. All right, let's see what we got here. Vision of the Battle Maiden. So we got some Naga here. Kavaldir.
I could hear the sound of your trident breaking from the gardens. The skulls of these Kvaldir are as strong as rock.
Kvaldir.
A single prong, hardly enough to stop me from slaughtering hundreds more.
Indeed, I doubt much would.
Asgentis. Attune with the broken blade's owner. There's no shortage of Kavaldir to slaughter. They're obviously still reeling from our assault. This motherfucker sounds like my late aunt.
You can go out there and kill him with your trident.
They're obviously still reeling from our assault. The city has been desolate so long, I doubt they expected any Naga to contest them here. There have been no reports yet of their leader. I'm sure that culling them further will force the coward to rear his head soon enough. Shall we continue?
Did someone say chocolate?
Soul Strike. Impaling Pull.
Get over here!
Holy shit, get shit on, bitch. What the fuck? Ugh. My favorite Trump impression Pyro ever did was Vothri and XIV. Lol. I reign from on high. Did I get? Holy shit, I forgot about Vothri, that nasty, gross fuck. Plus, Ashara was, for many, not just some queen on an ego trip, but the real deal. She was the one that made the Night Elves the dominant empire in Kalimdor, taking on and beating the once powerful troll empires that surrounded them. Yeah, I mean, she brought magic to them in a way that they had not had before. She was a badass. I mean, Queen Ashara is arguably the most powerful magical user on Azeroth. Especially in terms of, like, sorcery. Vothri was that fat guy, right? Yeah. In Yulmore. Amazing that Naga models can show more armor than Drakthir. Lamal. It seems you were right. That broken trident is serving you just fine. I suppose I don't get to see you claw anything to death today after all. The revered lady has sent word for you. She awaits you at the far end of the temple gardens. If you feel the need to mention the heroic exploits of your faithful battle brother as Gentis, please don't hold back. I won't take your admiration of me as a weakness. I'll hold you up no longer. The lady awaits. Lady Najjar. I think that's the one we fight in the Throne of the Tides, eh? He's in Shadowbringers, he's not in the free trial. The Naga are rigged to wear a great deal of player armor and have a bunch of animations. If you're lucky, you can find Naga laying about on benches in a side-sitting position. Interesting. Naga allied race when? Fucking not soon enough, bro. Not soon enough. Lady Najjar. Even the insanely powerful pit lords like Manaroth believed her to be only surpassed by Archimonde and Sargeras. Maybe Archimonde and killed Jaden. They were also made in a time with less armor in the game. Ugh. Ah, my battle maiden, you've come to me. The warrior cast whispers of nothing but your victories on the battlefield. And we've only just begun our assault to take the city. You have served me proud thus far. May the Queen favor you that you might continue to do more of the same. Fathom Lord Zinjatar has sent word that the Kavaldir leader has shown himself. I would like you to make your way to him at the far end of the terrace above us. On the middle level of the ruins, Narshalot Terrace. Kill any Kavaldir that stand in our path on the terrace. We want the echoes of this defeat to ring in the mind so that they dare not return to threaten our purpose here. Your devotion does not go unnoticed, my battle maiden. Go knowing that you have my blessing. Okay. Her hair is snakes. Why do you think they have snakes for hair? I don't know, because they're like sirens. You're supposed to think of them as like similar to Medusa. Plus it just looks cool. My lady, I have a request from the High Priestess that I'm to pass along to you. Many of the city's defenses remain from long before it sunk beneath the waves, and some of them are but a trivial task to reactivate, were it not for the countless Kvaldir that stand in our way. We are told that you are to be fighting on Narshalot Terrace above us. You would do my lady a great service if you would but touch some of the devices as you pass. Your noble blood should prove more than sufficient to reactivate them. Touch them, because you have noble blood. Mike, it's okay, bro. I don't want the updates because I might be able to watch it at some point. Got that old god fit. Charges at a target.
Oh, nasty. It's all good. Oh, get shit on. Narshala Ward. It's kind of cool to play as a Naga. The blood was highborn, wasn't it? Extra arcane. I don't know if there was literally a difference, but probably, considering the effects of the Well of Eternity. I think they had different skin color. They were like more blue and stuff, so I could see that. I don't actually know if there was a difference. Were the old Caldora cities sunk, or did the water rise over? I mean, definitely parts of the chunks of the landmass sunk into the ocean. But also, I think as landmasses sink, would the water level not also rise due to displacement? They also kind of focus mating for higher magical potential than their kids. I love that. That's great. Eugenics, phrenology. What else? Oh, it's also interesting. I didn't realize that Lagorek is in the abandoned reef of the abyssal depths versus the shimmering expanse. So I feel like that aligns well with the Azeroth Argus thing too. Follow me, mortals, into the abyss. You've seen what I have seen. You know what I know. The Narshala wards are performing perfectly. I will inform the Mistress of the Tides of your aid immediately. Cool. Are those big things like ancients or something? Yes. Tironda. It's good of you to join me, Battle Maiden. The echoes of your combat graced your approach. It was a beautiful sound to behold. Varkul the Unrelenting. Kvaldir leader has shown his rotting, ugly face, but a short swim from here. Down this hall to our west, we kill him now, and our Kvaldir occupation of our once beloved city shall be ended. Beware, Battle Maiden, for he is no weakling. He has many Kvaldir at his command. Some Sirakas sea witches have been dispatched to weaken him during your attack, but they will be interrupted if you let any of his Kvaldir attack them. So the Kvaldir here are attacking, presumably the Kvaldir are working on behalf of Helya. So Helya and Queen Ashara are not homies. Sam Gigachad? Sam, I'm confused. Do Nagas share the polyamory that the Night Elves had? I figured you meant Liam. I think the only time we really see baby Nagas during the Goblin starting zone. Before, the Highborn were a very selective cast. Hey Pyro, have you tried Dialogue UI add-on for quest text? It makes the game really immersive, especially when you read all quests. I appreciate the recommendation. It's so funny. The reason I laugh at that when people ask me that is because I got Dialogue UI. And when people would watch my stream, because it's a great add-on, people would constantly ask me, Pyro, what's that add-on? What's that add-on? What's that add-on? And I would constantly be telling them, oh, it's Dialogue UI, it's Dialogue UI, it's Dialogue UI. I got to the point where I was like, oh my God, dude, I can't do this anymore. So I uninstalled Dialogue UI. And now people constantly recommend that I get Dialogue UI. It's like, dude, oh my God. I will never be free. It's yeah. It is a great add-on though.
Didn't Jay pin a comment even? Yeah, but it's every stream, so it doesn't really bother me. I laugh at it now, but... To the crushing depths with you. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, this motherfucker actually got some power.
Valdir never die. This city is ours.
What? Turn into seaweed, back to Helheim you go, bitch. Holy fuck. What the fuck is that? Is that the thing? That's the thing? This is a fucking huge city, by the way. It's kind of crazy. The scale is pretty fucking nuts. No, the thing is orange and looks like he's made of rock. The Kavaldir general crumples to the ground defeated. With this, the ruins of Ashir have been claimed for the Lady Najar. Her ultimate goals remain uncertain, but it's clear that the Naga came here with a purpose. If only you could continue, you're sure that the answers to defeating the Naga lie within this vision. That the Wave Speaker's magics are waning, and you're losing your connection with the Battle Maiden. I find it highly amusing that the Squid Women have beef with each other. Welcome back, Shenzhou. That took longer than expected. Learn anything useful?
How may I aid you? You wish to speak?
A Battle Maiden? I never heard of such a thing. The way you explain it, it sounds like the Naga forces are far greater in scope than the captain could possibly have realized. We might be able to learn more through the blade if we can find other locations where this Battle Maiden was present. But the information you gave me makes me fear for the captain and his soldiers. We must warn them.
The winds guide you.
The captain used the information you gathered from him to make a forward post under the terrace to our west. He's been preparing there for some kind of attack against the Naga. You should go to him immediately and inform him of the scope of what you've witnessed. Our force is small, and I fear for our soldiers if we charge in too recklessly. Take my seahorse. It knows the way.
Winds be at your back.
I ain't gonna take your motherfucking seahorse. Fuck yo, seahorse. Do you think there's a chance in hell we could ever get Naga as a playable race? I mean, do I think there's a chance? Yes. Do I think that it's a likely one? No. Even more so if we think about how space is not really representative in the game compared to canon. It doesn't matter if there's a pinned comment or if it's in the title. People will still ask. Just yesterday, another streamer was in the middle of a tourney for rivals and people came in to ask what he was doing repeatedly. Yeah. Shimmering expanse the lightless reaches. It's pretty far away down there, dude. What the fuck? So is there little pockets of safe area? Or do you just swim right to that shit? No safe area. So, can I save my game first? The instructions suggest swimming, though others have suggested flying above and using a fell slate anchor. Upon arriving, simply swim to the pearl. I don't fucking like this. There's an anchor item that can drop you down fast. Is it a toy? I don't have an anchor. I ain't got no anchor. Fuck it, we ball. Fuck it. We ball.
Ecological dead zone, Monka. Oh, it's like that. Oh, it's like that. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no. Regular water mount? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm super dead. Also, what the fuck is this skeleton? Some kind of very big fish. I'm super dead. Super, super duper dead. Hold shift for the speed boost. Yo, I don't have any NOS. I ain't got no NOS. Gah. 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 No! Wow, that's crazy. See, the thing is that even if I had stayed, even if I had been on a water mount, I don't think I would have made that. Maybe I swam for too long. Maybe I could have made it. That's doable though. Look, there's a person right there. Scribe. Oh, there's another one. They're coming down from the surface, so it looks like a lot of people prefer to fly over it. Druids can do it if they're bugged, but one of them was a priest. This is a mage. Oh god, where's it gonna put me? I'm phasing into... I'm phasing into new Terrace Fall. It's trying to put me in old and current Lordaeron at the same time. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. I should have just stayed in Vashtir doing my quest.
Yo, Mindscast, thanks for the year resub. Congrats on the new sub badge, bro. Fuck it, word said before getting fucked. The Ma's trying to pull you back to the Shadowlands. Yeah, something like that. They're supposed to be perpetually the fucking Maw Walker, apparently. Move to the closest graveyard, the one 2 feet in front of you. What happened? I swam. A character with that name already exists.
Champion, I have heard unsettling rumors that Xalatath's Twilight's Blade cult is recruiting within Horde cities. Meet me in Orgrimmar, so we may root out this evil. We cannot suffer a single cultist within our walls.
What the fuck?
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Okay. Can you cast Zen Pilgrimage while dying to fatigue? Or having fatigue? Can I Zen Pilgrimage and then like teleport back? Return back to near your departure point. I would assume it cancels the cast, but no idea. Just try on a druid? But I don't want to get on my druid. I don't want to get on my druid. I could do that. Zen Pilgrimage might get interrupted by damage. I'll just go on my druid. Whatever. It puts you in a city, I believe. You just gotta drop in on the spot like it's a Fortnite match and swim down. Yo, hot dropping Shady Sands. Salty shores. Man, Dornagal's so fucking laggy. Holy fucking shit. Look on AH for Fell Slate Anchor. See, this wouldn't be a problem if we had playable Naga. Yo, true. True. It would actually help because flying speed gets you across faster than swimming gets you down diagonally. Right. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna figure this out. It's not the end. It's not the end. Not the end. You just gotta pick up the quest to unlock the portal. It's super fast. Maybe I should just install dialogue UI. Yeah, that'll fix all my problems.
Strength.
Where the fuck is the quest? I did not mean to click that. But I'm about to have a mentee bee. A mentee bee, dude. That's funny as fuck. I never heard that. Damn, is this your first time playing WoW? I just started today, actually. Yeah. Am I doing well? Mentee bee is crazy. Go to the docks. Why? Not those docks. There's other docks? Like,
For the Horde. Come what may, we fight on.
This cannot be fucking real. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Samsung, Lokar. Step aboard, friends. Carefully now. There you go, all aboard. That's right. And please, pay no attention. Diversity of our crew. Rest assured, they'll deliver you safely.
What's up, bud?
to your destination. That being the fresh piece of land just off the coast of the Eastern Kingdoms.
Cataclysm's out, dude. It's out, dude. I'm going straight to Vashir. Let's go. Hype. Hell yeah, bro.
This ship reeks.
Diversity of the crew, unsubbing and quitting. You're so lucky. I had a friend wait 25 minutes last night to get the ship to show up because it was bugged for them. I would just turn the game off. I would just... Here, exit game. That's what I'd be pressing. Fuck that. We're taking this boat to the mental institution. Ahoy! Diversity of the crew? Damn, this game's gotten woke.
I'm sailing! Oh, don't pay Bud no never mind. Poor feller's got a few screws missing.
Poor feller. Like, what the fuck? Homie. See ya. Good luck with your boat crash or whatever. Fucking idiots. Lamau. Hell yeah. That's the Void Storm over there. Pretty crazy, huh? Whale shark. I don't know how far out it is. It's gonna be a problem. Or do I just swim it on Druid because I'm fast as fuck, so I definitely make it? I think I just swim it. And that way I can see it. I hate this part, dude. I hate diving into the water. It's my least favorite part. Why do I feel slow? This doesn't seem that fast. Why does it seem so slow? 'Cause you are. Why am I so slow? Swim speed thing? Did you buy the swim speed upgrade? I have to do the quest? I don't think I'm getting any increase in swim speed. I think it's literally the same as if I was just swimming. Oh no, it's definitely a little faster. God, I'm so glad we decided to get distracted from the questing that I was doing. Ooh, look, shiny. It's real fast, Pyro. It's just real fast. It'll be real quick. You know? 5 minutes in and out. If I had gone on my monk, I'd be done. At least I have good music, I guess. I'm about to crash out like this is 2019. You know what I mean? All it takes is one bad day. The strength of will shall be tested.
What do you need? For the Horde. Here, warrior. Eat this. Your reflexes will quicken, and your stamina will increase. I don't need your crutches, friend. I've faced the best that Stormwind has to offer, and still I stand. My axe has split as many Alliance skulls as yours, brother. Maybe more. Hellscream will settle for nothing short of total victory.
Where the fuck is the boat? Oh. Everything is fine. Everything's totally good. Everything is so fine, in fact, I can get a drink.
Step aboard, friends. Carefully now. There you go, all aboard. That's right. And please, pay no attention to the diversity of our crew. Rest assured, they'll deliver you safely to your destination, that being the fresh piece of land just off the coast of the Eastern Kingdoms. All right then, make ready, everyone. Here we go. This ship reeks of human.
Don't lose hope. What is the sword on the horizon? What sword?
Oh, don't pay Bud no never mind. Poor feller's got a few screws missing. Ooh, shiny. Hey.
Bud! No!
It's not breath that's the issue, Natalie. It's fatigue. Pyro, will you vlog your BlizzCon reaction? Of course.
Hear my words, brothers. We sail to a virgin island. A gift from Azeroth to the Horde. Securing this land will win us our war. The enemy has fought well for alliance, but they grow weary.
Do I think they'll show Last Titan stuff at BlizzCon?
We shall
Yeah.
crush what remains of them and lay claim to this land. From its shores we shall conquer Stormwind, and with it, any hope the enemy clings to. Azeroth will be reforged under a Cis banner! For the Horde, victory!
Captain, shipwreck off the starboard bow.
What is the meaning of this? We have a battle to win.
My little nuts are gonna be quaking, buddy.
Yeah, yeah! Stand your ground, brothers! Make it bleed.
What the fuck? Why is my chat log saying everything 10 times? What the fuck, dude? This banner, this banner, this banner, this banner. What the fuck is going on? Oh, standing my ground. Very good. Sick. Have a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry.
Elements, listen.
Okay.
Yes. Hello, friend.
Yes.
Yes.
Sea legs. Is that all I needed?
Maintain focus.
No, that's water
The
breathing.
Elements, listen.
And faster. That doesn't increase my swim speed, does it?
Find your center.
Oh my god! Holy shit! I'm zooming. Alright, here we go then. Don't test wild charge, it jumps 50 feet into the air.
What? You got enough secrets for it? I'm told that you did. It's not. You don't have to. That you only get it. That only is if you want the achievement. What do you get from it? Satisfaction. I hope. Because otherwise, I don't know if I'm going to get anything from this. I just wanted to check it out because I was curious. And then now we've been on this excursion for 25 minutes now. I really just wanted to finish the quests. All right, motherfucker. Wow. Oh, we fucking thoomed, dude. It's so interesting. You can see how the map is constructed with view distance now. Shit, down here doesn't even have textures. It's so goofy looking. And even down here in the abyssal depths, I think what I can do... All right, brother. Brothers and sisters. Here we go. Oh yeah, I'm hauling ass. Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Oh, fuck yeah, bud. You touch it? You click it? What do you do? You guys fucking baited me, dude. You baited me into the fatigue zone. I wasted all that fucking time, and you can't interact with it if you don't have enough secrets. I fucking hate you. I hate you. I cannot fucking fathom it. Wild goose chase. Back to fucking org. Back to the ride the ship. All for nothing. That is unreal. Go back, you have to swim into it. I did fucking swim into it. Going offline. All right, I'm gonna get back on the monk. Fucking fuck, dude. You gotta be kidding me. So maybe you really do have to have 17. They did tell you? No. As per the fucking norm with Twitch chat, some told me one thing, some told me another. Which one is the right answer? No one fucking knows. That's on you, big dog. Okay, dude. Okay. Okay. How many secrets do you need, Pyro? I don't know, 6, 7. I don't know. Get the fuck out of here. That's entirely everyone's fault except mine. Everyone knows it. You know it, I know it. Everyone knows it. Fuck. I mean, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed in myself. Damn the Titans. You're all agents of order, and you got exactly what you wanted. You mind controlled me, and I did it of my own free will. Congratulations. You enacted your master plot, and I never even thought twice about it. Are we the baddies? Yes, we are. Fucking Sokka. Seriously. But I want to play Cyberpunk tomorrow, by the way. I will play some more Cyberpunk tomorrow. I got to do my gigs, and then I got to finish the fucking game. I got a lot of gigs left, though, so it's probably going to take a little bit, but... Anyway, so looking forward to this quest, looking forward. Unbelievable. Why is the marker 600 fucking yards up in the... I was gonna say in the sky, but it's not. Oh, it's because I was supposed to take her stupid fucking seahorse to the place. We need a supercut of this? Alright, back to chill vibes.
fuck is happening in here? Oh, nice. They cleared it. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Who you be?
What's this?
Baladash.
This is one of the royal cities of the elves in the days that Dratrar was queen. In the city lies the key to the lore, long lost artifacts, and unimaginable. Okay, whatever. You said the same fucking thing in the last 3 quests.
Blood
Looking.
and thunder.
Okay, slow down. Good to see you again, Monk. I almost thought we'd lost you the Wave Speaker's fool's errand. Anything come of it? No! No.
Strength and
I see, the news you bring is grim. But I was not entirely unprepared for such possibilities. Really? Really? Without any effective scouting of Naga numbers, I knew our plan was risky, but that's why we established this forward post. Let me put it to you plainly, Monk. If we don't keep the Naga off balance, they'll bring the fight to us. We don't have the structures or the men to mount a defense, so that's not an option. We need more time. Can you thin their numbers to the south under the far terrace? Sure.
Forth to victory.
I had prepared for this eventuality. Shut the fuck up. Finally a retail English streamer. Game is full of Germans now. Alliance Lookout? It's on site. It's on site. That had some heat on it. Yeah, there's an event right now. What is it? Sauerkraut or whatever? There's like a huge German collaboration going on right now. It's basically like, I think it's like German OnlyFans, isn't it? Isn't that basically what it is? Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I think it's kind of cool to see that because, I don't know, as like, typically the category is pretty dominated by people who speak English, and it's really cool because you get a sense of like, there's really a lot of German WoW fans. I mean, there's a lot of people watching these streams. Some of them have like thousands and thousands of views, so I think it's pretty cool. But it can be frustrating if you're looking for someone who speaks English. Since you're questing around here, there's a secret pearl off the southwest part of this fatigue zone. You'd probably be interested in it? Really? What is it, like Secrets of Azeroth or something, or? I can't even keep a straight face, bro. I can't even do it. Really? Do I need any secrets to get there? Shit. Dude, janky fucking phasing in Lordaeron due to multiple types of Lordaeron. Can't even talk to the fucking spirit healer type shit. We went through all of that. You need 6 or 7? Kill me.
Sug, strength and honor. Go with honor.
Go.
And properly inspired. Been all over the place. Blown all kinds of things up. I thought I might have some trouble carrying on the trend. What with the water and all, but it's just a matter of inspiration. I found something volatile.
Don't waste my time.
Enough to make bombs out of. There's a bunch of kelp hanging under the terrace to the southwest. Normally kelp stores gas that makes it float, but this kelp produces a different kind of heavy gas. You know what I mean? It keeps it hanging, but also makes for great explosions. Gather me some?
On your way.
Okay, dude. Helium? What is it?
What do you need?
Fucking. Shut. Never mind.
Our enemies will fall.
Helium floats in air. I overheard your conversation with the captain. I know what we're doing sounds insane, but we really don't have much choice. There are people back at that cave that are depending on us. I've stationed lookouts on various ledges in the immediate area. They're burning ammo fast on the scattered Naga scouts. Bring in more crossbow bolts to buy us some extra time. Sure. I'm just a returning player from Shadowlands. Don't bully me. No bully me. I'm not bullying you. This is the most troll pyro stream I've ever been a part of. Lucky you. Lucky you. What the fuck is my quest here? Horde lookout restocked. Oh, they're on the roofs. They're in the walls. Nice, at least I can stay on my mount. Is Nazgrim one of the 4 horsemen? Yes.
Oh, man.
Isn't it Nazgrim, Whitemane,
Blood and thunder.
who were the others? Thoras Trollbane and Darian Mograine. Of course he remembers Whitemane. I mean, for no particular reason, obviously.
Loktar. Strength.
What you want?
What you want?
How you doing, man?
How you doing? What you want?
Loktar.
Sick, okay. Bloated kelp bulb. I remember her because I, gooned to her. Who wouldn't remember Sally? Thoris and Darian, right. It's kind of a sick cast for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, not gonna lie. It's kind of cool. I sat next to her while talking about the 6-7 lore. Bro, this 6-7 shit is such brain rot fucking nonsense, dude. Holy shit. It is so fucking stupid. Tyrion would have been a cool horseman. That's fucking... I can't believe you'd even say that. The light said, nah, bruh. The light does not agree with you. I didn't even get it. No one does. It's hilarious to me because it doesn't even mean anything. It's because it doesn't mean anything. It's just like, it's a self-perpetuated, self-defined meme. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's not an it's not even an inside joke. It's like it's a joke that has somehow transcended having to make any sense. Like the game. Fuck, I lost. Exactly. As soon as you think about the game, you all just lost. So did I. It's an anti-meme at this point. No! That's an old one, dude. That's like an old one. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Always in such a hurry. No time for innovation. What I wouldn't give for a lab again.
Quickly, quickly!
You are brave indeed. I've seen you battling all manner of murloc, naga, and pointy-toothed fish, but that was nothing. The way you just sling those kelp bulbs under your arm like that is a whole new kind of fearless. Boom! You could blow up at any second. You're my kind of Pandaren.
Careful out there.
You're perhaps the most dependable Pandaren I've ever met. I wish I could have more men that showed half as much pride as you do.
Dabu.
Dabu. Dabu.
Sub.
Here we go. Swift action.
Blood and thunder.
We have everything we need to begin the attack. If your claims are correct, you would do well to make sure you cling tight to your mount as we make the run. Anyone who gets caught in the open water isn't likely to outswim a naga. Kill as many as you can as we make the attack run, and we'll rendezvous on the broken ledge of the southern terrace above once we've expended our explosives. Hopefully by that point there will be few enough that we can finish them off the old-fashioned way. All right. Fuck yeah. Speak to Fizco Sizzlegrin.
Don't waste my time.
I'm ready to begin the assault on the terrace.
Go, go!
Improvised explosives. I'm literally gonna throw IEDs at them. But there were no Pandarens before Pandaria? That is not correct. The Horde forces literally were helped by a Pandaren in Warcraft 3, so that's not true. Did you know Pandaren didn't exist in the world of Warcraft until Pandaria? That's a troll, dude. The circle's just big enough that you can't hit them all. Wandering Isle is a thing. Yeah, you can play fucking Chen's, was it Chen Stormstout in Warcraft 3? He's a character you can play. But Pyro, it was just a meme. They also they have this stuff retroactively, right? So like, it's just a tag in the quest text that's like race in brackets. So I have a race designation, Pandaren. So anything that pulls upon that tag is gonna accurately define me as Pandaren. Ashir Archean Slain. Archaean. Metzen literally said they were gonna add Pandaren before they decided to add Draenei. Yeah, so this is the thing, yeah. Metzen said that instead of Draenei in TBC, the original plan was to add Pandaren. Did you guys know that? That's what they were gonna do for the TBC race. They changed and they pivoted, and they did Draenei instead. What's up, Admiral Q? Admiral Q. Would have made sense. You literally can find Chen's barrel in Barrens, right? And then you got that, you know, the outrage kind of culture on the internet. So then when Pandas came out in 2012, people lost their fucking minds. Furries? Furries? What the fuck is a fucking what? Get me out of here. I've honestly been grinding for Nazjatar meta achievement. It's one of the best WoW zones ever, outshone by community shitstorms. But, Nazjatar was pretty cool. Visually, it's pretty cool. That was right around the time where I started kind of like taking a break from WoW. And then I ended up coming back for N'Zoth. And, you know. Kung Fu Panda. The panda hate was so forced back in the day. I know. And then the devs said that they polled people, and overwhelmingly the poll results showed that people were in favor of Pandaren. And then they put it out, and you had a bunch of fucking sweaty neckbeards who were butthurt about it all of a sudden. What is this Kung Fu Panda furry bullshit? Anyways, I started blasting Warcraft 3 and Arthas did nothing wrong. Mob's still one of the most liked expansions of all time. It's a banger. It is a fucking banger. Incredible music, incredible login screen, sick raids. Pelagic Prism. You did great up there, soldier. You devastated their ranks, but there were far more than we accounted for, and most of my men went down out there in the masses of Naga. We'll need to hold this position as long as possible to help to buy them time. Hopefully some of them will still make it to the rendezvous.
What do you need?
Vicious louts. They did a lot of damage with those spears. The captain winces slightly as he clutches a wound on his side. We'll hold here as long as we can for all the men to make it. I need someone to scout their numbers to see how much damage we did. One of the biggest groups of them was around the corner on the northwest portion of this round terrace, and the other was a bit farther to the north in the small tunnel. Also on this middle level of the ruins. That was a lot of words, man. That was a disaster. Most of our men went down to the spears before making it anywhere near the rendezvous. Go save them. Roger that. I just want to get back to the Lagorek. I just want to get to the Lagorek quests. WoW players complain about everything. Nothing's changed. World of Warcraft has been dying for 20 years.
Talk to me.
Game's been dead since I started playing it in Mists of Pandaria. That's all I know.
We will persevere.
I remember when people thought that Wrath of the Lich King was gonna kill WoW.
Victory
lies
ahead.
It's just any time there's ever something new, you will always get people that are like, well, this is the end. Like, okay, bro. Maybe for you.
I know this is hard to comprehend, but there's a lot of fucking people who still like the game. Crazy. Everyone thought after Lich King the game was DOA. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Ah, whatever. Fuck 'em. Prop hunt, time to hang it up. WoW's dead. I remember when people were saying Dungeon Finder was gonna kill WoW. I say that I genuinely love them and people call for me to be banned. That's fucking crazy. World of Warcraft jumped the shark when they added the world. The assault looks like it did almost no damage at all. They're already back in formation. Fuck. Dude, I just want to stand here and look for a groove for hours, dude. I felt much more alive, dude. Here we go. I think you mean slop hunt, as the WoW Doomers on Twitter are calling it. What a bunch of fucking baby back bitches, dude. You can't even add a fun little casual mini game mode to World of Warcraft without people crying and pissing their pants. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. If you're gonna have a meltdown, at least do it over Mommy Sylvanas, you know what I mean? You know, at least have a reasonable meltdown. Melty bee, what did they call it? Minty bead. It's so fucking crazy. Best thing, the people who cry probably don't even play anymore. Yeah, that's what I find as well. I always hit people with the, when was the last time you played WoW? And they're like, fucking Wrath of the Lich King? I'm like, okay, bro. Their little finger guns, like, okay. Whatever the fuck you say. Still so many. They must want something very important here to come in such numbers. I'll be honest with you, because you deserve at least that. Thanks. I don't know how much hope there is. We'll retreat shortly, but we won't be able to defend ourselves when they strike back. We don't have anywhere to run. We're running out of options. I'm sorry, I should keep such thoughts to myself. Do me a favor and don't mention any of that to the men. I'll figure something out. Thank you, truly. We need to get these men moving as soon as possible. Link you back at the forward post, I'm sure. Visions of the past, slaughter of Bielaron Ridge. Look, I know this is asking a lot during a time like this, but I need you to tear yourself away from this defeat for a moment. I'll tend to the soldiers. You need to find the location of the battle with the Gavaldir General of the West that you told me about. You should be able to glimpse more of the Battle Maiden's experiences from there. I have a strong feeling that the key to defeating these Naga will lie with that Battle Maiden. Please hurry. I will do everything I can to buy you time.
May the eternal...
What is Menti B? It's like a mental breakdown. Is that from Max? Yeah, Joe, we can give you a direct invite. Just need your character name, server name, and what faction you're on. You don't have to go through the Discord. You don't have to, but it's easier. We have a guild invite request channel there. Anyway, bro. Anyway, witness the continuing story of the Battle Maiden. All right. Thrall Horde. Okay. You're already in a guild. I mean, I think overall Warlords of Draenor is better than people give it credit for, but again, like I discussed yesterday, there's just way too much cut content. It's just way too much cut content. That's really what hurt the most. The content that we got was pretty good, but it's all the stuff that we were supposed to get that we didn't. You know? All right, here we go. They had phenomenal raids. Yeah, but if you weren't doing raids, it was kind of fucked. The Cavaldi have been purged from the city. Now we can continue our preparations. Lady Najar. Battle Maiden, I have a task that requires your attention. Okay? Go on.
Lady Syracuse has begun preparations for the ritual of summoning, but the Crucible of Nashirin has been stolen from us. The Kvaldir have surely taken it with them as they retreated to shallower waters. Speak to the cast leaders to secure a war party, then lead them in retrieving the artifact from Bielaron Ridge to the east. I trust you, my battle maiden, for you have never failed in any task that I have given you. As I am revered to the queen, so are you revered to me. Go with my blessings. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Isn't she in Maldraxxus? No, that's Lady Vash. The one who sides with Illidan Stormrage and joins the Illidari. The content gaps in WoD were tough. Like, the final patch of both Mists of Pandaria and Warlords of Draenor were so long. I mean, it was like 16 or 18 months of Siege of Orgrimmar. Think about that, chat. Siege of Orgrimmar lasted as long as fucking The War Within. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah. The city has been routed. The Ashir cry your name as a victory call. You've earned much respect this day. I'm to hunt the Crucible of Nashirin. Do you have warriors to assist me? You will have some of my best men. Do not worry, Battle Maiden. Return to us quickly. I'm eager to begin hunting the Tide Hunter. I played the whole patch back then. Same. You shall have our reinforcements. I already intend to collect Kvaldir to labor in Nespera, so your timing is opportune. WoD was the last time Blizzard released subscription number to investors because it was that bad. They have to use their other measure to update their investors. I mean, subscription numbers in WoD were pretty good. I think it was after that, but I think it's part... You want to know why I think they stopped publishing it? Because people are fucking tunnel vision and do not have critical thinking. So they just look at sub numbers and they derive from that a sense of whether or not the game is good. Instead of interacting with it and just like getting their own opinion, they just look at number, and if number don't look good to them, game must not be good. So that's probably why they stopped doing it. You know. So seen a lot of your lore vids. It's literally blown my mind. Some of them. Thanks. Not seen you live before, but I just wanted to drop in and show my appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. People think that a bunch of people beating a single player game and moving on means it's a bad game because of Steam charts. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. And if you can just set your guild name to, like, your, actually, I think I can do it. Doesn't appear that I can alter your note. It's awkward. Can you just set your guild name to your YouTube handle there? Your guild note, and I'll give you a rank. I've recently done my first raid in XIV. It was pretty fun. XIV has great raids. XIV has great raids, great music. Wow, this game only had 6 million monthly paying users. This game must be complete dog shit. You made gold from selling BOA runs? Mm-hmm. Sometimes it wasn't gold, but hey. Part of it's confirmation bias. If they see that some people are leaving, then more people leave, then the bias feeds itself. This year's gonna be wild, for sure. I've recently done my... Yeah. Alright, here we go. Yo, you got any homies that can help me? We need the Crucible to draw power for our spell. I wish WoW had an equivalent class to Gunbreaker. Yeah, it doesn't really have anything. Set name and note, thank you. Just helps me keep track of fucking who the fuck people are. I just want Bard. I think with like the Radiant song and stuff, Bard is a very viable option. I wish XIV had an equivalent class to Demon Hunter, I feel you. Reaper's kind of close. The most fun I've ever had tanking was a Gunbreaker, and it just made me feel so awesome. A Gunbreaker's just 3 DPS at a trench coat. Reinforcements have begun to circle the waters around the ledge, preparing for the attack. They await only your lead. When I played this zone, I never really understood what those giant creatures are. Well, they're apparently ancients, so very much like wild gods. They're like ancient wild gods. Do you have a prevailing theory on most likely playable race or class to be added in TLT? I mean, with that shit, they could do almost whatever they wanted. If they were gonna add a race, I would love for them to just finally add Tuskar so people will just shut the fuck up about it. And if they were gonna add a class, I'd really like for them to add Rune Master, like a Titanic Rune Master or something, a Rune Mage of some kind, binding runes to weapons or something. It'd almost be like a mixture between like a Death Knight and like a Mage, maybe, like kind of whatever an Organon might be. But I don't really think they're gonna do that. Tinker could also happen, but I don't get as excited about Tinker as other people. It's just, you know, I'd be happy for other people if they did it, but I know that you, like our revered lady, have unfortunate streaks of mercy that you succumb to at times. I would advise against such kindnesses this day. Kvaldir are proud, and they will strike back if we do not cripple them completely. Kill all that you find. Sadly, I have the inglorious task of making sure none return to the city, so you can go have all the fun. I will cheer you on, though, of course. So this person I'm playing sometimes shows mercy, and it's considered a weakness. What the fuck? Homie's in the ground. Broken? I wouldn't be opposed to Broken. I mean, I wouldn't really be opposed to anything. I think they should maybe only add one last class and start focusing on things like hero specs and expanding on those more. Well, then they've done surveys recently that kind of give the impression that they might be looking to add more specs to existing classes, expanding on existing class fantasy and stuff, rather than always trying to make new classes. And I think that's a very smart choice. Utilize what you have, build it out to be better, the same way that they're doing with older zones, you know? Update and revitalize that which you already have. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel constantly. WoW has 14 classes. I think that's enough for now. You know, do class like ability skins and stuff, or add new races, add new 13, whatever. Add new like customization options. There's other things to focus on. Yeah, get more tank classes, more healing classes, more support classes like Evoker, or like a not Evoker, that's what's it called, Augmentation. Do you think there will be a WoW 2.0? Realistically, over the years, I think a WoW 2.0 has already happened. And I don't think that there's going to be a time, at least not any time in the near future, where they like separate this version of the game and make a new one, if that's what you're asking. I don't think that's going to happen. WoW is kind of an ever-evolving thing. So, I don't think we're ever gonna go to, like, an Unreal Engine. It would fucking look stupid, in my opinion, anyway. Like, they've added player housing, right? So, you know, you have this long-term investment of a player house and stuff. I just very much doubt that they're gonna move away from that all of a sudden. Our revered lady has sent me to aid you in the task. She wants you to retrieve the stolen crucible of Nasharian and bring it back here as soon as you can. I understand that. That's the whole point of that. You didn't have to come and tell me that. I'm the one on the mission to do that. Fucking stupid. Retrieve the crucible. If they ever do something like WoW 2, it'll be a shift like FFXIB was to Realm Reborn. I just don't think WoW needs that. I just don't think it needs it. There are some issues with WoW, like mass multiplayer scale stuff, which is bad because this is an MMO. So like anytime you get like 40 people together doing something, like world bosses, it lags like a motherfucker, which to me is inherently problematic considering it's an MMO. But besides that, WoW runs pretty fucking well. The High Shaman are in the buildings nearby, chanting and taunting, but not daring to approach me. These Kvaldir find their courage and strength only in the mist. They are a pitiful nuisance beneath the waves. I came bearing a message, if your ladyship has the time. Bring a High Shaman to my feet that I might deliver this message to him and his people. You don't have feet. Homie said, bring a High Shaman to my feet. I don't know about that. Crucible of Nasharin. The Crucible looks far too heavy to carry on your own, but more than enough Naga forces remain to prepare for transport. With the Crucible of Nasharin, all that remains is to inform Lady Najjar of your success. It's pretty crazy that we're like attuning ourselves to this weapon, and through this weapon I'm able to witness the memories and experiences of this Naga. Pretty sick. Just get him low? I don't understand. Maybe I was supposed to physically drag him over there? Did we know about Helya at this time when Kata came out? I don't know. You have to kite him over there? Okay. I don't think so. First memory I have of Helya's Legion? Well, she's in Chronicle before that, so we might not have seen her, but I wonder if she was ever mentioned. Let this be lesson all Kvaldir. You are weak. Facing Ashara brings only death. Slink back to your pathetic mist. Return and we will slaughter every last one of you. Okay. I don't think so, but I'd have to do Borean Tundra quest to double check. Yeah, I feel like the only time she would be mentioned is if you did Northrend quests. I don't think there was anything on Odin or Helya before the first Chronicle. Yeah, not that I can think of. Wonder if there was anything on Odin in Dawn of the Aspects. Hell yeah, bro. Well done, my battle maiden. This crucible will serve as a font of power for our summoning ritual. With it, Syracuse will beckon our allies from the depths to bolster our already swelling forces. With every day, more warriors arrive at Ashara's command. Soon, Neptulon the Tidehunter will hear of our preparations, but too late to stop what we have set in motion. Our numbers will be too great and our allies too powerful. Victory is only a matter of time. In Ashara's name. Chronicle released around Legion, and Legion was the first mention of her in Chronicle. Chronicle did not release around Legion. I'm pretty sure the first Chronicle book came out around Warlords of Draenor. Chronicle Volume 1. Oh, I guess it did actually come out around Legion. That's my bad. Release March 15th, 2016. WoW Legion release date. August 30th, 2016. So it actually came out only a few months, like 4 or 5 months before. You're right. My bad. I thought it came out earlier than that. I thought it came out in 2015, but still 10 years ago. Yeah, 5 months before. There was a mention of a Prime Designate in Wrath because the whole Loken and Thorim questline. Yeah, and Loken had made himself Prime Designate. But at the time, I don't think the information in the game told us that that was a redesignation from Odin. I don't think we had that context. From what we knew in Wrath, Loken was always Prime Designate. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. It's so interesting because one of the things that can be tricky about WoW lore is understanding when new ideas and characters were actually introduced. And realizing, like, at the time of Wrath, there was no discussion of Odin at all. It is kind of interesting that they added Odin and Helya for Legion, though. I will say, I think that's kind of interesting because, you know, that's the first time we see Sargeras is in Legion as well. So Odin coming into the picture at that time as well. Interesting. And people get stuck on the old explanations. I don't blame them. I get it. It's a lot to keep up with. If anyone's curious about the playlists, by the way, this is League of Legends Sessions Diana. And the Diana and Sessions Vi are both completely copyright safe, free to use on stream and videos, whatever. And it's quite a few good tracks. Are the old gods like permadead, considering we didn't kill them within their realm? No, it's safe to assume that the old gods have perished, but that they will effectively move on to somewhere else. And it might be that they went and returned to Azeroth in some way, if they're from her, you know? If they're like her dreams made manifest or something, and we kill them, maybe they go back to her. Something like that. We don't really know. I think historically people have assumed that they would go to the Void, but ultimately I think it's quite clear that the old gods are not simply void creatures. That because they use void powers and shadow magics, that people often associate them with purely just that power. But the truth is, like most things, there are multiple powers connected. So, I would not assert that the old gods are actually originally void creatures. I think that they are more chaos or even life or decay, but not strictly void. I think they can use void powers, it fits their alignment well, and I think it's available to them perhaps due to corruption that occurred a long time ago. But ultimately, I don't really believe that the old gods actually came from the Void Lords like what the Dreadlords tell Sargeras. Because a couple reasons. One, Dimensius and other Void Lords never talk about the old gods. And the old gods never talk about the Void Lords. It's never like, we will secure this world for our masters, or you know, back to the void I return, or nothing like that. Like that's they just never fucking say shit like that. So I just don't really believe that it's originally really where they're from. I believe the original idea was that we simply push a manifestation back into prisons, but then it was said that we killed them, so I don't think we fully know yet. No, I don't think the original idea was that we push it back into prisons. I think that's some made up fucking hearsay bullshit that the community came up with because they didn't know what the answer was. So they just started to say that, and I don't think that there's actually evidence of that anywhere. Anywhere. I mean, from the very, like, think about when you fight Yogg-Saron in Wrath of the Lich King, which was, I don't know, Check's watch fucking, like, what is that, 1,000,000 years ago? Yogg-Saron says, the shadow of my corpse will haunt this land for all of eternity, or whatever the fuck he says. Like, his corpse, like, it's definitely meant to be implied that we're killing them. So, I heard that a lot from people, and then when Chronicle came out, it confirmed that, like, no, we're killing them. We have been killing them. And that's been said multiple times over in Chronicle as well. The only connection we see between the Void and Old Gods is Xal'atath, which doesn't prove anything. Might well be she's the one who gave them their Void powers in some kind of deal. I think that's extremely likely. Yeah.
You wish to speak?
They took the offer. The shadow of my corpse will choke this land for all eternity. That's right. You're finished just in time. I don't think we could have held them much longer. An artifact? Could this be something we could use against the Naga? I suppose that would require finding it. We may have to attend to more pressing matters first until an opportunity to pressure this further presents itself. Sure.
What brings you here?
You'll have to catch me up more later. Right now, we'll need to get out of here before more Naga push in. Make your way back to the forward post on the level below us. Take my seahorse. We'll meet you back there shortly.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
Yeah, I would look. I would challenge anyone to produce some kind of actual evidence that we were pushing the old gods back into their prisons. Because I have tried to look for it before, and I have never successfully located something that actually says that. I mean, I have a video. I mean, fuck, look at this. We are not, it's literally 7 years ago. We are not pushing the old gods back into their prisons. We are killing them. Hey, and a lot of this is going to use information from Chronicle, but even before Chronicle, I don't have anything that, like, says that we're doing that. I really feel like that's just some shit that people came up with. And I'm pretty sure I say in that video, like, this is just some kind of, like, rumor. Community-generated, like, rumor that there's not actually any evidence of. And it's one of those things, it's almost like, what's the term called where, like, someone starts saying something and it's not even true, but other people start saying the same thing, and all of a sudden all these people believe it's fucking true? Is that, like, I don't know if that's, is that the Mandela effect? The Bellular effect. Shut the fuck up. America 2026. They attacked me while you were gone. The captain fell fighting them off. Oh, rip. The rest retreated to the cave. You should do the same. Well, it's when the majority of people believe an incorrect fact, like how Mandela died in prison. He didn't. Okay, there you go. No, that's the Streisand effect. I think the Streisand effect is different. The walls of Ankaraj tremble. A force of evil older than the world itself has been destroyed. As you look at the remnants of the colossal abomination, your heart nearly freezes. Even in death, you can feel the legacy of Cthulhu's evil around you. You've done what was thought to be impossible. You grab at an eye stalk of the fiend, stowing it safely in your pack. Take it to the dragons. Yeah, but that supports what I'm saying. I don't know if that's what you're intending, but I mean, that says right there, we killed Cthulhu, and that the evil has been destroyed. It says it right there. It isn't, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, and that's from fucking vanilla. So even vanilla stuff regarding Cthulhu is like saying like, no, we killed them.
Strength.
You made it. After the attack of the forward post, I thought we might be the only ones left. It's good to see you in one piece, monk.
Blood and thunder.
Toldrek and Fiasco left to find a way to contact help. The trade lanes aren't far, so there might be a chance of success, but I'm wary to let anyone get their hopes up. In truth, we don't have any other options. We're not likely to last much longer here. The Naga will find us eventually, and, well, you saw how many of them there were. You should go find the two of them on Bieleron Ridge to the southeast. I can keep everyone here as long as I can. Everyone here safe as long as I can. Well, you see, Pyro, I saw a video of Noble 10,000 years ago, and there he speculated that they pushed them in, and so that's true. I mean, I get it. Some people have really good ideas, and some people adopt them as like, that sounds great. Fuck it, let's run with that. So, even if you weren't joking and that were true, I would understand. Did they ever explain why Titans can't destroy the old god without destroying the planet, but we can? No, because it's a common misconception that the Titans can't kill the old gods. Not true. This is another thing that gets perpetuated incorrectly through the World of Warcraft community. That's not correct. The Titans didn't even lie. It's not true. When you read Chronicle critically and you pay attention to every word used, it says that the Titans came to realize that they could not kill the old gods in this manner. To do so would put the world and potentially the world's soul at risk, because what was the manner in which they killed Yasharaj? Allegedly, it's because they ripped him out. But the fact remains, what did we use to fucking kill N'Zoth? A bunch of Titan facilities linked together. So it's another situation where even if it is true that Aman'Thul ripped out Yasharaj, what Chronicle says explicitly is that you can't kill them in this manner. So yeah, you don't want to fucking rip them out, but instead they chose to subdue them. They chose to mute their power and imprison them in monolithic stone prisons and use enchantments to keep them like in stasis. I think I found where this started. Afrasiabi once stated that the dead isn't always dead when asked about this topic, and what happened probably is that someone took this and then started saying we didn't kill them. And then it spread and spread. Maybe, but here's this. 2016 March, badness. Could be because of meta posts like this. They invaded the city kingdom of Ahn'Qiraj, fighting countless Qiraji and Silithid before finally confronting and killing the malevolent god. Even so, it's unknown whether Azeroth has truly seen the last of Cthulhu. And that's the thing, is like, if you're gonna say that they died, and maybe we'll see them again, it feels like a misfire to be like, we pushed them back into their prison. Like, what the fuck? How do you come to that conclusion based on what the fuck they said? Why not come to the conclusion of maybe they have an afterlife? Where do their souls go? Is their essence somewhere? And at this point, maybe it does go to the void, but I don't think so. Check the last one. Murlocs. Wow. Very cool.
Go!
My rescue plan is brilliant, infallible. Only a goblin could possibly stop me from succeeding. A goblin with fins. Scary thought.
Makes sense.
Look at you, a regular aquatic hero. Trouble comes, you come, save the day. You must be proud of yourself. We devised our brilliant plan, gloriously simple, barring the hostility of local life. Simpler yet, with a U available.
Hit the road!
Oh my goodness.
Quickly!
It's a short swim to the top, not much trouble really. Hard to get any supplies up there, though too heavy. All the ships and all the Horde fleets stow a survival kit. I had a balloon from the old survival kit, but it fell on hard times recently. I need another one. Go get one. Okay?
What?
Survival kits never have any rope. It makes no sense. Ropes and bombs, that's all they should store. The rest of this stuff is just a waste of space. I bet those Kvaldir have rope. Go get that shit.
On your way.
Fiasco came out here with a balloon of some sort that he retrieved from one of our ships. He tried to float it to the top, but those muck-skinned scoundrels came out of nowhere and swarmed the thing. Kill off the Giblins, or at the very least, enough of them to make them fear us. I love lore discussion, honestly. It challenges so many thoughts I had from ages back. I'm glad to hear that. I think it's good to like, yeah, I mean, yeah. I like the ever-evolving nature of lore and stories and world building. And I like how more details can bring things together and form a clearer image over time. And I don't know, I like the moments of revelation where, you know, usually where something doesn't work how you thought it did, or you maybe remembered it a different way. And sometimes the moment where you get to have that realization is like exciting because it completely shifts the perspective that you have and how you look at it. And that's that can be really fun, because then it's almost like rediscovering something all over again. And in a way, like, I think it's a healthy way to like accept being wrong about things in learning, because ultimately you can correct course, right? Like, you can start again. You can have a different outlook or perspective. And I think that those things, I think personally that those things should kind of be ever evolving. I think people who are very static are in some ways problematic as human beings, but you know, what do you do? What do you do? Try to inspire some change, some different perspective. I don't know. It's weird to see fish oil as a gray item. I think that's all I've ever known it as. Only thing is with N'Zoth, if he's one of Azeroth's, and along with how he corrupted Deathwing, and Deathwing wanted to completely destroy Azeroth, to me is enigma. Well, if Azeroth is in a prison, is it really such a stretch of the imagination to think that the chaos wrought by Deathwing wouldn't have an impact on the prison mechanisms that keep her bound? It's kind of where I would go. I think things like the Cataclysm, the Sundering, stuff like that are probably, you know, they put the world at risk, but at the same time, you got to do something to break the mechanism of imprisonment. Otherwise, you might never be free of it. Sometimes you need a jailbreak, you know? Because there is a fuckload of evidence that Azeroth is in a prison. I have a really long video called The Great Titan Conspiracy. It's about an hour and 22 minutes, and it breaks down a lot of the lore that we got from the War Within, particularly as it pertains to Azeroth, the World Core, and the Titans' intentions with the world. And you might find that very interesting. It's pretty much a deep dive on, like, what are they really doing? At least how I interpret it, right? Let me see. Flare gun, balloon, no rope. Never any rope. Terribly impractical if you do ask me. Rope should be mandatory. It's stupid fucking rope.
Don't waste my time.
The rope ties the whole plan together.
What?
Literally. This is great, I love it. It should work per... Ew. Is this stuff braided with hair? Doesn't matter, almost done. This thing will be ready in a twist of a rope. Oh, please stop. Spare me. Less Gilblins is good. I'm glad that they're so primitive. I don't think I'd want to be dealing with a race of aquatic tech freaks right now.
Go! Makes sense.
All done. I'm confident it'll work. And not a scrounger in sight to pop a hole in it this time. Well played. Toldrick already swam up to catch it, all concerned with the currents and whatnot. He said you'd get the honors, though. Nice guy. Don't know how he lasts. Go to the top with the balloon, take the flare gun from the crate, and scan the horizon for Horde ships. If you see any, fire the flare towards them. That's it. All there is to it. Swim, float, flare, rescue. The last part's my favorite.
On your way.
Up you go. What's up, Max? He's a bit too obsessed about rope. Deathwing always yelling about tearing the world apart. How the Titans experimented on Azeroth. What a crazy guy. Fresh air. Grom's beard, I missed it. We have some ships just in sight to the north, Shenzhou. Fire in their direction. Done. Rescue flare. Ba-boom. Don't worry. If they try to pretend they didn't see it, I'll swim over there and drag them off their ships myself. Should try bringing a rope to the secret pearl. That might be what you needed. Okay, dude.
What do you need?
Personally, I love being involved in what-if posts on things like some of the Reddits because it really makes you think what certain characters and their actions actually do for other stories in the whole world. Yeah, I think it depends on the quality. There's some people that do what-if posts that are not rooted in, like, anything that is actually, like... I'm all for speculation, but base it in some kind of facts. Base it in some kind of reference, some kind of quote, some kind of like meaningful story, trope, or concept, or theme, or fucking something. Like, don't just like, I'm not interested in the shit that's not, the shit that's just made up. So that's my thing, is just like, I just don't want to see, I just don't want to, you know. Like, I'm not interested in reading about the Xalatath gathering all the cosmic forces theories, because ultimately it's based on a fundamental lack of understanding of what the Dark Heart even was. But that is an interesting idea, Mindscast. One that's interesting is, what if Thrall didn't go to Kalimdor? Right. Those are way more fun. Those like hypotheticals of like grander, specific events that would cascade into much different things. I like that stuff much better. I think that's a lot more fun. Because that's a timeline, a universe that we don't really get to see. So that is pretty fun. I like that. They'll probably send a skiff over, which may take a bit. I'll stay here to make contact. You return to the cave immediately and let them know that rescue's on its way. We can only hope that the Naga have not found them yet. Go. Swim fast, Shenzhou.
For the Horde.
All right. I have a seahorse. I read a fanfic where it was an OC's soul put in a Frostmourne to help Arthas fight back near Zul or some shit. I think each of the Titans has their own different plans on Azeroth and the universe, especially Norgannon and Aman'Thul. I don't think that they all necessarily have to have their own individual plan. I think that some of them, their ideas and plans probably align more with each other than with some of the other Titans. Like, I think the Aesir Titans, Platinum skinned, probably are more of similar mind than the Bronze Vanir Titans. The Vanir, I think, are more fertility of the earth, a little bit more chaotic. So I think that they probably have a similar mind. The Aesir probably have a similar mind. And then ENR is actually golden, I believe. She's like right in the middle. So maybe she can see both sides. Or is, you know, maybe just subscribes more to the Vanir side. But, you know, I like to think that the idea of them working together is not, like, they're not all, they all, I think, can have individual views and ideas and stuff, but ultimately they're working together. I think some of them agree with others more than other options. We do kind of see that with the whole argument or whatever with the World Tree, and I think that this is pretty clearly reflected in the Keepers too. Like, there's a reason why Tyr, Arcadis, and the Watcher Ironia all work together. There's a reason why Arcadis built the Heart Chamber and Keeper Ra didn't know about it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why Odin didn't agree with them empowering the aspects, but they all agreed and worked together, and Odin was like, fuck you guys, I'm out of here. So it is meant to show, I think, that there are differences of opinion, and that some of them want to work together for some things, some of them want to work together for others, and that they kept secrets from each other. So it's not as simple as like, they're all just working together, right? I don't think the Titans are the same either. I think that it's probably like a 50-50 split, because one of the things that comes from Norse mythology is the Aesir-Vanir War. Some people believe that the Aesir-Vanir War is started by Gulveig, who's basically a golden sorceress who brings the magic of Sadir to the halls of Odin and to the Aesir, after she is speared 3 times and burned 3 times and thrice reborn. And upon her 3rd resurrection, she takes the name Hadir and starts practicing the magic Sadir, which is a fate. It's like a future sight magic and stuff that allows her to see the future and shit. So it's pretty crazy. And the fact that ENR is golden, I think, is probably a pretty big fucking hint. People also believe that Gulveig and Freya are the same person. And the fact that ENR's keeper is called Freya is probably a pretty big hint at this idea. So anyway, that's the best news I've ever heard. We'll get the survivors moving over there to the surface as soon as possible. Perhaps we can forget that this whole nightmare ever happened. Thank you, Shenzhou. You've shown your worth down here. There will be a glorious spot in the Horde for you. You should consider meeting us at the ships later when you finish saying your goodbyes to the Naga. The hour of her 3rd death? Maybe. And again, that could be like fractal speak, where it's referring to multiple things simultaneously. But the golden one claims a vacant throne. That could very well be referring to ENR. Could be referring to Turalian, could be referring to both. Old God Whispers are
How may
usually
I
pretty
aid
interesting because they can fit multiple things.
The winds guide you.
What you told me of the Naga before has been plaguing my mind. Who are these allies they're summoning? Do they really think they can defeat the Tidehunter? Escaping this cave brings a degree of relief, but our purpose here remains. I'm hoping you'll be willing to seek answers from the Battle Maiden one last time. There's only one place I can think of where they would have taken the artifact, the temple atop the ruins. It's sure to be well guarded. Proceed
Winds
carefully.
be at your back.
What is this from Blizzard? Congratulations, we moved your greetings. We've moved your character to a safe location. Oh, really? Thanks for the update. Wasn't that like a fucking hour ago? Fill out a GM survey. For what? An automated system? Shut the fuck up. You know what? I hope they move it back. Shut up. I had a thought that the golden one was the guy who replaced the Arbiter since they made such a big deal about the new Helm of Domination being a Crown of Light. I mean, and again, that's a good idea, but it doesn't have to be just one thing. Golden One being Tyrallion claiming the vacant throne of Silverwind, or Stormwind. Silverwind? What the fuck? Silvermoon and Stormwind. Even if temporarily, you know, that's another way to look at it. And you could also think that, like, the Golden One claiming the vacant throne and the Crown of Light bringing only darkness, those don't have to be referring to the exact same thing. Those can be two kind of separate statements at the same time. Yeah, Vassal of Life disguises treachery. Beware the eyes of green. Same concept. The Cavaldi have returned to take the city back from us. But they will need you outside. But especially when we're talking about the Old God and potentially void prophecies, we have to look at it in, like, all the different possibilities, not just one. So that's what I recommend. Find my honor guard upon the field of battle and relieve them of their foes. I need them to return to guard the priestesses immediately. I will hold the entrance. Be swift. Heard that. Fall back for the ritual. Our Lady awaits. Did you miss a quest in that building? Yeah, I did. I keep doing that like the whole time. Do you like Nazjatar questing? Nazjatar or Vashir? Because the Void sees all truths, correct, but they don't know which ones will actually happen. The Void is very uncertain, but it considers all possibilities, all the potentials. The Light is very certain, but it's very single-minded and doesn't consider all the options. They kind of have what the other one is missing. The Void lacks certainty, the Light lacks flexibility. You carry with you the word and the will of Our Lady. I might ask a favor of you. I need Fathom Caller Azrajar, and my Tide Priestesses to return so we can begin the ritual. Can you carry my will to them as such? You should find them spread upon the temple terrace. Cool. I keep targeting the Naga. Ha! My new obsession is Neurotangle art. It's super relaxing and helps practice a lot of useful technique. Looks neat. I've done something like that before, but with a ruler, straight lines, geometry shapes morphing into one another for the further outward it goes. Yeah, you might call that like fractals, geometric fractals, or which that's really about more repeating patterns. But even like along the lines of like sacred geometric stuff. Sacred geometry. The fuck back to her. Fathom Caller Ashrajar. How do I gather him? The mistress awaits. Okay. Honor guards. Priestess is gathered. It has a fair bit of repeating as well. No. I do, I mean, I don't, how would I put this? Like, I'm relatively, is the word I'm looking for ambivalent? Yeah, I think that's fair. Mixed feelings, I would say. Relatively ambivalent. I don't dislike it, but I don't necessarily like it either. I don't know. I kind of just don't mind it. Kind of conflicting. Where the fuck are these NPCs? Oh, they're in the bubbles. Why am I swimming so slow? Yeah, indifference not a bad option either. I've usually drawn like this during lectures, Lamau, to spend time if it was boring. Yeah. If you had to quest here on level, then no. I mean, I did some questing here. I did half the quests here on level, but it's definitely better when you just one-shot everything. No question about that. This is one of those zones that I wouldn't want to spend more time in than I have to. But I also, I don't know, I don't hate it. How does it compare to FF14 Water Zone? I really liked the Ruby Sea. I liked the Ruby Sea, and I liked the underwater parts too, so you know. I don't have any complaints about that. And people complained like a lot about the Ruby Sea. Yeah, the old gods have some interesting elemental connections, like Nazoth has fire and like magma coming out of his fucking head, so, you know. I definitely think that we're supposed to connect them to primordial spirits, elementals. Things that, I really don't think that the old gods exist in the form that they once did. The Cavaldier have proved a greater threat than we anticipated, but our plans are not hindered in the least. As our allies arrive, we have a force more than sufficient to usurp the Tidehunter. All that remains is to ensure that the ritual of summoning is completed. We're able to begin the ritual immediately, and you are to see to it that we're not interrupted. Slaughter any Cavaldier that enter the temple. So this is like summoning what, like Ragnaros, except they're gonna summon the Tidehunter, or are they're summoning more forces? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be summoning the Tidehunter. XIV doesn't have underwater combat. That's true. So XIV's underwater zone's a fair bit different, but also infinitely cozier. Yeah. Yeah. I certainly would agree with that. That guy's evading. They've been telling me the plan the whole fucking time, and I forgot the fucking plan. RPG players still have PTSD from Zelda Water Temple.
are pouring across the bridge. Battle Maiden! Lady Nazjar calls for you!
Agentis is to be taken at his word. Lady Nazjar, Honor Guard should be sufficient to see the rest of the ritual through. Hey, remember when the voice acting was that? That was pretty bad. Yogg-Saron might have some earth origins. His blood is a metal. Good point. You forgot the plan because you're not immersed. Maybe get dialogue UI. Get to the bridge on the east quickly. Lady Nazjar and the Fathom Lord should be there with whatever forces remain. Follow Our Lady's direction as always. Hold the bridge until we can complete the ritual. The ritual nears completion. Are the souls prepared? Stand with us. We shall not fall this day. Move forward. Hold the bridge. Hold the bridge for 3 minutes. Counterpoint, Yaga's icky and I don't like him. Yo, valid? See ya. I hit 85 for the first time right here. Wow, what nostalgia.
Back to the sands with you, wretch!
Okay, but what them mouths do? You know what them motherfucking mouths do. You know what the mouths do.
You should have left this city to the waves!
Agrim Hopebreaker.
About as
What's up, motherfucker?
Your race is a disease upon the sea!
Damn! That's racist! Oh, I'm getting shit on. I think that 4 old gods could once be one god because they all look like parts of a big organism. Mm-hmm. But these are ideas that have been proposed in the past. Oh. You will never take these waters from us. Deep fiend. Oh shit. Azumat. Fiend of the dark below. Well, get owned. Old god body part theory's been around so long. I could ask for no more proficient to Battle Maiden than you. You've done yourself a great honor this day. Nice. All right, dude. Very nice. The Lore Master. Cataclysm, sinking into Vashir. Visions of the past, the Merciless One, the Gorak, and the Tide Hunter. Oh, good. The quest didn't break. That quest broke for me on Classic because I rushed the enemies and I ended up having to redo the entire transform segment. Oof. That sucks. Minions of the old god? Two very potent forces have joined forces then. Foes have joined forces then. Their hope to defeat the Tidehunter may not be so foolish after all. Shenzhou, we can't let that happen. If Ashara defeats the Tidehunter and takes his power for herself, I'm not sure any number of us could ever hope to oppose her on the seas. The first step is clear at least. We need to hunt down the fiend that destroyed our ships. The Navy was confident enough to bring in a new fleet. Perhaps they have a plan.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
Alright, dude. I'm calling it. Calling her there, dude. Got a couple little chapters done. We'll come back and do the Merciless one in Lagordak another time. Gotta take in a little stints, otherwise you'll get fucking bored. And I'm almost done with Kata. Once I finish fucking Vashir, then I'm done with Kata. And it's back to Wrath of the Lich King. So, some fun stuff to look forward to, but thanks for a great stream today, everybody. I appreciate you coming and hanging out with me, whether you were watching on YouTube or Twitch. Thanks for being here. You had a fun stint with that Pearl, too? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for supporting the stream in all the ways that you guys do. Whether you just kind of lurked and watched, whether you followed or subbed or chatted, gifted a sub, whatever the fuck. Tipped. $50 tip today from Anonymous, so thank you very much for that. I'll be live again tomorrow. I might start with some World of Warcraft stuff for a little bit. I will eventually transition to Cyberpunk 2077 if I don't just start with that. And there'll be a new Cyberpunk 2077 video coming out on YouTube tomorrow. I gotta get a thumbnail made for that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. So yeah, some stuff to look forward to. But less than a month away from midnight. I'm excited. I hope everyone here is as well. It's gonna be a good time. I hope to see you guys there. I will be streaming it early access on the 27th when it comes out, and the 28th and 29th and all that probably as well. So yeah, very much looking forward to it. Sharing that experience with you guys and seeing what Midnight has to offer. So yeah, trading post day tomorrow. I'll probably hop on and look at the trading post at the very least. So you can look forward to that if you're interested in WoW content. Maybe I'll do a little bit more questing here before I get to Cyberpunk. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. Appreciate you very much for watching. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be tomorrow, we'll see you all later. Peace! I had an acceptable time.